It's a rolling, not a stop. Shit don't never stop.
Yeah.
It's a rolling, not a stop. Shit don't never stop.
Yeah.
Hey, this a
Yeah. Did it like
It's a rolling, not a stop. Shit don't never stop. It's a rolling, not a stop. Watch, shit don't never stop. Stop. Stop.
no problem with it.
It's the flow that got the block high.
No.
It's the flow that got the block high.
No problem with it.
It's the flow that got the block high. Shit don't never stop.
Yeah.
It's a rolling, not a stop. Damn, there's a good. It's a rolling, not a stop. Shit don't never stop.
Yeah.
It's a rolling, not a stop. Shit don't never stop.
Yeah.
Hey, this a
Yeah. Did it like
It's a rolling, not a stop. Shit don't never stop.
yeah.
It's a rolling, not a stop. Watch, shit don't never stop. Stop. Stop.
No problem with it.
Stop. It's the flow that got the block high.
No.
It's the flow that got the block high.
Medic! Scalpel. I'd like to thank you guys for joining us on this Glorious Day.
And a friend.
You aren't duping the doctor. I mean, the doctors look into your eyes.
Jeez, and the fight is over! Michael Chandler! What did I tell you fools?
What's up, boys and girls? This is UFC lightweight Michael Chandler. And I'm just telling you right now, if you don't go to YouTube and hop on the MMA Bet Surgeon channel, like and subscribe and ingest and digest some of the best UFC mixed martial arts and boxing predictions on the planet, on the internet, then you're doing it wrong. Appreciate you guys. See you at the top.
Oh, wow. Wow, we got a week ahead of us here, people. I am juiced. Yeah, exactly. I think we're all pretty excited. I appreciate everybody that's already here in the chat, everybody that's already watching. This is going to be one of the weeks you do not want to miss, having, obviously having, 3 title fights, capped off by Blachowicz Adesanya. You've got Adesanya moving up. There's just so many different kind of, dynamics and kind of different angles you can look at it to, make this already just before we've even watched it to paint it out as possibly being, the card of the year, just with the talent that's stacked on the card. You know what I mean, Doug?
Oh, yeah. Starting off with Jan versus Sterling is the fight that I've had my eye on for a long time. That bantamweight division excites me more than any division in the UFC. Funkmaster's finally getting his shot, and Jan has a chance to prove that he is truly one of the young superstars in the UFC. Can't wait for that one. Israel Adesanya looking to transcend to superstardom, reaching double champ status. Man, and the greatest women's fighter of all time, Amanda Nunes. Legacies are cemented on this card. This is a historic card.
Oh yeah, I was already thinking about like what it would totally be smart. I wanted to buy the signed fight poster. I said, how much are they already? How much are they pre-buy? You know what I mean? Because you get them pre-buy for probably cheaper, right? Then depending on how the card does, you know what I mean, it goes up. I think it was close to. I feel like it was something close to 400. Could be wrong, but I don't know why 400 pops out. I was looking at them late at night, but 400 kind of came up as a number, and that's obviously being American, us all, the three of us being Canadian. So, you know, add the uptick on there too. You know what I mean? So that might be a little bit of a chunk of change. You know what I mean? But as far as maybe having some stuff like that, I definitely want to look into buying something like that in the future from one of these events. They still have all the old events stuff up too. I never even noticed that. They got events from 100 fight nights ago. Still signed posters they got because they got so many guys signing them. You know what I mean? And it's like, I'm not even lying. There's names on some of these posters, and I'm like, might have to just scoop up an old poster, an old signed poster. It might just be, you know, kind of a cooler move. Obviously, it has to be kind of a, you know, a cool card. But this is the cool card we're talking about this weekend, people. 259, and I think there's no better time. And I'll even do a little monetization for the UFC. Go buy this pay-per-view. I'm not even lying. Like I'm gonna buy this shit without a doubt. I'm on board with that. You know what I mean? Like if there's gonna be, you know, even if some of you guys are like, oh, I don't buy pay-per-views, I use, you know, blah blah blah. If there's one time in the year and you're a true UFC fan and you support the business and the fighters, there's one time a year you want to buy a pay-per-view. It's gonna be for this card, or you could pick your poison. You could say, oh, I want to do it for UFC 260. You know what I mean? But I would say this would be the card where you can, you know, I think really make a difference, because this card should be down, you know, cemented down in, you know, history after. I'm hoping. Let's not up talk it too much. Dan, you got any comments, my friend?
No, I think you guys have pretty much wrapped it up pretty well. It's going to be an awesome night of the fights on Saturday, and no, I could not be more jacked up. Like literally, it's like Christmas. Like every single day this week, I'm just thinking about it all day long, and I'm just thinking about all these fights. Obviously, like I've never had much more fun doing research for a card than I think I've had for this fight. I can't wait. Or for this card.
I was just about to say, I've done so much research for this card just because I've enjoyed looking into every fight so much. It's everything you want as a fan.
No, it is. Yeah. It really is. These guys aren't wrong.
Yeah, lots of potential to win money too, but also like as Dougie was saying pre-stream, like there's some fights, there's some dangerous fights, and that's why tonight hopefully we're gonna help you navigate through some of these treacherous waters, get a good read on some of these fights, and
yeah, it's good as
hopefully we have it. Hopefully we pay for those pay-per-views and then some on Saturday.
Exactly.
Pay for that signed fight poster while we're at it.
Oh, that would be crazy if you make something like 400. Or because then
you also forgot to show off your handiwork, Pat. Your photo.
Oh, yeah. I don't really have this one uploaded. I'm not even gonna really re-upload it as to come in front of us, but. You guys have seen the photo.
You can't just have it as a background? You have to
you have to add it in as... No.
Oh, okay, yeah, never mind.
I can do it right now. I just don't... It's just not really worth it. It's it's a typical photo. It's not the best. It's Jan at like a birthday party with a birthday hat on. Looking real surprised. He makes tons of weird faces. Like, he's the easiest guy to go through his Instagram and his social media and to find pictures of making weird faces and shit. As far as Adesanya goes, that I went through the whole thing. So I went way back. I went like back to when, you know, no UFC, like back to when he was kickboxing. At some point, I've clipped a couple of pictures. He had a pretty large gap in his teeth too. He looked way different. Like he had less like meat on his whole body. His face looked different. It's kind of crazy. I mean, but that photo is him a little bit younger. Even still, if you didn't see it in the thumbnail, it's him a little bit younger. But I mean, he's got the fake Mike Tyson tattoo, and he's kind of giving the middle finger. I didn't mind it. There's not that many great photos. Obviously, I look for the Halloween photos or something kind of cool, but not able to find them this week. So. What are you going to do? I think we were going to talk about some heavyweight news. We could get into that right now if you guys really wanted to.
No, I think we wait.
I think we can do that on live.
If we get...
we can wait for some more things because there's some rumors coming out too.
I also want LJ's take on those too.
You mean do it on the banter like later tonight? Okay.
No, I think we wait even a few days because there's rumors that the cuts aren't done. I kind of want to wait and see
Got
how
it.
everything
Until they get a full
develops.
cut list out?
Fair enough. Let's get right
Yeah.
into it. We
Fair
got
too.
15 fights to break down.
Yeah, we're gonna fly through. I'm gonna fly through some of these early ones.
And shout out everybody in the chat. I offer you this. Shout out.
Yeah,
Myron.
I offer you
Myron
this. You're a
Magnuson
legend.
chat.
Always.
Boxing Logic.
Myron.
What's up?
Always, baby. I offer you this. Always here supporting the movement on the right side of hopefully the right side of some money this weekend. You know what I mean? Let's or the right side of some bets at least.
All right, let's get right into it.
Yeah, this first fight up, bantamweight bout at 135 pounds. We got Trevin Jones, 5'7" with a 70-inch reach, taking on Mario Bautista, 5'9" with a 69-inch reach. Trevin Jones, 1-0 in the UFC with a 12-6 MMA record. 3 knockouts, 3 subs. Mario Bautista, and people are going to say, okay, Mario Bautista, 2-1 in the UFC with an 8-1 MMA record, 3 knockouts, 3 subs. People are probably saying, whoa, Trevin Jones, he ain't fucking 1-0 in the UFC. He is in my goddamn rule books. He is over here in this club because guess what? If you're coming in, basically, I think he came in partially on short notice for that fight too. Loses the first round. We'll kind of get into the fight. The Timur Valiev fight, his first introduction into the UFC. Him getting the knockout win over Timur. In that first round, Timur did what he always does. He comes at him with this kind of diverse array of kicks and punches and is able to, really put some shots on him, even hurting Trevin Jones at one point, making him cower, just cover up that body, kind of shell, turtle position, just because he got hurt in the body there. He got hurt. He took some shots to the head, was able to survive it. You could argue that was a 10-8 round, definitely with the strikes and with the partial droppage from Timur. But even when he gets hurt and he survives that onslaught, is able to get that takedown. So even right there, you see it's a kind of like it's a sign of things to come. Because Trevin Jones, he's no slouch. He's definitely very athletic. He comes from a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu background, and then kind of found fighting after that. But at the same time, this guy is very athletic and does possess, in my opinion, some of the physical attributes to be partially dominant at 135, or at least put on a good fight, especially a guy in Mario Bautista. In that second round, so we see that takedown in that second round, he ends up looking for the takedown, trying to sniff it out again. And then we see Timur kind of start pushing the pace on him once he's not able to get that takedown, opening off the round, Trevin Jones, and then he's able to drop Timur with that left hook, jumping on top of him, finishing the night. And you could see it in Trevin Jones' exchanges with Timur. Timur would throw on him. Trevin Jones wouldn't get over sporadic and try and throw and overreach and look for shots that weren't there. He was waiting to time that counter shot, and he hit it. Of course, it got overruled by Nevada State Athletic Commission due to a, marijuana being found in Trevin Jones' system. I think it was partially short notice for Trevin Jones as well. So, I don't hold anything against him. Obviously it now not even being illegal, and it's kind of like we've been like, oh, we reversing these things? Well, fuck, if I'm going to talk about a guy that gets a first round knockout over Timur Valiev, who's no slouch.
Second round.
Second round. Yeah, second round. Second round knockout over Timur Valiev, who's no slouch. Come on. We gotta at least pay the man his respect. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's bullshit, right? As far as Mario Bautista goes, didn't do too much film watching on him. Obviously, I've seen both of his fights, but didn't really. I rewatched the Miles Johns fight. In that fight, both men kind of similar striking. I'd say Miles Johns even won that first round. He even ends up dropping Bautista at one point in the round and hurting him, and you can tell he's hurt. He's on his feet, wobbled. As far as the later round goes, they make it into the second round, and you think, okay, is Johns going to finish Bautista? Bautista actually ends up coming back and finishing him early in the second. Bautista, in my eyes, has a lot of good attributes as well. He's got a little bit of wrestling. You can see it. 3 KOs, 3 subs as well. So it's kind of an interesting little bout. He's had more UFC experience. He's 2-1 in the UFC. He's also fought Jinsu Sun for a UD win, coming off the Miles John win. So he's 2-0 currently in the UFC. 2-0 on a 2-0 win streak right now currently in the UFC. And he's coming in against a guy who's, got the win, but got it erased technically from his record. So he's technically a guy that's 1-0. Hard fight to call for me. I'd probably have to say Trevin Jones off the bat. And this is one of those early ones that didn't get a chance to cover as much as far as watching fight history, just kind of going off past knowledge, but even still. Dan, did you do a little bit more on this one?
I'm just pulling shit up. I'll let Dougie go into it.
Yeah, Doug, you go ahead.
I've got Bautista in this one. You know me, I like the guys who can put the volume on guys who can control the pace, and I think in this fight that's Bautista. I think they're pretty even power-wise. I think Jones could definitely knock him out if it stays standing. But I think Bautista's overall a more well-rounded martial artist, and he can dictate both the pace and where the fight takes place. So I'm going to trust him to do that for 15 minutes, probably win by decision. But Trevin Jones is definitely live for a knockout.
Oh, he's live, especially against Bautista, right? Like if you look at Bautista and you look at a guy like Valuev, and you're like, oh, like you look at you kind of do a little bit of MMA math, and you're like, oh, okay, we got. Like you can imagine that even in the fight against Valuev between him and Jones, he looked kind of a little bit starstruck in the first round, seeing all the shit that was coming at him. You know what I mean? And at such speed and stuff like that. So, I mean, he was able to adapt and kind of overcome in that second. But here we go. We got Trevin Jones.
We were also able to see, like, in the Timur
Picking
Valiev
the
fight,
dog
like,
right off the bat, eh?
that was pretty insane. Like the amount of like that barrage that we saw from Valiev,
Oh, yeah.
where like, we saw quite a chin there from Jones, even though I think was it a classical little Tonioni. I think maybe some other refs might have stopped it, but we got Tonioni in there.
It was Tonioni, the terror. It was the terror.
So I think it'll probably be a closer fight than this line reflects. I don't know if I'll be going in on Trevin Jones as the underdog. I'm gonna scroll down. I'm curious to see what. I'm kind of more so in Dougie's side of things. I think Bautista, it'll be a good, nice, probably 15-minute fight, and he'll probably have the higher output and be able to win the fight. Yeah, I don't mind
Interesting.
Bautista decision. I don't mind
What's
that.
Bautista by decision? Oh,
2 points.
yeah, I'll probably be taking Bautista by decision with that line if it holds, or even if it gets a bit better, which I think it might.
True.
Yeah, could get a little bit closer overall. But I think,
definitely not a huge play, but a nice little warm up start the night.
I think it should be a bit
I'll
closer.
take Bautista by decision.
I think maybe the lines, like they're taking into account that it's not a win in his last fight, and it should be, right. Like I don't know.
Maybe it's possible. I think he's.
I think that line it should be a bit. It should be a bit closer.
I think so. I totally agree.
I'll consider it. Maybe I need to watch a bit more Trevin Jones film. Maybe see them on.
I gotta watch more film of both guys. Definitely
see them on the scales and see the face off. But I'm probably leading Bautista decision is my pick right now. With that, same with Dougie here, right?
Yeah. You and Dougie are on Bautista.
Yeah.
So I think we will fucking fly on here to the next fight. This is another fight. I mean, kind of actually a very interesting fight, like Dan was kind of alluding to with his expression there. Lightweight bout at 155 pounds. Uros Medic, 6'1" with a 71-inch reach, taking on Aalon Cruz, 6 foot with a 78-inch reach. Uros Medic is making his debut other than a Dana White Contender Series appearance. He is 6-0 in his pro career. He's got 4 knockouts and 2 submissions. Aalon Cruz, 0-1 in the UFC with an 8-3 MMA record. 2 knockouts, 2 submissions. He's coming off a knockout loss to Spike Carlisle, in which both of them were making their premiere in the UFC. I believe Spike Carlisle was still a short notice for that. I think he was. I still think he's Aalon Cruz's original opponent ended up falling out, and Spike Carlisle filled in. So
was that Spike Carlisle's debut?
Yeah, it was.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah. So what's kind of interesting here is we've got Uros Medic and Aalon Cruz, kind of both guys. You obviously, right off the bat, we're looking at the one thing, and it's like, 7 inches at lightweight. You know what I mean? And that's like, holy fuck. Like, that's, both guys are pretty tall to begin with, but 7 inches of reach, that's pretty decent amount. Uros Medic, he's a kickboxing champion. He knows definitely how to manage range well. We saw that in the Mikey Gonzalez fight, in which Medic pretty much came in with kicks, using his length well. He was just relentless in putting on pressure from length with the kicks, putting in punches, weaving the punches into those combinations very well. He was able to drop Gonzalez with a body kick at one point, in which it looked like Gonzalez was going to get finished, like very close. He was able to grab a leg, almost look for a knee bar, in which, Medic just kind of pulled out, got him to stand up, and then he ended up landing him at finishing the fight shortly after with a step-in leg kick and a punch, which just flattened him right away, and the ref stopped the fight. As far as Aalon Cruz is going, like I said, his appearance in the UFC, his first appearance was against Spike Carlisle, which was a knockout loss, in which he was landing some good kicks. He had some good range from distance. He looked good. He looked like he should win that fight. But Spike Carlisle has that little bit of power where he was able to kind of catch him with a high kick. It definitely rocked him. Spike Carlisle kind of rushed in. He ended up looking for the takedown because you could tell he was hurt. He just ended up saying, "Oh, I'm going for a TD," kind of a panic takedown, in which he ended up getting caught with an elbow that, was a little bit controversial, a little bit back of the head. And then he got finished with some hammer fists and then pretty much kind of dropped over in position as he was looking for that takedown, mounted and finished. Definitely another close fight to call. Could be an absolute kickboxing war. I think that even with it, it's hard to say, right? Because you got a guy like Aalon Cruz with the reach advantage. I think that Medic is going to end up negotiating where he wants to have this fight from distance, using good range management throughout this fight. I think the reach with Cruz, it's definitely interesting. I think a kick, like they could just sit here, kickbox, hit, go for leg kicks on each other throughout the fight and make it an absolute scrap, which we could definitely see. I think that Medic might even look to get some takedowns going or look to get some clinch work going on if Cruz starts to take over with the reach a little bit. But I think I'm going to take Uros Medic via decision.
Yeah, I definitely. Okay, so I think you're on the right track with.
Maybe not decision.
I'll get into what I was thinking a little bit.
Now okay.
You can look at the best to it a little bit.
Well,
maybe
it's like
you can say after what I'll say. I'll get into some of their other fights too, because obviously I'll let you.
Go into it.
You pretty much covered. I didn't go too deep on these guys. I watched I'll cover Aalon Cruz's Contender Series fight because that was a pretty good one. I think it was a solid fight against Nugan. It was a pretty solid fight over the 2 rounds, and I think we got a solid. At least we got to see a lot more than from the Spike Carlisle fight, since you're right, he did have a little bit of early success, but yeah, like Carlisle just caught him and nothing really he could do. It was pretty much over in like 15 seconds after he got caught. But but in that Contender Series, it was pretty close fight, and we saw his opponent walking him down for the first 2 rounds, and maybe even slightly outlanding him, but because we obviously saw him using his kicks quite a bit, and because he doesn't really use his hands too much, he throws his kicks a lot similar to Medic. So I do think you're spot on. I think it's going to be like a kickboxing kind of fight, and these guys are just going to be. So I don't think the range is going to be too important or impactful in this fight, because I think both guys are just going to be standing there exchanging kicks. But what we saw in that third was absolutely like insanity with that flying knee with 25 seconds left that absolutely turned the lights out of his opponent. Like, yeah, when you got a guy like that who can finish the fight like that, I think we're set up for a potential fight of the night dark horse here.
Yeah, that's
somebody
what I'm
like
saying,
Medic.
Man. That's what I'm saying, man. Yep.
Who in his own right, obviously 6-0. Obviously, take what you will coming from like the Alaska scene. There's not too much competition there, but like getting finishes, showing his power, and then obviously having a beautiful performance in that Contender Series fight, like Pat was saying. But yeah, he also got a first round KO in his last Alaska FC fight against Lee Schwalm Jr.
Mm-hmm.
And he's also able to get stun his opponent with a nice knee up the middle. So like we're seeing a lot of similar things from these two, very similar styles from these two guys. When we're pretty much going to go see them absolutely go at each other and try and take each other's heads off. So I just think we've seen more skills from Medic. Even we've seen some good grappling defense in some of his Alaska FC fights. I don't think the range is going to be too much of a factor. I think he can maybe even be able to get it done inside the distance. I think we could potentially see a second round KO from Uros.
Nice.
I'm taking the dog. I'm going with Aalon Cruz in this one.
Oh, there he is.
I think Medic might be favored because I think Medic has the grappling advantage, but I don't think that comes into play. I think Cruz can keep the fight on the feet, and he has the 7-inch reach advantage, which, like you guys said, it's going to be mostly a kicking fight. Mm-hmm. But at some point, that'll come into play, and that'll give him the advantage there. and I think he might just be the better kicker straight up. At those odds right there, I'm taking Aalon Cruz in this one in a great fight, and I might even take it to go the distance. I think they might play around for 15 minutes.
That's
back
what
and
I'm
forth.
kind of thinking. You know what?
It is
Aalon
that
Cruz,
classic thing when you have two finishers that you would get the decision. That's pretty classic.
Mm-hmm.
And Aalon Cruz isn't a bad pick to take as an underdog, especially.
But
with
I
those
think at
odds,
the
in
same
my
time, if
opinion.
Spike Carlisle can finish you, like first round, fuck.
Spike Carlisle's
With an-
explosive, and
but
he's a
with an-
wild
and
man
with
too.
an
He is,
but
but
with
He
you're
wasn't going in
arguably-
there.
The doctor,
with-
it's the doctor's gonna go out there. And
The head
slice you
kick,
up.
the head kick rocked them. That's for sure, right? But
Yeah.
I think the elbow to the back of the head was a little bit controversial.
We did see him get hit in this. That's the thing. He does get hit. We saw him get hit in his Contender Series fight too. Like we just see power from Uros. Like he's got power in his kicks.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Aalon's going to necessarily be able to take his head off. Obviously, despite what I said about the flying knee, I think it's just going to be striker versus striker, pretty much. Kind
I
of
hear
like
that.
what Dougie's saying. I think
I'm into that.
Uros is just the better striker. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I'm in. I would say probably he's the better striker. I'd say he's has the grappling advantage. I think that if the reach becomes something that's bugging him and that's actually imposing on him, I think that he has the ability to take this fight into the clinch and work from there a little bit and kind of close range to where he's not, because like I said, it is a big reach disadvantage. You know what I mean? You got to overcome that. As much as this might be a kickboxing fight, the whole problem is if one guy's
Medich has
in
the
range,
problem bringing his grappling in.
yeah, and if one guy's in range throwing kicks, and if he's got that reach differential that's so blatant like that, like something that's 7 inches, and he's able to probably clip you at the same time as his kicks, like time those combos together, and able to, put shots like those together, like you'll be getting clipped at the end of those punches, I think, in my opinion. You know what I mean? And like you're going to look to counter back with your punches, possibly, as you're already landing kicks, but you're not going to be there with a 7-inch reach. You're going to really have to close distance and look to do that. I'm saying it could be an absolute war. I'm on the whole page that it could be definitely a dark horse for one of those fight of the nights. You know what I mean? Like we see one of those undercard fights.
There's not a fight to miss on this card.
Nope, there is not.
Everybody make sure you're all stocked up on your snacks, stock up on your booze, stocked or whatever else you're drinking.
Yeah.
Stocked up on your
The booze, the bulls, the
marijuana.
Snickers, snackers, all of them.
Yes,
you got to be ready
exactly.
to be peeled to your
Jay Blues
maybe
Radio,
for
what's
this
up,
next
man?
What's
fight.
up, Jay?
Maybe this next fight, maybe a quick booze run. But are we done on this one?
Yeah, we're good on this one, man. I got it. But yeah, this next fight, I don't know. Dan's shit talking on it. I think it actually might be a pretty good fight.
No, but I'm
to be
saying if
honest.
there
I
is
like this
one, I'm
fight.
saying
Yeah, I
if
like
there
this
is
fight.
one to go. No, I'm not trying to. I'm just saying if there is one to go, it's this fight.
Next fight.
I don't think we got to pick one to go. Let's just break it down.
Next fight out here, we got a strawweight fight at 115 pounds between Livinha Souza coming in at 5'3" with a 63-inch reach, taking on Amanda Lemos, 5'4" with a 65-inch reach. Souza 3-1 in the UFC with a 14-2 MMA record, 2 knockouts, 8 subs. Lemos 2-1 in the UFC with an 8-1-1 record, 5 knockouts, 2 subs. Souza's coming off a UD win over Ashley Yoder, in which she was pretty much able to do a lot of her. What Souza's kind of background is she's a Olympic judo champion from Brazil. She's got very good control in allowing herself to not be able to be taken down. And Yoder's one of these women that's going to want to kind of get onto your back and trying to be able to look to submit you. So throughout that fight, she was looking for submissions on Souza, and Souza was able to kind of slip out of them, transition into top position early, trying to look to work from there, landing some big shots and transition to the feet as Yoder was trying to get up. Yoder was trying to work well throughout the clinch throughout the fight, but she was not able to get Souza down. Like Souza has that very good balance, and if she's got 1 foot off the ground, she's able to control her very well. Souza was pretty much looking to land on the hands and feet with some leg kicks and to land with that overhand right. Her power punch. She was looking to land with that, and she was landing with it. And the strike differentials were rather close throughout the fight. The whole thing is she's just able to get these takedowns, especially on a girl like Yoder, but Yoder's sniffing for these takedowns throughout the fight. And it's a little bit different. It's almost her hand is getting forced into, okay, we're going to go to the ground. But even in that third round, we saw Yoder kind of take over and kind of use her reach and use her shots from distance well on a girl like Souza and almost win that third round. A lot of the judges' eyes. It was definitely a close fight. As far as Lemos goes, like I said, 5 knockouts, 2 subs. She's coming off of she's coming off of a UD win over Mizuki Inoue, in which, when you look at a girl like Lemos, I've kind of always been a fan of her. She's got this Thai style and she swings. She stands very straight up, uses that 65-inch reach and just swings. Shots are right down the pipe. They're not as telegraphed and as kind of, blatant as some of these other women tend to kind of, when they get into brawls and throw punches. She kind of keeps it all tight, keeps it all very good looking. She's able to move well and land. She definitely likes to stay and keep you at the end of her strikes. The thing is, she's even able to drop a girl like Mizuki Inoue, Mizuki Inoue is one of these girls that is relentless at 115 pounds to keep coming at you. She dropped her in that first round, was able to mount her, and do some work from there, but not finishing her. In that second round, she was able to avoid a lot of takedowns as Inoue did not want to stand at distance and look to close throughout the fight. She was held against the fence for a lot of the time, and Inoue was able to dictate a lot of that fight from holding her on the fence, which is kind of a problem when you look at a girl like Livinha Souza, because it makes it a tough fight to call. Because I think that the activity and the ability to not only prevent takedowns, but work well with her own style, and I think the only problem I see is like a Hail Mary submission or like a good submission, her getting caught in a submission by Souza, or possibly the clinch strength of Souza coming into play with that Thai style background, that judo background, and her being able to get a lot of takedowns from there. But even then, you see a girl like Lemos, and Lemos has very good weight distribution in these positions. She prevents a lot of takedowns. She can reverse you into getting a lot of takedowns, and she's very, I think she's just as dangerous in some of these positions. Obviously, maybe not off the back and from the top control, but even still, I think it's going to definitely be a question to see if Lemos is going to be, if she is put down on her back and it has a girl on top of her with the skill of Souza, is she going to be able to get up? If she is, I think that she wins the fight. I think that if she's able to get up consecutively and able to defend a couple of those takedowns, keep Souza at the end of her punches and not let the fight get too close for her, she can definitely reign from distance. I think she can definitely do work from distance. I think it's all about her keeping herself out of that grasp of Souza and able to, land that striking. And even in those positions where, there's scrambles and stuff, there's maybe takedown scrambles, is she able to reverse out of those? Is she able to posture up in those positions and land strikes from there? That's going to be a huge question. But in my opinion, I think I'm going to have to go with Lemos in this fight. I do think she provides a little bit more of a better background, even then, because you could even say, you even watch the Yoder fight, like I said, a very close fight, which you could say Yoder won. So, I mean, it's super close. It's super close. It's very, very, very close. Very, very, very close. But I'm going to go with Lemos. What are you guys thinking?
I completely agree. I think Lemos is, like you said, it's a close fight. But it's one of these fights where I look at both of them, and I don't see a spot where Souza's better. I think Lemos is really better, just a little bit better everywhere. So I'm going to take her to win a decision in this one. Because I really don't see where Souza has the advantage to take control of this fight.
Neither woman has been finished in their pro career, or in their careers, maybe.
I couldn't agree with more of what Dougie just said. Yeah, I think Lemos is just better everywhere, to be honest.
Yep.
She's a bit more polished, a bit more experienced. Like, she's older, but not in a good way. She's like maybe more in her prime, more experienced.
I do see strength coming into play. That's the only thing I see a problem for. Is we saw Inoue was able to
if
kind
you're
of
saying she pretty much lost to Yoder, then that's all I need to hear.
Well, you see at the same time, right? It's like it gets dicey. It always gets dicey with some of these women's fights. Oh, Lemos is the favorite too, eh? Whew.
Wow, okay. That's pretty wide.
That's pretty wide. You know what I mean? It always is.
I'm not touching Lemos there.
Of course.
This might be a dogger pass one here.
This may just be a big old pass altogether.
Yeah, pass for sure. Dogger pass. Can I see the decision odds for sure?
Maybe as a parlay piece for a prelim parlay, I could see Lemos if the odds got a bit closer before fight night.
Wouldn't mind that, Dan.
her by decision too is probably gonna have slightly better value, and I think that's the only thing worth betting.
Well, like I
actually,
said,
that's
zero
much
women.
better.
It's good. Yeah, 0 women's been finished. We're gonna expect that line to move. I would expect people to hit the Souza line because I'm telling you, people, it is close. If you're trying to get some early dog odds, and you're like, oh, I'm looking for dogs and stuff, and I only want to get like good odds. It's not the worst. It's not the worst. We could see. I just think that like we were kind of already
at
saying.
the same time,
yeah.
there's 15 fights to bet on.
Yeah.
This might be a good one to stay away.
You can probably sit this one out.
Yeah, agreed.
It's if Lemos by decision gets a little bit
you
better.
See us all being hypocrites
maybe put
on
a little
Saturday
bit
night,
on that.
But
I'm probably gonna. But
eat us now, not live. In this respect,
do as I say, not as I do.
Exactly.
Perfect.
Because I'm probably gonna bet on this.
Exactly.
If it's still that wide on fight night, yeah, probably. It depends on we'll see him on the scales.
We'll see.
I'm gonna chase that line after it shifts.
We're obviously you.
This is a fight that Dan's got his eyes all over on a welterweight bout at 170 pounds between Sean Brady, 5'10" with a 72.5-inch reach, taking on Jake Matthews, 5'11" with a 72-inch reach. Sean Brady, 3-0 in the UFC with a 13-0 MMA record, 3 knockouts, 3 subs. Jake Matthews, 10-4 in the UFC with a 17-4 MMA record, 4 knockouts, 7 subs. Sean Brady coming off the submission win over Christian Aguilera, in which he was landing some good leg kicks as he was getting pressed by Aguilera through the beginning of the fight, landing some good hooks, starting to kind of show some damage on Aguilera's face. He was getting stung with some shots. Like both guys were trading and exchanging pretty well in that opening first round. Brady ended up shooting him for a good double leg takedown with about a minute left in the first and securing it. He was able to time the leg kick beautifully. Timed the leg kick beautifully and shooting. He shot a takedown pretty much right off of it. And then Brady was able to work into a full, almost a full mount. Some would say like a half mount. And then he was able to get that mounted guillotine just from that half mount. So it was very good work and very good look at, we already know, I believe Sean Brady having that black belt, he does have very high level on the ground. As far as the Ismail...
That Renzo Gracie black belt.
Yeah. As far as the he's got him in the corner, right? Well, normally, maybe not this time, but as far as the Ismail Nordi fight, that was a UD win for Sean Brady as well. He was kind of getting cut off throughout that fight. Ismail was kind of cutting him off, keeping him on his back foot. He was trying to land off his back foot, which he's definitely not as good at, but he still has the ability to do. He was landing some good kicks, trying to get his strikes going, trying to get his rhythm going in that fight. He was starting to land some shots. He was coming in with the jab, using that jab that would miss, that kind of feint. He was using a lot of feints to come in, doubling up the jab and able to, kind of penetrate into Ismail. As far as later on in that fight, you saw Brady's kind of starting to land combos, starting to look for the takedowns. We did see a fence grab at one point, but Ismail wasn't noticed by the ref, but it doesn't really matter. He was putting kind of his hooks in. He was trying to work heavy, getting him off the fence, working well throughout the second. Throughout the third, he was working to get the clinch and the TD going again right off the bat, trying to take him down again, trying to land some good shots, continuously getting mat returned pretty much. He was almost got the sub at that end of the fight as well on Ismail. So he really ended up kind of turning that fight around as far as the first round, kind of being a little bit out, kind of on the back foot, but then kind of finding his groove with the takedowns throughout that fight. As far as Jake Matthews goes, he's coming off a UD win over Diego Sanchez, in which he was landing some big right hands pretty much throughout the fight as Sanchez was rushing in. Sanchez being, not the best stand-up guy, but still definitely having a little bit of a threat. I mean, somewhat. He was avoiding some shots, pretty much able to step in with his rear power hand a lot on Sanchez. He was just patient throughout the fight. Some would say not even shooting enough kind of shots. Some would say not even aggressive enough, as he was able to hurt and make Sanchez bleed and, cut him and get him in vulnerable positions on the ground at certain points, because he was able to get a good takedown before the end of the first round. But even still, like in that second, we saw him kind of lay off, and even in the third, lay off a little bit more. Kind of just slow down, just pick his shots. I mean, it was still a good fight. Definitely a well-deserved UD win for Jake Matthews in that fight. As far as the Emil Meek fight, we kind of saw Meek looking to push in, land some big leg kicks. He was kind of just getting overextended and then taken down automatically by Matthews. Obviously, Emil Meek being one of these guys that kind of, thrives off his explosivity and kind of, being able to, put a lot of shots and high volume on you really quickly and pretty much finish you. He was pretty much... Meek was able to get up after that first takedown by Matthews, in which you kind of thought, is Matthews going to keep shooting for takedowns? Meek was kind of coming in all sporadic. His defense wasn't looking great. He kind of went for like somewhat of a knee. He was on one leg, got caught with an uppercut. Matthews was able to drop him at that point in time, jumped on top of him again. He works a very good way on the ground, very heavy on the ground, very calculated, very safe, landing good shots to keep himself working, which it is good. Like these are good things for Jake Matthews. He's able to work very well on the ground. And, like I said, it's all safe. So when you're going against the guy that does have submissions, you're playing on the safer side. It's smart. And that's kind of the one thing that goes with a fighter like Jake Matthews is being smart. He was able to get later takedown as well, and then he was kind of scrambled to the back, put the hooks in. Meek was able to reverse and explode, landing some good shots, and then getting the takedown again. Taken down again. Meek started at the third, landing some more leg kicks. He kind of looked for the opening leg kicks off the beginning of the fight, and he those leg kicks showed that they hurt Matthews for sure. He was hurt. He could not move as well as he was in the first and the second. He was definitely showing fatigue as well, and kind of throughout that third round, Meek was kind of able to turn the tables back around, sprawling through takedowns from Matthews, and landing some pretty good shots on Matthews throughout that third, putting the pressure on him like he would probably have wanted to the entire fight. I see this fight. I think Brady has certain advantages in the grappling positions over Matthews. I see a cardio grappling style from Brady that he can press on Matthews with throughout the fight. I think the leg will be a target for Brady to start the fight, as we've seen some leg kicks landed on Matthews by Meek. Like I was saying, that even just those couple had his movement slowed and had his game plan shifting a little bit. And Matthews, I'm sure, will end up grappling. I think both Brady and Matthews will end up grappling. I think it's a matter of who shoots the first takedown, who's going to be more relentless to get those takedowns, who's going to try and impose that game plan, regardless of whether it's keeping the other man on the feet or going for those takedowns throughout the fight. I think Matthews is a very calculated man. I think his corner and what he does throughout fights is very good and very smart. I think Brady himself is also very well-versed, tactical fighter. I think I see this fight going Brady's way via decision, but I would not be, I wouldn't be surprised to see Matthews, pull one out. It's definitely going to be a very close fight. Very, very, very close.
Yeah, so I guess I'll start with based on my research. Start with kind of Brady. Obviously, yeah, I won't really rehash what Sergio was kind of saying about those two fights against Aguilera and Nordiev. We saw pretty solid performances in both of those from him. We saw him looking pretty good. I guess I'll just rehash talk about the fight against McGee, which if I'm being honest, I think that it should be what's his record?
What you just saying? You're just saying he should get a loss for that fight instead of a win?
Yeah, he fucking lost that fight. I think McGee got robbed in that fight. I think he lost. It should have been 29-28 McGee, in my opinion. I think by like 10 significant strikes, the second and third round, we saw Sean Brady gassing out, which is not like a mistake to him because we saw him really good effort in the first round, but like significantly gassed. With Brady in it, holy shit!
I don't even know
My
who you are.
God.
MD. Shout out to you though, man.
Shout out
You're
MD.
the one
You
throwing
got
around
the
big
fucking
bucks.
got way bigger balls than me. Holy
Yeah.
Leave him
exactly.
Piotr Yan in there's risky too. That's a
Brady's. I think the riskiest
Brady's
thing
the
in it.
riskiest part in the whole fight.
Oh my god!
I think so.
Shout out MD. Shout out Ryan Wilson.
Yeah, shout out all these guys. Yeah, keep going. Yeah.
Everybody hit the like and subscribe.
Yes,
Road to
we're trying
100.
we're trying to get this thing to 100.
Come join us on Saturday too.
Absolutely.
But I'm not gonna go digging too. Like I think obviously like sometimes McGee looked really good in that fight. Like I'm not gonna harp on Brady too much about it. Like we still see him look real good. The rest of his performances in the UFC, seen him improve over those three performances. But I don't think there should be some aura around this guy like he's some crazy undefeated fighter because, yeah, I think the judges got that one wrong. I think there is a chance for him to lose this fight against a guy like Jake Matthews, who at 26 years of age, with 6 years of experience in the octagon, we've seen a guy that's truly been forged in the fires of the UFC. We've seen him improve. We've seen him. Yeah, I guess we can take the piss out of him for. Maybe he should have finished Diego Sanchez. Shout out Jay Blues. Y'all seen him try to pull that Masvidal? Yeah, we saw him pull that Masvidal in the third round, right before Matthews took his ass down and opened him up. Probably could have finished him, but like, hey man, like Diego, like come on, like still he demolished Thiago. Like he won every single one of those rounds. I give him a 10-8 on that last round. Like we can't be getting mad at the guy for winning a fight 30-26 in my book. So
No.
I think this is a fight where at almost 3-1. I think we should put some more respect on Matthews' name. I don't think not think about it too highly on Brady. I think it should be a lot closer, and I'll definitely be riding the Celtic kid on Saturday.
Well, I've got Sean Brady in this one. I think this is kind of like what I said in the last fight. I kind of favor him everywhere in this one. I think he's got the volume too, which is always something I look for. I think he's going to be landing the more volume, which is definitely going to be important because I see this one going to decision with how durable Jake Matthews is.
Mm-hmm.
I think if it does get into the wrestling, I think Brady can probably use his offensive wrestling a little bit better. If Matthews catches him in a bad spot, I think his defensive wrestling might cause him some issues if Matthews can get in the right position. But overall, I think Brady keeps this fight where he wants it and controls it for 15 minutes. And I'll take him by decision if I have to make a prediction on this one, although it is a close fight.
Line at all. We've seen, obviously, Pat, as the surgeon was saying, with the Renzo Gracie black belt from Sean Brady. Obviously, Jake Matthews is a very high-level grappler in his own respect, but like we've seen him get subbed before. We saw him get subbed in that Rocco Martin fight, which is a very good fight, which it was very competitive up until that third round where we kind of just saw Rocco Martin be the fresher fighter and get that off, but no, I wouldn't be. I don't mind that 3.4. And if there's it's not open here right now, but if we see a nice little sub line, I think I'll probably be riding that as a straight up prop on Brady, maybe as a hedge to the rest of my Matthews picks. I just think there's a lot of value there.
I took Brady.
All you casuals gonna see Peter Yan murder Aljo.
We don't throw the C word around.
Yeah, we don't throw the C word around over here, brother. I'm fucking with you, man. No, but
That's
really,
crazy.
It's all.
Is he trying not to spell casuals correctly because he doesn't want to say it? It's like Voldemort, or
yeah, it's kind of like Voldemort. You don't, or it's like Beetlejuice. You don't say it 3 times, so you're getting fucked.
Overall, though, I agree with him. I think Brady wins. I think Jake Matthews is he's got the tough veteran aspect to him.
Agreed.
That Brady doesn't quite have yet.
Oh yeah, I'm on board. I think
that has to be accounted for.
Yeah, I think it'll be a 15-minute fight. Pretty
I
much.
Do too.
Yeah,
8 times out of 10. I think it'll be close.
I think that he
who
has
knows
the
who's
chance
judging
to
these
finish
fights.
He has the chance to finish him
With the sub, but I think
no,
honestly,
with a knockout.
I think we may see some.
He has the ability. We saw,
but I think fucking Brady gets hit more than Matthews does. I think we see more defensive stand-up ability from Matthews. Matthews hardly got hit in some of his last couple fights.
True, that's fair to say. But you can just look at I guess it's caliber too. It's caliber, but whatever.
That's what I'm saying. Just the experience. We got a guy with 3 UFC fights versus like how many from Matthews? Like 10.
Sure, from the Twitch, he knows they can't even see it.
I'm sorry, MD, but to say.
Are you putting it on
the Celtic
screen,
chance? The Celtic kid doesn't have a chance. That's no. I could not disagree more.
I think he definitely has a chance. I think Brady's very good though. Like I said, I'm on.
It'll be a great fight. This is another fight of the I don't know if we're not necessarily going to see the pace.
Yeah.
To see a fight of the night,
I don't know if
but
this
it
one's
could
a fight of the night contender. I wouldn't.
You never
say that
fucking
on
know.
this
These
card.
two guys
could be.
These guys could stand there and bang. Both guys fucking trade. They both get hit.
It'd be like a totally out of character thing for Matthews, and in that point, I think he'd get schlepped. He'd be going night-night.
To what? Stand in there and bang with those overhand rights? How is that out of character? We've seen him fucking. That's how we've seen him get fucking slapped in some fights.
Who? Brady?
Yep.
Doesn't matter. You gotta wade in the deep water sometimes. Okay, we're gonna move on from this one. Okay, boys. Next fight up here. We got another. Like it just does not stop. It just doesn't.
First city kickboxing fight of the night.
It just doesn't stop, people. This is a good fight too. I'm excited for this one. We got a light heavyweight bout at 205 pounds. We got Carlos Ulberg, 6'4" with a 77-inch reach, taking on Kennedy and Nzechukwu, 6'5" with an 83-inch reach. Carlos Ulberg is making his debut for the UFC other than a Dana White Contender Series appearance. He is 3-0 in his pro career. He's got 2 knockouts, no subs. Nzechukwu, Nzechukwu, I'm just going to call him Kennedy, 1-1 in the UFC with a 7-1 MMA record, 4 knockouts, no subs. Ulberg's coming off of a KO win in his Dana White Contender Series appearance over Bruno Oliveira, in which he looked pretty good. I mean, like, you see a guy like Ulberg kind of, make his transition in, especially a guy from City Kickboxing, a guy who's been so highly touted by a lot of guys that are very good, already prominent in the UFC. Good things being said by his coach, Eugene Behrman, before that fight, with his heavy leg kicks and stuff like that. And throughout that fight, I mean, he was getting pressed by Oliveira, kind of the man who was, of similar size, as well as he's getting another kind of larger man in this fight, of similar size and reach as well in that fight. But a guy fighting down a weight class as well. You have to take that into it. I think he was, or fighting up a weight class at that point in time, but you will do what you have to get on the Contender Series when you get that call. He was kind of getting pressed. He was just landing all those kicks like had been talked about. Good kicks, good teep kicks, good kicks to the body, mixing it up, going to the head, trying to attack the leg. Oliveira, basically, he made him say he's got to come in and finish this, or at least put something on Ulberg that's going to make him stop shooting these, because he was just getting torn up with kicks from distance. He ended up coming in. Ulberg was able to, I say Oliveira came in, overextended, looking for a shot. He ended up getting caught with a left hook, then a right. It was just a beautiful pivot off of it from Ulberg to land those shots. He ended up finishing him and getting the knockout win. Nzechukwu, we've seen him twice now in the UFC. We've seen him in a UD win over Darko Stosic, in which it was a fucking weird fight, to say the least. One of the weirdest fights I've ever seen. He was pretty much getting chopped with leg kicks throughout that first round, not putting out any shots, kind of just getting hit with a lot of shots, absorbing a lot of shots from the smaller man, Darko. Darko not being able to really close that distance because of the 83-inch reach. I believe it was like a 9-inch reach advantage in that fight or something like that. He, even just throughout that, he's kind of just getting chopped. Those big legs are just getting chopped for him to slow down. He's looking to step in with this hard knee and this rear left hand throughout, but he's not really landing in that first round. He pretty much starts to, get blitzed, he covers up, starts eating some shots right before the end of the first, and you're like, okay, that's a pretty good round for Darko. Then Kennedy end up turning it around in the second a little bit, but he's kind of just chasing Darko throughout that. And then throughout these rounds, you're seeing Kennedy come with a little bit more, trying to land those shots, those step-in shots, use that a little bit more, that reach. Darko be on the back foot a little bit. You saw him gas a little bit, but you saw in the second and the third round a point taken for groin strikes from Darko. The first, it was just crazy. So even in that fight, Darko almost came back and won the fight throughout the end. Even in the third, he kind of ended up coming on. It was a very weird fight, to say the least. Kennedy not having the most output, but still putting on putting out shots, at least getting him the win. But obviously the 2 points in each round, a point in each round being a huge factor for that win. As far as the Paul Craig fight versus Kennedy, I mean, he was able to prevent the takedown, pulling out of an armbar. As we know, Paul Craig's one of these guys that's going to look to use jiu-jitsu against you, especially when he's got a big reach differential. He's looking to try and get this takedown throughout, and he's just kind of relentless. Paul Craig is just trying to get this takedown. He's just trying to get this takedown throughout this fight. He pretty much ends up even just trying to pull guard a lot of the time. You see Kennedy grab the fence at one point. You see a lot of eye pokes from Kennedy at one point. You almost think a point's going to be taken in that situation, but it wasn't. There was at least 2 or 3 even after warnings, and he was just getting Paul Craig poked in the eye throughout following the fight. He pretty much did the same thing, a lot of following Paul Craig, not really cutting him off, not really knowing how to pressure and use that reach and that body to his advantage. And he ended up getting caught late in an armbar in the third round with about a minute left and submitted by Paul Craig. Paul Craig was looking for that armbar the entire fight, and he was trying to lock it up, and he just couldn't get it. And in my opinion, the movement, kicking power, speed from Ulberg is going to be the difference maker in this fight. I think we've seen previous fights, Kennedy can start slow, be susceptible to losing the first round due to output, definitely. I think Ulberg's going to look to damage the lead leg, slow the longer man down for sure, and start to be able to look to catch him as he enters in the exchanges. I think that even mixing in some clinch work would be something that will happen too, but putting pressure on Kennedy is going to be critical. I think that Kennedy's going to look to land with the punches at one point and step in with some hard shots, step in with that lead knee like he likes to. It's going to be an interesting fight to watch for sure. I think Ulberg via decision is my pick in this fight.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I I've gone back and forth on my pick a few times because just the output from both guys, it's questionable to see who's going to come and be the higher output guy. And at first I was thinking that might be Kennedy in rounds 2 and 3, and he could come on. But I think I'm going to lean with Ulberg in this one. I think, like you said, he's going to have a strong first round, and he's going to be he's going to set the tone in that first round, and then through the next 2 kind of carry on, having set the tone with his power and control the octagon more, and Kennedy's not really going to be able to get on and put on the volume like he could in rounds 2 and 3, and Ulberg's going to take the decision, just kind of picking him apart with power shots for 3 rounds, limiting Kennedy's offense.
Oh, yeah.
Overall, a good fight.
Yeah, absolutely.
Two good kickboxers. It's going to be looking for their openings and looking to get off. I think overall, though, it's a slow fight for both of them, and I think Ulberg's going to pick the right shots.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, I think...
One second. I'm just going to answer Ryan Wilson's question. Who's taller, Matthews or Brady? Brady is actually taller by... Brady is shorter by 1 inch. Jake Matthews...
No, Brady's taller by 1 inch.
No, Brady's 5'10".
Other way around. Yeah, sorry, no.
Yeah, Brady's 5'10", Jake Matthews 5'11". The reach 72 inches, and Brady is 72.5. So Brady's actually got the half-inch reach advantage.
So pretty much identical. It's pretty much.
We also bet on Ulberg in the Contender Series, or at least Dan did, I believe. I remember it.
Oh yeah, big money on that. That was easy money on that. Which I also like.
Appreciate, man.
Like I don't think I've seen it be as close of a fight as you guys are kind of thinking. I think we're gonna see Ulberg kind of run through this guy.
I mean,
I think we see there's calculation to everything that comes out of city kickboxing.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna they probably handpick this matchup. I think we're gonna see Ulberg go out there.
We've seen mistakes though before. We saw Kaikar France and Shane Young on the last city kickboxing card. I believe they both lost. I think Shane Young got finished. So
yeah, but
city kickboxing is not immune to mistakes.
Yeah, but
I know they're different than Carlos Ulberg, but
those fighters are also they're not the same kind of caliber as like the Izzy. They're not just because it's city kickboxing doesn't mean it's guaranteed win. That's not what I'm saying. I just think some of their guys, like especially their other undefeated guys, like Ulberg, they're coming out there and they're not fucking around. They're not coming out looking for grapplers to throw at him, test him super early on in his career. They're not going that route. They're going for a guy. He's going to absolutely demolish this guy's lead leg, maybe even finish him that way. If not, get him so absolutely battered in that fashion that he's thinking about it so much that he finishes him up top.
No, you're right.
Like they said, they talk about this guy. They say he's got the hardest kicks out of that camp. Like that's obviously says something. Like I don't know. I just don't think Kennedy's is up to the caliber on the feet, and I think it's going to be pretty much a stand up fight. So I think we see Ulberg finishing it within 15, maybe round 3 because of the leg kicks. They'll just add up, but now at some point I think. We see him get the finish, make a big statement on a big card.
It's definitely possible.
And get the ball rolling for city kickboxing.
For sure.
Let's roll through the rest of these.
For sure. You are not wrong, Dan.
Ulberg could be a good parlay piece.
Pat, did you straight up. We didn't even roll through all the bets.
Oh, shit. Yeah, roll through it, sorry.
Ulberg by decision, if that's what you guys are rolling with. This is not bad. Yeah, I'd like to get the straight up KO, TKO, 2-1. 2.1's not super attractive.
What's the straight up? Oh, it's not out yet?
I'd also like to see the round bets.
Okay, so what's not out yet? Officially.
Shout out to Ryan Wilson, though. Subscribe. Shut up.
Yeah, that's what I already said.
Everybody smash the like and subscribe.
Absolutely. Keep supporting.
And also, everybody go follow on the Twitch. We got it, because obviously everybody loves YouTube, but obviously we've been talking about it for a while. The best spot to be for these kind of these streams, or especially even the lives, is going to be eventually on Twitch. So we got to try and get up to the.
Just look at the goddamn demographics here, people. I mean, we're not trying to get away from the older men, but I mean, come on and join us. But we can have more fun. We can do way more shit once it gets up to 100 people. Was it 1,000 or 100, Dan? It's 100.
It's 50. I thought.
Once it gets up to 50, I think we can start doing the betting things.
I don't know. The moderator Sherman might have to confirm.
Yeah,
that.
Don't worry. We got a moderator always lurking. Always. He's long, lanky, and he will snatch your ass up and smash the band hammer down on you if you fucking try and do any shit.
He's pretty ruthless. He doesn't have any reversals either.
No heart. The guy's got no heart. I'm fucking around.
Okay, let's roll on. To
Another
the next
interesting bout coming up here, man. It's just consistently hitting us with good bouts. Flyweight bout at 125 pounds. We got Tim Elliott, 5'7" with a 67-inch reach, 5-8 in the UFC with a 16-11-1 record, 3 knockouts, 7 subs. Jordan Espinosa is the opponent, 5'6" with a 69.5-inch reach, 2-3 in the UFC with a 15-8 MMA record, 2 knockouts, 7 subs. Tim Elliott's coming off a UD win over Ryan Benoit, in which he was, he was able to chip away at that lead leg, making him move backward, looking to land that power. Elliott's kind of one of these guys that comes in with that awkward movement style, that awkward positioning, throws shots from a lot of different ways, is able to incorporate his grappling in with that. That's kind of always been his signature thing, Tim Elliott, and he's able to make a good fight with a lot of different people with that awkward style, because it's so hard to find a guy that moves around, does things like Tim Elliott does. He was pretty much able to keep Benoit at bay, keep him at the end of jabs and kicks. He was looking for the TD and shooting, but pretty much getting reversed in the last 20 seconds of that first. He was eating some hard shots, looking for the TD. Once again in that second round, he was fighting well to pick his shots, picking his shots off the back foot. Benoit almost got Elliott with a tight knee bar, not able to fully able to get that through. You could see the toughness in Elliott. You could see his face. It definitely hurt him at some point, or was definitely close to hurting him at some point. And as he was able to kind of escape from it, Elliott was able to kind of start mixing it up well, partially getting a takedown and strikes to end the second round. Elliott was looking like he ended up hurting his right hand at some point in the third round, at the start of the third, and but was still able to put a good output, keep Benoit at the end of his strikes. You saw Benoit kind of looking for the knockout towards the end of that fight, kind of getting tired, not really having the ability to put up with the movement of Elliott. As far as the Brandon Royval fight, that was a submission loss for Tim Elliott. He landed the takedown off the kick right off the bat. Elliott kind of was softening up the shots, right, looking for the back to take that for the takedown right off the bat, right on Royval. Royval being another highly touted grappler himself. He was able to get the body trip takedown and working the clinch against the fence. He was looking for subs and takedowns till the very last second. It was a very fast-paced fight. Both men were sprawling a lot throughout that fight, but Royval ended up getting him with the head and arm choke. Elliott was looking gassed. Elliott was looking like, throughout that first round, the pace he put on with constant takedowns and submissions and clinch work on him, that's what kind of looked like it gassed him. So in that second round, he was able to get caught by a submission expert in his own right in Brandon Royval. As far as Espinosa goes, like I said, 2-3 in the UFC and with a 15-8 MMA record, 2 knockouts, 7 subs. He's coming off a UD loss to David Dovrak, in which Espinosa was pretty much stepping in with the hard right kick, timing the leg kick consistently throughout the beginning of that fight. What you see with a guy like Espinosa is he's got this good kind of striking, but his wide stance, he kind of does end up putting himself and his head in some vulnerable positions at times with his hands down a little bit. He's definitely susceptible with the lead stance to have his lead leg kicked, and we saw it a little bit in that fight. We saw Espinosa not be able to find the entry for the takedown at certain points in that fight against Dovrak. Espinosa his leg was definitely looking compromised at points in that fight. He was getting his leg beaten, not able to get range going. He wasn't able to find shots, kind of get that rhythm going for himself. He was able to find some late right hands that caused some damage, but most of the fight was dictated by low kicks throughout that fight by by Dovrak. Dovrak was able to just kind of hammer with low kicks throughout the fight, hammer with body kicks, and keep him at bay. Like I said, with the leg being damaged as well. As far as Mark De La Rosa versus Jordan Espinosa, Jordan Espinosa was able to get the UD win. He was able to land the low kick, land the jab quickly. It looked very good in that fight. He was able to control the center. De La Rosa pretty much just looking for these clinches against the fence, looking to get takedowns and looking to work from there. He wasn't really putting up any shots himself. It wasn't looking very good at distance or in the open. Espinosa looked pretty good at framing and defending takedowns pretty well throughout the fight and landing throughout the clinch positions. He was able to get the takedown and able to ground and pound beautifully, looking for the Darce choke at one point. He also shot again, avoiding the guillotine, and was pretty much able to dictate the fight. I think that in that fight, I think that there's definitely a lot of questions when it comes into a fight like this. It's a hard fight for me to call between Tim Elliott and Jordan Espinosa. I think that in my opinion, I'm probably gonna have to go for Tim Elliott. I think that he's seen the better opponents. I think he's definitely a little bit better than Jordan Espinosa, and Jordan Espinosa is one of these guys that Tim Elliott will beat, probably in a decision. UD, but it's definitely one of those chances. Like, you have a crafty guy like Tim Elliott, he can definitely catch you in a submission or himself. But if you see a guy like Espinosa, he's also a good submission man himself. But I just think that Elliott's the more craftier veteran in this kind of fight. What do you guys think?
I agree with you. I have Elliott by decision. I think he uses his grappling to push the pace. I think he lands at least a takedown each round, if not more. I think he's going to use that crazy aggressive grappling cardio to just push the pace through this fight and take it by decision. If he can get it to the ground. If Espinosa can keep it standing, he'll win, but I don't think he can.
Yeah, it's hard to disagree with you guys on this one. It's a super tough fight to call, though. It's like,
Yeah. Agreed.
I feel like if it's a coin flip, like 10 different outcomes if this fight happened, like probably all different, like probably a bunch of decisions, but like different routes. Like, obviously we've seen Ellie get clipped sometime. Like, it's a super tough fight to call. Like, it's probably another one. I probably won't be riding too much money through this fight.
No, I won't.
Yeah,
It's slated pretty much as a pick'em for a reason.
Yeah, and we've seen Tim Elliott even at dog odds
With the plethora of
before.
fights that we got available to bet on here, like, I'm leaning Tim Elliott just because of how awkward he is. It's a tough puzzle to solve for some guys, but we have seen so many guys solve the puzzle, but I don't think Espinosa's got the grappling, so Elliott's my pick, but
you want to hear some
I don't like it.
You want to hear some interesting shit? You want to hear
What's
some
that?
cool shit? So if you watch, I missed the opening part of the interviews. I was, working on a little bit, listening to them today. Only caught kind of the end hour, but I did catch Tim Elliott and Espinosa. Espinosa obviously saying he'd been watching Elliott, growing up and stuff like that. Huge fan, blah, 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 blah. Kind of knows what he knows what to expect in this kind of fight, obviously. Elliott, on the other hand, kind of saying that he's trained with Espinosa before, or at least his coaches have coached Espinosa before in the past. And he's also got guys in camp that have also trained with Espinosa. Take that as you may, people. I'm just giving you the deets. That's it.
So I think there's too many question marks and variables in this fight. It's a pass fight for me.
I kind of like Elliott more after I kind of heard him talk a little bit, but we'll see. I kind of do like Elliott in this fight a lot. That's why I'm picking him.
We see him. He definitely does it. He always has that gas tank. He always has that cardio, and
I wouldn't recommend betting on it. I wouldn't put it on any of my picks list, but I will personally probably be putting money on Elliott because I like to put a little bit on everything.
especially with a little bit with underdog odds right there. Yeah.
Why not have some fun?
Slight underdog odds.
What's watching a fight without a little bit of personal investment?
I don't even remember who my original pick was when it was scheduled last time, but
plus, gotta love Tim Elliott. What a guy!
This was scheduled before. When was it scheduled for?
I thought it was like a month ago, wasn't it?
Oh fuck! You know what that means?
I didn't know
I
that.
probably already had notes for it and redid the
I
notes.
thought I remember you said something about you having notes. I don't know.
I just kind of went to a zone and I was just.
Too many
Bro, I
dabs.
have 13 pages.
All right. Well, I
Notes.
think I don't think I have anything else to add on that one, but
13.
should be a good
Yes.
fight. Should be
Good there.
close.
This next, I mean, now like this whole card's super spicy. You know what I mean? Super exciting, super spicy. Now we're kind of getting into like the last 7 fights, and they get even spicier. The spice level gets kind of cranked up a little bit, so it's kind of interesting. For this first fight here, oh man, you know what I mean? We love seeing a flyweight. Oh, wrong fight actually, eh?
This isn't what's next.
This is the next fight. We love seeing we love seeing another guy from City Kickboxing, a flyweight bout at 125 pounds. Kai Kare, France, 5'4", with a 66.5-inch reach, taking on Rogerio Bontorin. 5'5" with a 67-inch reach. Kai Kare, France, 4-2 in the UFC with a 21-9 MMA record, 9 knockouts, 3 subs. Bontorin, 2-1 in the UFC with a 16-2 MMA record, 3 knockouts, 11 subs. France coming off a submission loss to Roy Val. In that fight, we kind of saw, France with the early knockdown, stumbling him with the one knee, then getting dropped, and then getting hit with his own spinning back elbow and getting rocked in the process as well, kind of looking to hunt for that finish. Roy Val was looking for the omoplata, using the transition to get the top mount and looking to get up to his feet. throughout that fight, you saw France kind of make his way back up out of that position once getting reversed. You then saw kind of getting stepped in on and landed on by Royval, landing knees up the middle, looking for that neck after he landed the knees. He was pretty much getting eaten with leg kicks to start the second, and then he ended up getting standing guillotined. Well, not standing guillotined. He ended up getting basically... he was standing and he got front mounted. Basically, I don't know what the best way to describe it in guillotine. Like Royval was fully pretty much front body locked onto him. Didn't put a try, just kind of was able to kind of pull out that beautiful little submission. And as far as the Tyson Nam fight went, that's a UD win for Kai Kara France, in which he was coming forward, moving well. We know Tyson Nam has power in both of his hands. He was, using his jab, working the body, moving in and out well, circling very well against Tyson Nam, kind of keeping him, thinking. He wasn't fighting as well off his back put. He was staying calm, though, landing very good shots as he was getting pressed by Nam. He was able to pepper Nam pretty much throughout the fight, landed double the strikes throughout those first 2 rounds, even getting pressured. You saw him using that jab as a setup a lot in those fights to set up his power shots and score, and we saw that throughout the fight with Kai Kara France. He was pretty much just able to put it on Tyson Nam throughout that and get the W. As far as Rodrigo Bontorin goes, he's coming off a UD loss to Ray Borg, in which he was looking very strong in the clinch against Borg. He was trying to get leg trips throughout that fight. Like I said, he's 3 knockouts, 11 submissions. He's one of these guys that's very accredited on the ground. He was trying to get the leg trip takedown, but not having much success as Borg being the savvy guy himself, reversing, being able to shoot the single leg a lot and get the takedowns on Bontorin. We saw that more than once in that fight. We saw a backpack for the second round as Borg tried to, hop on top and start trying to, look for the RNC on Bontorin. Borg was just looking for the body locks, just being a little bit more savvy with his jiu-jitsu, being a little bit more clingy. He was getting the body lock takedowns once again, getting another backpack. He was able to, he got reversed in the clinch to start the third and get a takedown. And then he pretty much was able to, start to work from there. As far as the Rulin Pavea fight, that was a KO win cut. A KO win for Bontorin as the cut was just a little bit too bad. Looking to close the distance pretty much throughout the fight. He was clipped. He got clipped pretty early much by Pavea. He started to bleed. He ended up getting the takedown. He ended up getting clipped with that left hook. He ended up walking him down, pretty much throwing after they both got up after that first round and getting damaging Pavea. Actually, it wasn't the first round. Sorry, after they got up from that position, damaging Pavea badly over the eye, in which the referee had to stop the fight. That cut was right over the eyelid. So, I mean, it was pretty crazy. But, I mean, even still. What are you guys thinking?
I've got Kai Kara France in this one. He's one of those guys, I always talk about the pace. I think he pushes it in this fight for sure. I think he's a very good pace striker, and that's the key at the flyweight division. I think he ran into a really good grappler in Brandon Royval, and that wasn't his strength. He got caught in something in what was a crazy fight from what I remember. Mm-hmm. And I think Kara France, he can definitely make a run in this division. He's one of those guys in there his name's going to be in the mix, and I think he can win this one by UD.
Yeah, with his 2 losses, obviously he's got like 9 MMA losses on his career already, but with his 2 losses in the UFC being Brandon Royval and Brandon Moreno, who obviously we all know just had a draw against the champion. Those are 2 losses.
Top tier flyweights.
Yeah, they're not nothing to beat yourself too bad about. And obviously mistakes were probably made by Kara France in that Royval fight that led to him getting submitted. And I think really that's just one kind of way this could go wrong for Kara France in this fight is if he gets caught in something by Bontorin. But other than that, I think obviously there's always the chance of that. It is MMA. I think Dougie's spot on. Kind of think of just the pace of Kara France. I think he'll be able to outwork him over 15 minutes and get a good decision. I don't see him finishing Bontorin, but should be a good 15-minute flyweight bout.
It's gonna be a good fight, hard fight to pick. I mean, honestly, I'm just fading the shit out of Kai Kara France. I don't know if I can trust him, but I just fade him. I know he has seen good opposition in his last couple of fights, that's for sure. But I mean,
I don't know if City Kickboxing can go undefeated though. We might have to fade one of them.
you gotta pick one. You gotta pick one, man. That's what I'm saying. You gotta pick one on
At
the
the same
night.
time, or
Run a
you just bet all
parlay
of
of
them.
all three of them and then fade Car France, and that could be the play.
That might be the play.
Hmm.
Bontorini. I'm on Bontorini train tonight.
I liked the submission thought there. Him by submission. It's live.
We just also
That's
like
probably
sometimes
the
we
best
get
way to see him winning.
we see Care France get in these like firefights and get absolutely reckless too. Like he loves a scrap.
Yeah, if he gets play, I think Bontorin has the position to put him out.
I love how like I also my favorite part about that breakdown is the evolution. What's his last name? It's the evolution of that guy's name every single
Doesn't
time you
matter.
were pronouncing
Doesn't matter. Borantino.
Jason Bourne.
That's a good one. Jason Bourne. Should just call him Jason Bourne. That's pretty dope.
Jason Bourne, whatever. Yeah.
Oh, come on, man. Jason
Askar.
Now we got another great fight up at a flyweight about 125 pounds between Joseph Benividez, 5'4" with a 65-inch reach, and Askarov, 5'6" with a 67-inch reach. 15-5 in the UFC for Joseph Benavidez with a 28-7 MMA record, 8 knockouts, 9 subs. Askarov 2-0-1 in the UFC with a 12-0-1 record in MMA in his pro career, with a 3 knockouts and 7 subs to his name. As far as Joseph Benavidez, we know him for coming, off of his last two fights being against the now champion in the flyweight division, Deiveson Figueiredo, in which he, obviously in the rematch got the submission loss. He was kind of looking. We'll talk about the first fight first. I mean, in that first fight against Deiveson Figueiredo, he actually, on a lot of judges' scorecards, and probably on everyone's scorecard, ended up winning that first round. He was looking to step in, land the hard left, got taken down early, but was able to kind of get up. He was kind of walking into some shots, but definitely landing the low kicks, mixing it up very well. He was trying to land the power, but he was swinging a little bit wildly and was getting caught with counters as Figueiredo was kind of just picking him apart with very close, precise shots. We saw kind of, we saw him kind of getting stalked. We saw both guys obviously in opposite stances. We saw him move and get cut with that clash of heads in which, he looked like he had pretty much got rocked off of that. Both men started swinging for the fences, and then he pretty much got landed on with the big left hand and dropped and finished in that fight. As far as the rematch went, that was a submission loss as well for Joseph Benavidez, in which he was looking a little bit more defensive this time, not throwing as much, getting dropped in the first exchange. Like you could see him, he was just looked a little bit. He knew what the power of Deiveson Figueiredo possessed now, and he kind of looked a little bit gun shy in that fight. He ended up giving the back early in that fight for the RNC and almost getting choked out. He was able to survive that round. He ended up getting dropped again, once surviving, but his hands are partially down. You then see him getting dropped once again and then Figueiredo finally getting the quick RNC. As far as Askarov, he's coming off a UD win over Alexander Pantoja, in which Pantoja was looking for the neck, hopped on early. He looked to hop on Pantoja's neck early. He ended up winding up in full guard. He was able to start to land. Askarov was able to start to land hard shots, and Askar was looking to land punches once his opponent ended up committing for the takedown, which he was landing in the second, and with about 3 minutes to go. We know Askarov is being this guy that's a little bit more dominant. He's going to look to constantly put a pace on you with his takedowns, with his striking as well. He kind of pairs them very well together. He was able to constantly pretty much push the pressure throughout that fight, look for the takedown, and land good strikes up the middle against Pantoja. Pantoja being no slouch himself. As far as Askarov taking on Tim Elliott, that was a UD win for Askarov. He was looking to land the leg kick and press forward with strikes. Askar was able to drop Elliott with a power shot and jump on top using very good pressure. He was tight, not allowing submissions, even passing and landing well. When he was in Elliott's guard, Elliott being known as one of these guys like we were talking about earlier, that's very high level on the ground. Elliott was able to, get a very good takedown throw, but Askar was able to get back up and pressure in the clinch and pretty much dictate that fight throughout the clinch and the takedowns, landing well on Elliott. That was a little bit more of a closer fight. It's a hard fight to call. We have an ex-champion taking on the rising contender in Askarov. Super hard fight to pick because we've seen Benavidez's last 2 fights. He's obviously been in there with, the killer himself in Deiveson Figueiredo. And we saw figured out, kind of land at will, hurt Benividez with most shots. Is that a dictation of what's going to happen in most of his fights? I don't necessarily think so. I mean, I think that the ability to move through shots, keep consistent pressure is going to lead for a decision victory for Askar. I think that he's going to be relentless, like as he has throughout a lot of these fights, and looking for takedowns, looking to close the gap, and looking to put shots on you up the middle, and as he's coming in. I think it's definitely going to be a competitive fight, and it's hard for me to call, but I think it's going to be a competitive, definitely for the opening first round, followed by pretty much Askar taking over with more clinch wrestling positions and being able to stay more on top of Benividez with heavy clinch pressure and heavy ground pressure. Definitely a hard fight for me to call. I could see myself, swapping a little bit on this fight, but I'm not sure at this point. I'm thinking I'm going to have to go with Askar.
I'm kind of flipping back and forth on this one too, because I have Askar, but it's tough because I think he wrestles him for the majority of the fight. But when I pick a fighter, I like to pick a fighter when I see them have multiple advantages, and I don't see any advantage other than his wrestling.
Out of nowhere.
LJ,
the link's for you in the thing, in the thing you got it last weekend. It's sitting there for you, brother. If you want it, it's always there for you.
Right in time for the main card. We're pretty much at the main card. We're almost at it. But sorry, keep going, Dougie.
No, I was just saying I have Askarov by decision, and that's based on his wrestling, but I don't like the pick, just based on the fact that I think he wins the fight, but I'm only picking him based on this one thing in his wrestling.
It's gonna be such a
JB goes
not super confident.
Hey, get in here.
Your ass in here,
Get in
bro.
here.
Get your ass in here,
goes
bro.
to
The link's-
sleep.
the
You think
link's there for you
Askarov's
in the-
sleeping him?
in the
Oh
bet
my
battle
God.
thing.
Askarov's
you're
not really
submitting him.
a
submitting
puncher.
him.
Does he mean to choke him? Like choke him to sleep? What do you mean, LJ? Get in here and tell us.
Yeah, he needs to elaborate. Yeah, I know. It's such a I'm on the same boat though. Picking Askarov, but I hate it. I hate.
I'm
the
not
pick.
so. I don't.
Like,
I think
I
this
don't
one I'm
like it.
actually
I
not
don't even-
putting
Because
money.
Joe
on.
B on a good night, like
Joe
he's
B's a world
36, but fuck, like
Yeah.
he can beat the fucking best in the world. He can beat everybody but the very best. That's what Joe B could do. And like, are we just saying he's not?
Oh, okay, brother. We'll catch
All
you
good,
when we go
all good.
live,
We'll
though.
see on the
catch you
live.
when
We'll
we
have
go
to
live.
get
We're just staying here.
Everybody
You're
up to
always
see the
welcome
great
in the chat, for
breakdowns
sure.
from LJ live on
Exactly.
Saturday.
Even if
Feel
he's just typing some of them out, that works too.
feel free to
Feel free to type them out as we go along. Even just
but everybody also shout out everybody in the chat. Shout out IBT.
Yeah, everyone's
MD.
showing up.
We'll
IBT
get
with
to
the
the
bots,
Islam
let's get 'em
Dober
going.
fight
Yeah,
soon.
MD,
But
we're gonna
everybody's
get
hit.
to the
Everybody
Islam Dober fight.
subscribe.
You got to be patient, brother. We always get asked fights in advance, especially when we have these big cards. People want to know the main card. I don't even.
He might have been
Islam
asking
Dober.
somebody else, but I don't know.
Yeah, we
we'll
did do
be
the
there-
Brady
we'll be there
Matthews.
soon,
You can go
but,
back and watch that.
No, he was the one. He has the $2,000 bet that has
Yeah,
Brady.
he was the
in it.
one that asked us if he should fade.
No,
That
I think he
pick
already has. It
because-
sounds like he has that locked down. He sounds.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Not like that. Not when he was like, "You're changing my mind" and shit. Any other? I think it's such a hard fight. This one to pick though. Such a hard fight.
Yeah, I'm leaving this one alone, but Askarov is the prediction. Loose.
Like Joe B could definitely get. Like if he's able to keep this fight on the feet, he could definitely squeak out a decision.
100%.
Yeah, that's where I'm saying Askarov's only advantage in my eyes is his wrestling, really. But I think that's enough.
I think it's enough too. I think that even just his shots at the middle, his relentlessness, it'll be a problem for Joe B, but crafty motherfucker himself. He's crafty, man. And we've seen him like against guys that are, all championship caliber. You even go all the way back to, the finale of the Ultimate Fighter when he beat Cejudo. And you go, oh, fuck. You know what I mean? Like, this was technically, I think, if you go back in the history, was this... No, because I don't think he beat him before Cejudo went at it with DJ. But I'm not sure. I'd have to check that out. But I do not think that... I was going to say that Joe B's the last guy to beat Cejudo, but I don't think that's true.
Is it not?
I think it might be. I think you're right. I think that was
I
after
think that's
the
true.
Demetrius.
You think so? Figgy took Joe B's soul.
I think that was the.
I'm pretty
that
sure
was,
Demetrius was his first MMA loss, wasn't it?
Yeah, Demetrius finished him in the first round, and then him and Joe B were competing for a rematch. I thought on Tough, and Joe B beat him. before Pseudo
Yeah, then
got
that's
his
what it
rematch.
was. That's what it was, man. You're right.
Yeah.
No, you're right.
Think he took
you're
Joe
right.
B's soul. He's
'Cause I
done.
looked at that
Yeah,
and was
could
like,
be.
No, you're right.
Could
Yeah,
be.
definitely
Like
could
those
be.
are 2 losses. Where it's
True.
like,
That's
I'm
also
definitely-
a
At the
same
thing
time,
on my
I would
mind.
just be I'd just be a trophy husband to Megan Olivia at that point. I'd
Shut
be sitting at
the-
home and I'd be saying,
Why are you saying this shit? Why are you stealing my lines, motherfucker? The fuck's your deal,
"You
man?
didn't make that up."
You never talk about Megan Olivia. I'm all over her. She's my girl. Other than
No,
Joe B.
she's Joe B. Joe
B's.
B would choke your ass out.
Joe B would fucking guillotine the shit out of me. I'd have to do some crazy shit to get out of that.
You could do nothing.
I'm the contortionist. That's my
All
alter
right,
ego.
on to the next one.
On to the next one, people.
Call Figgy.
I'm the contortionist. I could never make 100. What does he fight at? 135 pounds? I'd have fucking cut a limb off.
125.
Doesn't matter.
Nah, I'd
he
never
probably
make it
walks
in a
around
million
what 150, 155.
Never make it in a million fucking years.
No, it
I
doesn't
don't know
matter.
if I
It
could make
doesn't matter.
155.
Doesn't matter how much he weighs.
I
It
could
can still
get clo-
fuck you
I
up.
could get close to 155.
Still fuck you up either way.
Close to 155.
Doesn't matter-
Next
doesn't
fight
matter
up here,
how
we
much
got a
you weigh.
bantamweight
You weigh
bout at
two- you weigh
135.
250.
What?
Nothing.
Next fight up, we got a bantamweight bout at 135 pounds between Kyler Phillips, 5'8", with a 70.5-inch reach, taking on Yadong Song, 5'8", with a 67-inch reach. Kyler Phillips,
Pretty sure it's
2-0.
Song Yadong. It does.
Oh, you know what, Dan? You're right. Kyler Phillips, 2-0 in the UFC with an 8-1 MMA record, 5 knockouts, 1 sub. Song Yadong, 5-0 in the UFC with a 16-4 and 1 record, 6 knockouts, 3 subs for him. Kyler Phillips was coming off a KO win over Cameron Else, in which he was, starting with the leg kicks, mixing up top, moving the leg kicks up top, throwing a pretty good variety of shots throughout that fight, moving in and out, shooting for the opening takedown. Then he was able to posture up and land. He was able to take the back well, put in the hooks, scramble well throughout. He was able to get the mount to start the second and getting the finish due to strikes. Kyler Phillips is definitely one of these dangerous guys, and they call him, I believe his nickname's the Tornado, the Hurricane, or something like that. And you just see it whenever he's in an exchange. Sorry, say it again.
Matrix.
Maybe it is Matrix. That might be an old one. I thought I heard it as something like Hurricane or something like that. But as far as the fight against Gabriel Silva went, that was a UD win for Phillips, in which he was, like the same kind of deal, throwing this variety of different strikes from weird angles, just letting these shots throw. It looks very good. It looks very easy. There's no fat on a lot of his punches. He was able to partially rock Silva. He was really, providing that variety that let him dictate the fight, even though he was getting pressured. And that's kind of a rare thing that you see from some of these guys that are, crafty with the different, not only all the different limbs, but all the different distances and being able to measure those distances and land from those distances. As far as he was able to go, you saw Phillips kind of, moving smoothly on the ground, able to reverse and mount, looking to land throughout that fight, even when taken down by the grappler Gabriel Silva, and able to dictate that fight. As far as Song Yadong goes, he's coming off a UD win over Marlon Vera, in which he was able to, get the good low kick to start, press in and out, looking to land the power right. Both men having an even number of even round of punches exchanged in that first round. Song landing more power punches. Song was pretty much able to land more, throwing more shots, throwing more hard combos, especially when he had Vera against the fence. Vera was able to get a good takedown to start the third, posturing, looking to land. Song was able to get back to his feet, landing the fast jab and the fast right, walking him down relentlessly once again. In the Cody Stamann fight, that's a weird-ass fucking fight, because Song Yadong did kind of a similar thing than he did in the Vera fight. He dictated the fight not only from distance, but with pace. He was able to put pressure on him throughout the fight, and the only reason in which Song Yadong lost that fight was similar to last week when we had the fucking draw between the two women. Fence grab. Guy got called for a fence grab, automatically making one of the rounds a 10-8 round, in which he was not able to come back from unless he finished Stamann at that point, or in that case was able to get that draw. So you get kind of those weird weird circumstances sometimes. It's a really impressive fight in which we have two guys here that are in their UFC careers who have yet to let loose and don't look. They have kind of yet to really kind of crack this whole code of, you could say, Song Yadong coming up against a guy like Marlon Vera, maybe him being, a little bit higher of a name now. But I think Song's maybe the more technical striker. He throws his punches and kicks more traditionally, where obviously Phillips, a bit more unique in his strike selection. I think Phillips needs to create space, look to lead, Song into kicks and punches. Let him come into these strikes as the fight goes on. I see Phillips dictating the range, but being taken down once or twice, as it's largely going to be a battle of heart and cardio, as both men are going to be on their feet and on the gas pedal as soon as the opening bell goes. I see Song winning a decision, but I wouldn't be surprised with Phillips pulling it out. Very, 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 very close fight for me here. I could lean either way. This is close. This is the closest fight of the night so far that I've broken down, in my opinion.
I've got Phillips in this one, and I also agree. I think it's super close.
Super close.
This is one of those fights where I look at it, and they're pretty even striking. I mean, like you said, Yadong's the sharper guy. It's one of those fights, I looked at it a lot like the Jimmy Rivera-Pedro Munoz fight last week. I'm going to pick the same way. I picked Munoz because I said thought he'd put on the higher volume, even though Rivera was a sharper striker. I think Yadong's a sharper striker, but Phillips is going to put the volume on it. It's going to go to decision. He's going to look better, and I think Phillips can squeak out a decision in this one.
Yeah, close. I told you, like I even said, it's going to be someone squeaking out fucking something. I said I thought it was going to be the other way around. It could go either. I'm not surprised if it goes.
They're going at
way.
such high volume, though. Either of them could just drop.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be
I don't.
shocked.
Yeah, I was gonna say I might have to disagree a bit with you. I don't know if these guys. Well, I think it'll be close. If anything, I don't know if either guy would necessarily have a clear output advantage. Like, it's gonna be so close over 15 minutes. I think that there's gonna be maybe like 5 significant strikes separating each of them any given round. Like, yeah,
Phillips
it's honestly it's gonna be whoever's having the better night.
High output.
But
Phillips
I just think we've seen Song Yadong out there against the better guys. We've seen him have pretty great performances in the octagon. I think it's tough for me to bet against him, but I think it's if he does get it done, it's going to be over 15 minutes. And Kyler Phillips does have some pretty good pop in some of his hand. It's going to be a great fight. Another one where you're not going to probably be making a lot of money, but
that's not a big play
Phillips
one.
Kyler Phillips could be a live dog for sure. We've seen him have some pretty good performances in his last three fights. So
both these guys are looking to make a stamp here.
Going to be a great fight. One of the last prelims of the undercard. So
feature prelim's a big one.
Obviously,
yeah, we'll be on to the next
I'm
fight.
excited.
But let's scroll through these props quickly. But man, this fight's
have a look.
good.
I think if you're betting a prop,
decision,
does anybody think it ends within the distance? Because I've got decision.
Not really, but if it is, it'd probably be Phillips. But we've never seen. Have we ever seen Yadong finished?
I don't think so.
And his only loss.
I'll tell you right now.
Or sorry, not only loss, he's lost 4. Decision KO. Sorry, lost KO second round.
Yep.
Punches.
Who was that again?
Lost round 2 groin kicks. Oh my god.
Alexei Poliplikov in Kunlan
groin kicks
fight
though? Was
44.
it a DQ?
Looks like in the middle of the round. Yeah.
But that was a DQ. They called that a DQ though. That was a different fight. Not the same fight that he got knocked out.
Oh.
No.
Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, then it's possible he gets knocked out. I mean, doesn't really change how I feel. I think Phillips probably wins a decision. I'm not too confident in that one. I'm not sticking that as the key piece in any parlays or nothing, but I might touch it.
And you know what's funny too? You could always see, at any moment, you could see any of these fighters, but when you see a guy do it in his last 2 fights and you're like, oh, you just made a fucking dumb mistake by grabbing the cage on a takedown, you could see it happen in this fight.
I mean, you kind of learn from that, though. I feel after getting,
I think that's instinctual.
You're getting losing losses.
I think that's instinctual. I think that's fucking instinctual.
Shout out fucking everybody. Shout out L-Dog.
Shout out L-Dog. What's going on,
L-Dog in the chat.
Hope it's all good, man.
Shout out MD. I'm gonna smoke a fat blunt and go watch both Figgy versus Joe B fights again. That's a good. Won't take you that long.
Yeah, it'll only take you about 50 minutes time. It's actually the perfect time for you to probably smoke.
We did see success from Joe B in those fights. That's why that last.
And my predictions have been body and IBT lately.
Before he gets absolutely just like clipped and then dominated by Figueroa, we see some good glimpses from.
You do, but it's
Joe
like
B, but
it's crazy, man.
Quickly turns around.
And we'll definitely pop back to all these fights if we want to talk about it. This is one of those cards where it's probably we get a little bit of banter going for a little bit longer than we normally do because there's so fucking much to go back on and talk about. You know what I mean? There's like all these fights have, fight of the night written all over them. A lot of them do at least. And then you get a
Could be another one right here with the featured prelim.
Yeah, you get a featured prelim bout in which you're getting Dominick Cruz for the cheap price of nothing. It's kind of crazy. You know what I mean? You get a bantamweight bout at 135 pounds between Dominick Cruz, 5'8" with a 68-inch reach, taking on Casey Kenney, 5'7" with a 68-inch reach as well. Cruz, 5-2 in the UFC with a 22-3 record, 7 knockouts, 1 sub. Kenney, 5-1 in the UFC with a 16-2-1 MMA record, 2 knockouts, 5 subs for him. Cruz is coming off the KO loss to Henry Cejudo, which I'm sure all of us watched. He was, coming in with that Dominick Cruz kind of style, moving oddly how he does, doing that figure 8 kind of movement, coming in and out. He was getting his lead leg hammered by Cejudo right off the bat, trying to land his own leg kicks, trying to land some strikes. He did have some success with a couple different strikes, but nothing really too impactful on a guy like Henry Cejudo. He started to end up getting touched in the legs, definitely getting hurt, and looking to land a couple of punches behind it. Cruz was able to find some shots, finally able to let his hands go a little bit. He was, kind of able to walk him into a couple of different shots, but nothing, like I said, nothing that would change the the fight at all. It was some of the early stoppages we saw that Henry Cejudo kind of stepped in with that early knee, with that flying knee or kind of step-in knee in round 2, and caught Dominick Cruz dipping down, caught him in the head, was able to get on him, kind of land some shots, and as Cruz was kind of getting up, the fight was stopped. You call that what you may. I don't really know what to call it at this point. I've watched it too many times, and now I kind of start looking back on it and thinking it might be actually an early stoppage. But then you go on to see the Cody Garbrandt fight. That was a UD loss for Dominick Cruz as well, in which, his movement was, being attacked with having those leg kicks. That's kind of been a key now. It's been mentioned a lot of times, Dominick Cruz, if you attack those legs and slow the man that wants to move down, it's going to definitely change the fight for a guy like that. He pretty much kept getting caught coming into the exchange zone against Cody Garbrandt. Cody Garbrandt catching him clean, able to avoid a lot of the strikes. Cruz was able to have some more success, even stunning Garbrandt opening in the second. But Cruz was pretty much moving less, staying in front, coming forward more. He got partially dropped in the third and started to show some signs of frustration and not being able to land. He was bleeding from his face. He was being landed on and taunted by Cody Garbrandt. The following round was pretty much a dominant another round. Getting 2 knockdowns in the 4th round and being able to pretty much just finish that fight out. Cody Garbrandt winning unanimously. Like I said, as far as Casey Kenney goes, he's coming off a UD win over Nathaniel Wood, in which he was getting tagged to start the fight. Nathaniel Wood being a very good stand-up fighter, looking to land the solid 1-2 and walk down Wood was Casey Kenney. Casey was stepping through with power shots, able to land the overhand, having success with that. Kenney was also able to show throughout those first 2 rounds, you could say it was very close. Both guys kind of exchanging, but Kenney trying to dictate the fight with his hands, his kicks, walk down Nathaniel Wood. He was starting to show a little bit of slowing to start the second, but still pressuring. He was getting outstruck in the second, looking to try and land as Wood was moving in. But Wood being one of these guys that's very good on his stand-up, if you don't know. Or if you haven't tuned into us before, I'm pretty high on Nathaniel Wood. He's very good stand-up, very able to come in and out very well and pose a lot of problems for these guys, especially on the hands and feet. Kenney was started to end up looking for the takedown in the third and ended up taking the back, fighting well from that position, and that's kind of where Casey Kenney has a lot of his success, is being able to wrestle. As far as the fight versus Casey Kenney versus Halil Alatang, that was a UD win for Casey Kenney, in which he was, pressuring well, not too much movement, very calm, working the head and the body kicks very well, as we've seen Casey Kenney do. He was stepping in with the power counters, letting his shots go. He was chopping the body kicks, starting to really feint, and not letting Alatane know kind of what's coming with the midsection kicks, doing so much damage to Kenney landing at will. I think Kenney presents a lot of problems with not only his wrestling, grappling styles, but his striking and amount of kicks and punches Kenney can land coming forward, especially with the cardio that he possesses is impressive. We haven't seen as much wrestling to be need to be employed by Kenney yet in his last 2 fights, but it just hasn't been really necessary. Against Dominick Cruz, I do believe he would need to not only put his best, his effort forward with cutting off the already small octagon, so that's going to kind of hinder a movement-heavy guy like Dominick Cruz to begin with. But someone who recently, we've seen this kind of formula come about where if you kind of slow Dominick Cruz down, and kind of bait him into a firefight, we can kind of, Dominick Cruz will tend to lose those fights. Cruz has a lot of success when moving with his punches and kicks. We have seen him letting you move into them. Cruz, he's not really one of these stand in the pocket and trade shots kind of guy. I think the movement style and level of competition change for Cruz will definitely let us know where he still stands. It's good. Is it going to be enough to trump the hungry Casey Kenney? I'm not sure. I would assume that Casey Kenney takes the first round and it's a close fight from there, but I can see Casey Kenney winning a UD or a split decision in this fight. Holy shit, got spammed with comments when I was going. What the fuck happened?
Well, I'm going with Dominick Cruz in this one. I'm going with the former champion. Kenny's a great prospect, and I think he fits well into the division. You heard Dominick Cruz talk about how he fits well into these the striking style. You know, he's a lot of people compare him to TJ Dillashaw a little bit. I kind of agree. I don't think he gets quite to that level, or he's not there yet at least. I think Cruz is going to be a little bit underrated because of the finish against Cejudo, even though that was as bad as we've seen Cruz caught in his entire career. He said he's been feeling good through this camp. I believe it. I think Cruz comes out, has a good 15-minute performance. He puts on the volume, uses the angles and the footwork, and I'll take Cruz by decision.
LJ coming in with the fire comments. I wish he was here. He's got all the time to fucking cook these fucking up. You like that, Dan?
Yeah. No, I'm on the same boat as Dougie. I think the former champ will be able to have a good night in the last fight of the prelims, sending us off into the main card. I think that obviously things didn't go as planned in that last fight, but like deck was kind of stacked against him in that fight, coming back after 4 years off. Pretty much just sitting octagon
I
side.
like what he said about enjoying preparing for
like
a 15-minute fight.
I hear that.
Oh, exactly. It's 15-minute
like
fight
what he
for a
said
guy
there.
like that. That's cakework for a guy like that.
What do you think Casey Kenney's prepared for 15 minutes for sure? And you got to realize.
Oh, I think it's gonna be 15 minutes of action for sure. And I think the only guy's gonna have any problem going full tilt.
I love Dom Cruz, but it's the whole thing with his whole movement style and everything that he does. It's like really like the odds are stacked against him. You know what I mean? A guy who's been through all these kinds of different injuries, these different ACL surgeries to repair those knees and stuff like that and all that kind of shit. And now he's not getting any younger. He's just getting older. The way that he used to move, it was great, right? It gave people problems. The way now, I was kind of insinuating, there's kind of a plan that's been cracked and hashed by a lot of different people now. A lot of people have a different way to analyze Dom Cruz. Could Dom Cruz come in and show us something
but guys of
different?
a caliber that's Cody Garbrandt and Henry Cejudo that you're talking about.
But I think that whole division, like Dom was saying today, that whole division's you're within a 2-fight win streak, 2 good performances being within like a title shot or close to it.
Well, you could say that, but then
There's a long line in that division that's starting to build up.
Like this 7-fight win streak and just took after all this, blah blah blah.
Of course,
no, and ability like. It's going to take an impressive win over Dominick Cruz and a couple more fights for him to be in that conversation.
No way. I'm not saying he's.
No, but I
don't think
I don't think he's easy going to be getting past him. I just don't think. I don't think Casey Kenney's good, but he's not like blow Dominick Cruz out of the water good. I think it's.
No, like I said, what did I say?
I don't think anybody's saying he blows Dominick Cruz out of the
I said
water.
split decision. I said close. Split decision was mentioned for me. I said close.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying
gonna
that.
be close.
Okay, let's not predict split decisions. That's just betting on judges to be stupid.
Or just not really betting.
No, but you heard me. I said UD/split. Like,
I know what you mean. You're saying it's just
close.
super close.
You know what I mean? Yeah, right. Like it's gonna be close, right? Like
I just always think it's funny.
Yeah.
I saw something on Twitter about that this week.
Oh, really? Okay, then that makes sense.
We could maybe even see Dominick Cruz landing more shots, but
the Dominator.
But
do you didn't even pull up the lines yet?
We didn't allow to pull up the lines yet.
No, I was moving on to the next fight. I was gonna go on to Santos and Rakic and start fucking beaming off stats about both of those guys. I like how we can just see Jan's face right under Doug's head, and it's kind of just the.
Man, I've really started to like Jan this fight week. I like watching the embedded and stuff. He's just a guy who lives life, man. I appreciate that part of him.
He's just a cool guy. He's just like a chill guy, like just does his own thing. Pretty a family man, like pretty normal.
Yeah.
Obviously, physically gifted as fuck.
I think Cruz by decision is probably the best bet. I mean, even if you like Kenney, I think it should be close to even.
I'm just gonna be betting Cruz.
You think he gets a finish somehow?
Kenny?
I don't think Cruz can finish Kenney. I don't think he's a finisher.
No, I don't think so.
I don't think he comes off this layoff and
you never know.
All of a sudden
I think at
power or a
2.1,
new
there's enough
submission
value
game.
there for me for Cruz. I think I'll be probably putting a straight up bet on him.
And everyone.
I'm probably going to leave him straight up in any parlays that I use, but I might have a straight bet on decision. That'll
and for
be
anyone that doesn't
main
know,
bet.
I don't look at the lines before I make these picks and watch this film. I leave it to this point when I'm seeing the lines normally for the first time. So this is me seeing the line for the first time, knowing that Casey Kenney's the favorite. And most of these fights where I pick a favorite or a dog, I don't know. I just pick them.
I need to have a nice bowl for the main card.
Yeah, I'm going to have to take a nice piss at some point, probably definitely before this main card starts, but I'm going to do it after I talk and let you guys roll, and then I'll fucking cycle through it like I normally do. But I think we've been through this one enough. I mean, it's hard. It's definitely hard to beat Cruz. Hard to beat him.
Yeah, I also think with Cruz, Cruz isn't like one of these guys, like these former champions that's here to just fuck around, try and make money. He's here to win. He's a competitive ass motherfucker. Like, obviously, we still hear him bitching about that last fight, asking the commission to not let Keith Peterson ref his fights and whatnot. But like, at the end of the day, this guy's a super competitive motherfucker. There's a reason he's a former champion, and I don't think he's here to fuck around. He's here to still get a couple good fights in the UFC. And,
of course.
Put on a good show, and I think he knows where he's at on this card. He knows there's gonna be a lot of people watching, and I think he gets it done.
Mm-hmm.
Are you gonna
main
run
card
to the
time.
Pittsburgh pad or?
Well, you guys got time to talk. You guys want to keep talking about Casey Kenney and Dom Cruz real quick? Go ahead. I'll run now.
I think I'm good on this one. I think you can break the next one down, and then I think we'll have a fair bit to say. It's great.
That's exactly
great next
Well,
fight.
I don't know if he's holding in piss over here.
I'm pissing my pants right now. Fucking. Let's move on here, people. Let's keep it. Let's keep the ball rolling. This is another great fight. I'm sure these guys are definitely going to talk about it for a minute or two. I know they will because we were talking about it a little bit pre-show. This is a light heavyweight bout of 205 pounds between Thiago Santos, 6'2", with a 76-inch reach, taking on Aleksander Rakic, 6'4", with a 78-inch reach. Santos 13-7 in the UFC with a 21-8 MMA record, 15 knockouts, 1 sub. Rakic 5-1 in the UFC with a 13-2 MMA record, 9 knockouts, 1 sub. Santos coming off a submission loss to Glover Teixeira in that main event, and I'm sure a lot of you guys watched it. It was a fight night main event in which he was able to drop Santos. He was pretty much able to drop Teixeira early on the hands and feet. Teixeira was able to recover, start sniffing for that takedown, able to recover, get that takedown instantly. Teixeira was able to start landing strikes in the half guard for about 3 minutes, taking the first round away from Santos after knocking him down. Some good kicks were being landed, but being the takedown early in the shots range from half, almost getting RNC'd. He almost got RNC'd right before the bell. I mean, he's able to drop Teixeira to start that third round then after having another, obviously, like I explained, the second round, him being once again on the ground, being dropped by Teixeira. But in that third round, he was able to, anytime you see Thiago Santos, and we've seen him in other fights, when he was exchanging hands with Glover Teixeira, every time he touched him, it hurt him. You know what I mean? But Teixeira just having that chin, that will to keep on going. He was able to drop him in the third and hop onto half guard, trying to finish with elbows and shots, but getting reversed, having his back taken, and then ended up getting rear naked choked. As far as the John Jones fight, that was his fight before the Glover Teixeira fight, in which he was swapping, landing hard calf kicks early in the fight, able to touch John with some good shots, even knocking his mouthpiece out. I'm sure everyone watched that fight. That was one of the closest fights, if not the closest fights that John Jones has ever been in. Jones was pretty much closing in on Santos. But Santos was kind of just letting him come in and looking to land strikes from there. Both guys were looking to land the leg kicks throughout that fight. John Jones getting hammered throughout those first opening 2 rounds by Santos. But then early on, somewhat through that second round, you saw Santos throw a leg kick. It was somewhat checked. It was just somewhat not thrown on the right angle. And it looked like Santos has hurt that knee. And of course, later now, after the fact, we know that Santos ended up tearing the shit out of that knee. I think he ended up tearing the shit out of both knees by the time that fight was over. Jones pretty much ended up with a heavy stationary pressure, just trying to stay out of the Santos's reach. Obviously, Santos's leg was giving out in multiple situations, but he was still able to put shots on John Jones and land. He was dropped in the third with an elbow as John pretty much began to turn the heat up, recognizing that Santos was partially hurt. It was partially a stumble, partially a drop. He doesn't really have that balance on that right leg. He continued to avoid big shots and land shots of his own, trying to hammer that leg. He was able to pretty much rock Jones with some combos, though, in the 5th round. Obviously, that being a split decision loss for Thiago Santos against that reigning UFC 205-pound champion. some would consider him the GOAT, John Jones. As far as Rakic goes, he's coming off a UD win over Anthony Smith, in which he was able to land good leg kicks, going to the body, chopping the leg hard. He was able to drop Smith with leg kicks early on, jumping on, looking to try and get the finish. Rakic was able to use a good body lock takedown, showing the strength from the guard for sure throughout that fight. He ended up pretty much, Rakic was able to land that hard leg kick to start that third. Looked to get the body lock takedown. He looked very good in that fight, especially against a guy like Anthony Smith, obviously being championship or contender championship caliber before in the past. He was able to pretty much dominate the remainder of the fight with Anthony Smith's guard landing big shots. As far as the Volkan Ozdemir fight went, that was a split decision loss for Alexander Rakic, in which Rakic was once again stepping in with heavy shots, looking for that tight guillotine right off the bat against a guy like Ozdemir. Really looking to try and get that. Didn't have a lot of success with it. Both men being pretty large guys for 205 for sure.
Split by Ozdemir. You mean Ozdemir won that fight?
Yeah, I said split decision loss, didn't I? For
you said so. You split decision for Rakic. You said.
Oh, sorry. A split decision loss for Alexander Rakic. Rakic was able to move well, avoiding shots, trying to land with full power encounters. Rakic was pretty much able to land that single leg take D and look to get another single leg takedown as Volkan was rising. Rakic was pretty much had that leg get compromised, very swollen halfway through. I've never seen kind of swelling like that on the leg. Volkan was pressuring and looking for the takedown, but not able to get it done. A very, very close fight throughout in that fight. All in all, I think Rakic throughout his performances in the UFC has always been improving, impressing onlookers as he continues to show that he's adding levels and diversity to his arsenal throughout his fights. I think Rakic is physically a gifted man fighting in the light heavyweight division, obviously, and really does move quite well. We even saw him go through adversity in the fight with Volkan Ozdemir, as he lost his unbeaten resume in the UFC and his winning streak went away from a very close split decision. We saw him not able to execute in certain positions and not able to land or finish takedowns and land enough to make the judges unanimously give him the win. In the next fight following, we saw a tough opponent in Anthony Smith. We saw him with improved wrestling, looking more relaxed throughout the fight, even in the striking department. Santos has been one of the most interesting light heavyweights as of recent because of, we could all hang our hat on the fact that him saying, in some people's books, he did beat John Jones. I think that, even in that fight, if Santos didn't blow his knees out, would he be the light heavyweight champion at this point? I think that's a question a lot of people can ask themselves, and a lot of people have speculated on long before we've seen Santos down the road. But at the same time, it's always going to be an issue, right? Like we're seeing Santos come into this one and say, he's never felt better before. He's saying, I've had the full time and preparation to come back and recover for this fight. Against a fight in a guy like Alexander Rakic, it's definitely going to be a very, very, very tough fight. Could I see Santos knocking out Rakic? Absolutely. Do I see it happening? No. I think I'm going to have to go with Alexander Rakic. Probably via unanimous decision. I see this fight taking place a lot on hands and feet. If it does end up on the ground, do I see Rakic end up being able to choke him out? Probably not. Both guys kind of lenient on the submissions. I don't see that unless one guy drops another. I do see Alexander Rakic ending up taking over, probably going to the bank, looking to land those leg kicks that have been so kind of prominent. But I mean, it's such a close fight. These fights are so fucking close, man. I hate it. It's crazy, man. I love it. Love it and hate it. Hate it for betting, but whatever.
I switched on this one. I had Santos when I first saw the fight announced. I thought a lot of people were going to forget that he could have beat Glover. I was screaming when I was watching that fight because he jumped into the guard when he dropped Glover, and I couldn't believe it. I thought he should have stood him back up and tried to keep him there because he was hurting him so badly there. But honestly, Rakic is such a talented kickboxer. He's so sharp, and I think he does have the wrestling advantage in this after seeing Santos put on his back so firmly by Teixeira. I don't know if that comes into play too much. I don't think his submission's really in play. That being said, either one of these guys has enough power to put the lights out. Hard to predict that, though. Overall, the way I see it playing out is Rakic winning a mostly stand-up, maybe mixes in a takedown here and there. Winning a decision, though, in a mostly back-and-forth stand-up fight. Glad this one is in an arena with no fans because I'm going to want to hear every single shot that lands in this one, though.
Oh, yeah. This fight, obviously there's a possibility, as you're saying. This fight could end early, but, I was in a similar boat pretty early on. I was like, yeah, I'm liking Santos. He could pretty much clean his clock. But the more like I've really given the appreciation to Rakic that he deserves, and like I think pretty sure he won that. I think he won that Ozdemir fight. Like
I agree. I thought he won the Ozdemir fight.
So in my mind, he's undefeated in the UFC, and pretty much at this point, maybe the best prospect in the light heavyweight division. Like this guy is, we could see this guy as an absolutely formidable UFC light heavyweight champion at some point in the future. Like at 29 years of age.
He has insane
and
potential.
I think it's listed at 6'4".
Thiago's a big test, though.
On Tapology. I'm pretty sure he's 6'5", though. Like, this guy could be a heavyweight at some point, like, down the line. Like,
I think he fits well at 205, though. I think he fits well in with those power kickboxers. I think he's going to – this is a good test for him in that division. Well, I think he passes it.
Yeah, I was listening to him on Hawani. He said something like he doesn't really like sauna or, like too much, cutting weight that way. So he's like, I have to do a lot of, like, pre-cut, like, dieting and stuff like that. Like,
which is the smart way to do it.
Yeah, but still.
Like, I mean, he looks healthy. He always has. He has one of the best physiques in the UFC. He always looks on point with his weight and stuff. So it makes sense that the guy's probably got a rock solid diet.
At 6'5", he can make light heavyweight that way. Like, wow, like that's dangerous.
Wasn't Gustafsson like 6'6"?
That's dangerous. What? I don't even understand
for
that
people.
statement.
What do you mean? Because
he's saying for everybody else because he's
trying to analyze. I don't understand.
No, but I like Rakic in this one. Not a huge play because of the power of Santos. I probably wouldn't even prop bet it just because I wouldn't know if he could land the big shot. There's not too much value on it straight up there, but as a parlay piece for an opener on the main card, not bad, especially because if it does miss, then you can rework.
What a fucking way to start the main card, though. Holy shit. Like, this could be a fucking fight night main event, 100,000%.
Man, that's the whole 100%. We were talking about it on Cannon last night. People, if you're not
pretty much every single one of these next fights could be, but
yeah.
Wow.
It'd be
what a
awesome.
way to get started.
It
and
is.
like, yeah, like Thiago's saying, like, if he did need that time to recover, even though at 37 years of age, like, it's tough. Like, when you're blowing out both your fucking knees like that, it's fucking tough, man.
Hard, man. Hard to come back.
Yeah.
Hard to feel yourself again for sure. We got now the card, the fight.
This is the one that I don't know. Is MD still here? Is MD still?
I don't know. Lightweight bet at 155 pounds between Islam Makhachev, 5'10", 70.5-inch reach, taking on Drew Dober, 5'8", with a 70-inch reach. Islam Makhachev, 7-1 in the UFC with an 18-1 MMA record, 3 knockouts, 7 subs. Dober, on the other hand, 9-5 in the UFC, 23-9 MMA record, 10 knockouts, 6 subs. Makhachev coming off a UD win to Davi Ramos, in which he was looking to land the good left hand down the pipe as he was being pressured a lot by Ramos in that fight. Both men are looking to counter strike and pretty much both men only landing about 5 strikes throughout that first round. More willingness to come forward throughout the second round for Makhachev as he started to land a little bit more. Ramos connecting, partially stumbling him with the jab. Or partially just putting him off balance, backing him up, and landing as Ramos pushes in. He ended up landing a clinch knee that dropped Ramos to start the third round and begin to look to finish Ramos, posturing up. Makhachev's one of these dangerous guys, right? We look at who's coaching him, we look at where his background comes from, all these master of sports he's won, and we see it throughout his fights. He's able to employ a very smart game plan. Just like in the Arman Tsarukyan fight, in which he got another UD win, in which Tsarukyan was pressuring on the fence, looking for a single leg, then getting a reverse TD, getting reverse taken down by Islam. He was pretty much scrambling. Both men were looking for their guillotines at one point. Tsarukyan chaining together some takedowns, but not able to finish them and not able to really create that space. Makhachev was able to show his level of grappling and defense and pretty much end up dominating that fight, switching it around on Tsarukyan, and really just showing how well his grappling and his ground game is. Really controlling him on the ground, landing well. As far as Drew Dober goes, he's coming off a knockout win over Alexander Hernandez, in which Dober was landing lots of straight shots down the middle. He was looking to lead. He was looking to land that lead leg kick, slipping well. Getting the takedown early, but then getting up quite quickly. He was walking him down, working well to the body, and head, making, he made Hernandez move a lot on the back foot, pick angles and stuff like that. He was landing a lot of his power shots, including the jab, pressuring very well. He had good takedown defense and was continually putting together punches on Hernandez throughout that fight. He had relentless pressure in dropping Hernandez and then getting the takedown, able to get up and finish Hernandez with the left hook in the right hand. Landing that really hard power shot. He also fought Nasrat Haqparast, in which he was able to pressure well, land a couple of shots, always staying calm and clipping Haqparast with the left hook and then being able to finish that fight on the ground. This is a guy who's, very dangerous with his stand-up ability. It's another very hard fight to call, as a lot of these are throughout the night. It's definitely going to be one of these fights that's going to answer some questions throughout the division. We have seen a guy like Drew Dober through his rise in the UFC, improving through each fight. The one thing that is going to be noticeable is the grappling advantage for Makhachev, and that's for sure. And he goes through these grappling exchanges very smoothly. He can put himself into advantageous positions throughout the fight, even if you're the one leading these exchanges in the grappling department. The ability for Dober to be able to shut down some of these grappling positions and clinch exchanges will be his key to his success. Because plain and simple, I think the striking of Dober is better, has more power than Makhachev's, but when the striking becomes involved. But when the striking becomes involved with the wrestling and Dober can't sit on punches because of takedowns, then it's a problem. I think that Dober doesn't possess the power to finish the fight, but it's a matter of if Makhachev will put himself in the opportunity to finish the fight. I think that Makhachev's going to end up winning this fight via decision. Could be a very close fight. Man, like I said, if he's even able to get that smallest inkling of space, he's able to put those shots on Makhachev and possibly end that fight. But I'm not, it's definitely, look at these lines. Holy fuck balls.
Yeah, I was going to say, we got Ryan Wilson in the chat asking, is Islam a good parlay piece? I was going to say, Drew Dober is the kind of guy that could just come in and ruin your fucking parlay.
Ruin your fucking whole night. He could ruin your whole night.
Yeah, Drew Dober is a guy who you got to be on watch for. I do like Makhachev in this fight. I think a lot of people like to say he's Khabib Jr. I think it's kind of a lazy comparison. I mean, obviously, he's a great wrestler. They come from the same area. You saw Khabib fight Barboza, Michael Johnson, these power punches on the way up. He handled them. Dober's not even that dangerous test. Makhachev isn't quite Khabib. I think you tone it down. You see Makhachev win a good grappling-heavy decision, although I'm not putting every single one of my parlays through him. I'm not riding too heavy with him, but Makhachev by decision looks like the pick here in an interesting lightweight matchup.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Like, I'm not really gonna add anything that you guys haven't already said. Like, there is always that chance. Like, Dober, he has that power. He's won. What was it? Sorry, Pat. What is it? The last six of?
Yeah, last 6 or 7.
Last 6 or 7. Like, yeah, gotta give the full respect to this guy. But like, I think this is just a fight. Like, if we see Islam come in, like we've seen him recently, unless it's something unusual, has a bad cut, etc., like, he should get this done. He's supposed to win this fight. Like, realistically, we've seen him. Like, the last couple fights, he fell out of or matched up against RDA. Like, I'm seeing coincidentally, he was matched up to fight against Drew Dober after his first career loss when he got
knocked out,
finished in the first round by Adriano Martins.
Drew Dober,
he was booked to fight Drew Dober in April 16th, 2016. So I think that's kind of like, I guess what kind of
that was on the
trying to say through that
card.
Drew Dober, as good of caliber as he is, and I guess he's had some great wins since then, he's still not the caliber that they're trying to throw at Islam right now to prove that he's potentially fighting for a title soon. Because they're pretty much trying to crown this guy, like Dougie's saying, the next Khabib, the future lightweight champ, all this yada yada yada.
I don't know.
100%.
They're trying to tee him up as that. We're not
out
saying
there
he's
saying
bad.
that. People are out there saying,
guys, and we'll leave it for the banter. I almost want to write a note down. I fucking will write a note down. Just call it about guys who've been teed up in the UFC for success. I'm gonna make that a note.
Yeah, no, we're saying that's
even Islam's
just a thing that's happening. Dan's not saying that's a reason he's gonna win. He's saying
no.
I'm
not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying I'm not sure if he's been as teed up for success as some of these other guys have.
I'm not saying he's been given favorable matchups. I just think they're presenting them, and especially even Khabib's saying it. People around in his camp are saying it. This is the kind of shit they're saying.
I'm gonna say the same thing about you. If me and you train together, I'm gonna say, like, if anyone's fighting you, I'm gonna say you're the next fucking. You know what I mean?
I think it's part of one of the reasons that Khabib's retiring, more willing to retire, knowing that
really,
there's somebody like
knowing
that.
that there's someone to carry it on. That's good.
100,000%.
I like that.
Of course, that's like I think fucking 75% of the reason Khabib's retiring is because they need somebody like that. He needs somebody to fill the role of his father.
Oh, of course. No. I'm not saying that. Like as far as coaching goes, but you think that he's more reluctant and he's more happy and more content with retiring because of the fact that he's got guys carrying on from his camp that he's able to now coach. That's what you're saying, right? Because I agree with you.
Especially when you see this motherfucker, he's like, step aside. Your English not good enough.
Yeah.
Khabib's fine doing that, eating all the food he wants, sitting at like 200 pounds, whatever.
Manager, promoter, coach. It's a little three-way. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But no, I think we could see something crazy if. But no, I think Islam at this point in his UFC career, he's just too good. I think him decisioned. Maybe throwing in a little parlay. I wouldn't get too heavy on it, like some people are alluding to in any sort of parlay pieces, just because there is that chance. And like Drew Dober ain't no scrub. He ain't no scrub. Like
it's not a walk.
He's going in there to scrap. Sure. He knows how much of an underdog he is. I can guarantee that. And I've heard some shit. I saw in like interviews. People were talking about like all these people from Dagestan and Russia send him all these death threats saying you're going to die. Like he's like, I love that shit. He's like, feed me more of that shit.
Feed him. Fucking, I like that.
Fuel
shit
the
too.
fire.
Exactly. I would absolutely love it. So you'll definitely see me have a little bit money sprinkled on Dober somehow, like just in case, because I want to be there and I want to but nothing heavy either way in this fight. This will be a good fight to watch though, because we know Dober's going in there to scrap.
You better be coming into this weekend if you're hedging with about 2 bills ready to go hedge this. You must,
you have to have a plan A through K.
I got them all mapped out. I'm ready to go this weekend, people. Call me money making Mitch.
Have it hedged like Edward
I'm not
Scissorhands.
pulling the live bets out of my ass this weekend. I'm looking better on the way in.
I like the live bets. I actually think that's.
Did you have it last time? Wasn't it last time you were going to the card? You're like, I currently have a bet on every single fight on the card.
Yeah,
except my bets on all of them going in. All of those were fucking wrong, but I live bet against every single one of them and made all the money back.
You might have to be the live bet guy. Exactly. You might have to be the live bet guy.
Or
maybe I should just chill until I see something. I don't know.
No, but I'm
excited for this next one. We get into the title fights next. I don't think I've been as excited for a fight as this one.
Holy fuck!
And if anyone hasn't been watching,
2 hours in, that was pretty good. That's like what? That was like 12 fights.
We're flying. Don't worry. This is kind of almost similar.
But I think it's all 3 of these title fights may take us I don't know.
Yeah, but like I said, people, if you want to go see the full break, I'm gonna kind of glaze through these a little bit.
Bowl for this one,
and I kind of get more into just don't say
I'm on that train.
Come on. What? Kind of more so. I'm gonna play a little ad real quick, just because of the fact that ads. Man, people, if you're not coming
ads. Oh, sorry, don't want to scare away the sponsors.
No. An ad for Combat Cannon. People, if you're coming out every week, I want to see you guys come out and check out Combat Cannon every single Tuesday. No, I'm not gonna have a dab. I don't have time in a minute 30. But people, come check out Combat Cannon every single Tuesday. Me and DT through the Boom Man. We're going over kind of MMA news, what's coming up. We always go through the main event. So I've already made my 3 main event picks this week on Combat Cannon. People, please come check us out. Please, show us some support, man. We appreciate it. We're trying to make the podcast grow.
Depot on the beat.
One day, people. Maybe IBT one day. I don't know about Dan getting his own code, but maybe one day.
I just remembered something. I'll talk to you guys behind the scenes. I might be able to cook something up for that.
Well, then
not much, but
no,
a little something.
It all starts with something slow, and obviously people taking notice. But I mean, like even some of these all smaller channels that started around 2000, but I mean they're already at 1,000, at 2,000.
Well,
that's why we're trying to make
whatever
this
they are.
grow.
They'd leave as soon as Pat falls asleep on stream. Yeah, then we're just like, God.
Shut the fuck up! I've never fallen
Especially
asleep ever. There's no.
Especially he said like this.
Man, this guy's getting fucking muted out the wing.
Oh, I'm drinking again this week.
That's ridiculous. I don't even know what the fuck he's talking about. But as far as let's start pulling into some of these fights. Let's start getting into these champ fights. Like I said, I already broke it down on
title fight
Cannon.
season.
Title fight season. I gotta switch this.
No, it's like
around.
Christmas, and we've all been good little boys and girls this year. It's like,
sorry, wrong one.
Oh
again.
yeah.
What is this graphic? What is all these? The cannon. What's going on here?
I'm swapping through brands. Don't worry about it. Don't you fucking worry about anything, man.
Too many hustles.
Don't you worry. What are you talking about? That never happened. Exactly. IBT never fucking happened. Doesn't exist. Okay, people, I'm gonna skate through this one. Let these guys kind of talk about it. Bantamweight championship bout 135 pounds between Petr Yan, 5'7" with a 67-inch reach, taking out Aljamain Sterling, the Funk Master, 5'7" with a 71-inch reach. Petr Yan 7-0 in the UFC with a 15-1 MMA record, 7 knockouts, 1 sub. Aljamain Sterling 11-3 in the UFC with a 19-3 MMA record, 2 knockouts, 8 subs. Petr Yan coming off a knockout win over Jose Aldo. You saw that in the breakdown video that I just showed. I mean, the funny thing is, and I mentioned this to Combat Cannon, the last time that we saw Petr Yan compete against Jose Aldo for that vacant bantamweight belt, it was also kicking off 3 title fights on a UFC card. You know what I mean? So it's kind of funny in my eyes. I mean, I noticed that right off the bat, and I thought it was kind of funny. I mean, throughout that fight against Jose Aldo, he was, dropped partially early on with the early leg kicks from Jose Aldo. Jose Aldo was really looking to slice those legs up and really looking to kind of, damage Petr Yan, damage that boxing movement. Petr Yan coming from a boxing pedigree, but really very well-rounded in all these kind of different areas, even once having previously trained with Jose Aldo. He was feinting well, timing on his feet, looking for those head kicks. Yan was stepping in with the right hand well, then looking for pretty much the takedown, getting hurt as Yan postured. His guard was high, just pretty much walking down, very composed in the pocket. He was having his legs partially beaten up, but he was landing that hard left hand down the pipe. Yan was attacking the body well, even having some success coming forward, landing the combo to the head and the body. We saw at the end of that first round, him even dropping Aldo, and we could see it was the punching power that was really making a statement for Petr Yan, in which, he hit him once to the body as he postured up, as he was on the ground. As Aldo was on the ground, hit him once to the body, and we could see Aldo was definitely hurt. And if that round was a little bit longer, could have even finished him in that first. Yan ended up pretty much coming forward, leading the dance throughout that fight, even into the fourth, able to land, getting a trip TD takedown in the fourth, dropping Aldo with the 1-2 to start the fifth, posturing up from half and raining down shots like we saw getting the finish. As far as the Uriah Faber fight, that was him pressuring with confidence, able to close distance, be a bit heavier on the feet, sitting down on shots, landing more of his shots. He just had patience to walk down the older Uriah Faber. He was just landing some shots as they come together. Faber was looking to clinch. He was landing a lot of shots off the break. He was very, very powerful, able to land shots with consequence, show good takedown defense, and then even getting dropped with the 1-2-1 as Faber was able to kind of, he was able to drop Faber, but Faber was able to work back up to his feet. Faber was able to stand up to Yan and land to stop Yan in his tracks at some points, but you just see Petr Yan just waiting perfectly to drop him. Again, stepping in with that elbow, dropping Uriah Faber. Both men started to clinch, were clinching to start the final round. Petr Yan ended up catching Uriah Faber on the exit with a front kick, dropping him to the head and finishing it in that close range. As far as Aljamain Sterling goes, he's coming off a submission win out to Corey Sandhagen, in which he was pretty much walking him down from side to side, getting that tight clinch in that first round right off the opening, getting that backpack, and then looking for that RNC, pretty much stretching him out to get the choke. He had that tight body triangle, getting the sub within a minute and 30 seconds into the fight. He's also coming off a win over Pedro Munoz, in which he got a UD win. He was able to keep his range, start the fight, landing the leg kicks to the head and the body, kicks up the middle, switching stances. He moved out well, avoiding power, using his speed. Let Munoz pretty much walk into the power shots, throwing things well. We see a guy like Aljamain Sterling, very unorthodox, throwing a lot of shots off his kicks. lot of unorthodoxy in his movement. He gets very low. He avoids some critical shots. You know what I mean? It almost makes it look like he's going to get hit in certain spots of time, but he's just so well at moving unorthodox to make these guys go, what the fuck am I in there against? He was standing in front of Munoz with the second, picking, in that second round, picking some shots in the pocket, looking good. He was worried about the power and the speed of Jan. Picking shots in the pocket. What worries me is the power and the speed of Jan. Obviously, when he's moving his head like that, like I was saying, like he dips his head into positions that, could be advantageous for a quicker guy to catch him for sure. But we've seen a guy like Aljamain Sterling definitely go through losses in which he's learned. Munoz was able to drop him with a well-timed low kick. We saw a possibly compromised leg for Aljo in that fight. He was able to keep walking him down with those straights and hooks, continuing the fight in the pocket with Munoz, pushing that pace down throughout, and he was able to get that UD win. I think it's definitely another close fight to call. I don't know how many times I'm going to say that tonight. Like I said, it's already been in the cards once already, and I feel through once. We've seen Petr Yan, like I said, kick off this triple header bout at triple header. He's kicking it off again. This is a real test to see where Petr Yan stands at the top of the division, if he's able to come out of this fight on top victoriously, especially in the way in which he gets it done. We will have to see Yan be able to topple the bantamweight king. We've seen Yan be able to topple the bantamweight king and Jose Aldo before. In that fight, the discussion to get Sterling in as the man to be that guy to fight for that belt prominently, kind of fell apart. We saw, obviously it was right after that we saw, obviously Sterling was going to be that guy to challenge for it. Why Sterling wasn't that guy originally to get that shot for the belt, no one will ever know. I mean, Aljamain Sterling has fought top tier opponents throughout his UFC career, kind of moving up through the rankings, even coming through losses, being able to, better himself. The height, reach, and unorthodoxy of Sterling, it's going to definitely present some problems, and he's going to look to score from some of these opportune positions. I'm assuming trying to walk the shorter, smaller man into some of his punches at one point. This fight's not always going to dictate on the ground, that's for sure. I suspect Sterling will start to move through the fight, maybe looking to keep him from the outside, shooting for the takedown when he sees the opportune time. As he's been saying, it's only going to take him one takedown. I mean, I think Aljo presents problems if this fight hits the mat due to his crafty ability, the long limbs, being able to backpack Jan. I think Jan is very impressive boxing, striking, even in all levels of his game, is very well-rounded. And he leaves his opponents wondering what the fuck just hit them, because some of these shots, when they land, they do damage. Aljo's going to have to avoid that power. He's going to have to make it. He's going to have to, really make it a tough fight. But Aljo's been one of these guys that's hungry. He's ready for a tough title shot. He wasn't given that shot regardless of the names he's beaten. I think he's been highly avoided on those weight coming up, and for good reason. I don't see him squandering this opportunity. I think it's been a long time since I think this opportunity, he's going to put on a fight in which we see the champion, rise up in front of us, who's been here the entire time. I think Aljamain Sterling is going to take this fight over Petr Yan. I know it's definitely going to be close. I could see it definitely going Peter's way, but I just see something in Aljamain Sterling that's going to just prove this uptick in skill and craftiness and in orthodoxy, and it's going to definitely pose some problems for a guy like Petr Yan in this fight. What do you guys think?
Man, I haven't been this excited for a fight in a while. This is the most interesting clash of styles that I've looked at in a long time, and I just think they contrast so well. It could really go either way. Mm-hmm. And I'll say my pick is Sterling. But I definitely see why people, I think it was our guy MD in the chat saying it was going to be by murder. You see the Marlon Moraes KO, and you could see that weird movement and Jan being able to feel out that timing somehow because he makes really good reads. But when it comes down to it, I'm a guy who hates the uncrowned king garbage. But if anyone's ever earned it, it's Aljamain. I don't understand how two higher ranked guys and him and Corey weren't booked for the title when they were both on win streaks, yet Aldo and Yan were off Faber and a loss. Whatever, it is what it is. At the end of the day, Aljo knows he gets his chance now. I think his kick heavy attack is part of why I'm saying this. I think Yan could have a hard time dealing with those kicks, and then while he's focusing on those kicks, a good entry from Aljamain could help him employ his grappling attack. But at the same time, like you were saying, that weird movement, if Yan could catch him good, we've seen him get caught. But overall, I see Aljamain using the kicks and the weird movement to set up good shots. Very well-timed grappling, selective grappling. I see a lot of... It's going to be a mixed martial arts bout. It's not going to take place on the feet or on the ground. There's going to be scrambles. There's going to be Awesome stuff. I can't wait for this. I hope we see it multiple times. I absolutely love the rivalry. I love the styles. I could talk about this fight all day long. Absolutely love it. Can't wait to see it. And I'm on Aljo. Probably by decision.
Yeah,
I honestly don't see either of them finishing each other. I think it's that competitive, other than Jan by knockout, if it is inside the distance. But I think this is one of the most competitive, intriguing fights
we're gonna get
I've broken down in a long
so
time.
far. Yeah, I mean, man, like it's
Or
such
just title fights to begin with.
I don't even want to interrupt Dan real quick
It's
here, but
such a good matchup.
blessing to just, I'm not even a religious guy, but a blessing to be here, to be able to sit here live and be able to be at this point in time and to be able to call these fights and break these down, because it's exciting. It's something that, I'm sure if we weren't doing it some sort of a YouTube live, people would be calling each other. I'd be on the line with Dan or Doug or all these guys for hours talking about it. So it's one of
I
these
appreciate
fights.
you guys having me on here too.
Always,
awesome.
man.
Always.
You're
You make
part
it
of the
better, man.
family, man.
You're-
Yeah, you're a part of the family, man. Dan, what are you saying, man?
Oh, I just want to start off by saying my first kind of I want to start with a question to you both. Do you think Aljo is in Petr's head? He's rushing the dome piece.
I hope so.
I don't think so. No.
No, not at
I
all.
don't think so either, though. I think it's a steel fucking
Because
trap.
I kind of think he might be a little bit.
I think
Oh,
he's
with
cold,
the pullout,
Peter,
though.
he's gonna
Dan might
show
think
up.
so, yeah.
I think one way or another, he's gonna show up cold, calculated, with a game plan, trying to execute that game plan.
No,
that's what he
I don't
does.
think at the end of the day it'll only have so much of an effect. But I think with the takedowns, sure he's like he'll be like, I think Peter's like, yeah, he's just like, that's the only way he can beat me. He has to take me down. Blah blah blah. I don't think we're gonna see any sort of open shots. What we have with Aljo, he's a master of something in his own regard. He's a master of clinch grappling against the fence, which you can spar as much as you want. You can roll with all these guys. You can train with guys. Like, obviously, his one loss to Magomedov, who's an absolute killer now in Bellator. Like, he's not a major submission guy, and he's like, Aljo's a completely different animal. He's a completely different physique. He has that ability on that clinch, his experience. Like you guys just said, I think it's his time. I think, he'll probably end up winning the fight because of his ability to take it to the ground and keep him there and control him, and maybe even finish him that way.
Yeah.
But like Dougie's saying, he's no slump on the feet. Like,
Yeah, I know he's not.
this will be a good fight. This is even if it doesn't really go to the ground and it's just kind of contested in the clinch and he's not really even able to keep him on the ground, it'll still be close in the. I think maybe Yan will be landing the harder shots, but it'll be close. Especially maybe if we see some leg kicks from Aljo. I couldn't wait. Like, this is like the fact that we get, like, we could have this headlining the card, and I'd be just as excited for this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, these next two fights are just like, it's not the icing on the cake. It's like when you have like one of the most delicious.
It's another fucking cake.
It's like the most delicious, like a Wagyu steak, and followed by like a perfect dessert, and then like a couple $1,000 cigar that you just rip out after, or like some sort of golden blunt. I don't know. So absolutely, we're just spoiled at this point. It's just because like the amount of bounty we have with just like opportunities for fights. It's like Dana, Sean Shelby, and Andre Henry. They're playing. They're having fun. And like,
I mean, this has been the matchup to make. Man, I can't wait.
No,
I
obviously
can't wait
it should have been. That's what
I'm glad we get to see this one pretty early in the night. For
it should have been the one
pay-per-view
before Aldo. Like, this should have been.
Yeah. Wagyu steak into golden blunt. Yeah, that was a pretty good analogy there.
I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
I said it was like because I was saying that we could pretty much have this fight carry its own card, and I'd be just as happy or excited going into this fight. And the next two fights are like, it's like a beautiful. It's like this fight's the Wagyu steak, and then the next fight's a beautiful dessert, and then it's the next.
I'm genuinely more excited for this fight than any other fight on this card. Any other fight that's booked right now. Any other fight that's rumored.
Yeah,
I'm excited.
The most
this
variables,
fight's
the
amazing.
most options, and in a division like bantamweight. Holy fucking shit! It's like
This is when I say this is a legacy defining card. This fight is a legacy beginning fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is going to be the one that sets off one of these two into a potential dominant championship reign against a murderer's row.
Yeah, or a guy coming back and a guy like, you know what I mean? You get a guy come back and a guy like Henry Cejudo who's been asking for someone.
Well, you already hear Yan talking about, I know who I'm gonna, I have an idea who I'm going to call out. I think he wants that Dillashaw fight.
Give it to give Dillashaw.
And that's another interesting variable that just comes into that division that
give the
you don't even
well,
need
I think
it, but
whoever wins
awesome.
whoever wins this fight is going to be fighting that guy. But okay, let's move on to
give the EPO Goblin
the
a
bets.
fucking...
Let's get to the bets.
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for. Give the EPO Goblin a fucking shot to the title. I love it.
So it is now straight pick 'em at 1.9 now. Yeah, it opened at 2.1 to 1 for Aljo, which I do have a little bit of cash on. Not straight up in a parlay, but yeah. It's where it should be, though. With all honesty, this is absolutely where the fight should be.
Yeah.
Can you roll it down?
To have him as an underdog is disrespect to Aljo, so I think this is where it should be.
Agreed.
We'll still probably see some fluctuations. If you ever see some plus money on Aljo, I'd hit it when you can.
I'm gonna fucking hit the shit out of
100%.
I'm waiting until it just scoops because everyone pre-fight's gonna ball out on Jan.
Like, oh, the Russian. Oh,
yeah, I think I could see a lot of big bets coming in on Jan.
I wish we still could have gotten Thiago Santos rounds though. I kind of like him at round 2. Be able to get something done.
That's not bad.
Against Rakic. But we'll see.
Interesting.
On points at 4.0, it's not bad.
Close.
Man, these are some of the closest odds I've ever seen.
Close.
Yeah,
This fight could go any way.
Even just picking,
I kind of almost
picking
like
the scorecard. You could just can you parlay to just for it to go to the scorecard in general? And
it's the fight to go the distance. Yeah, it's just the fight to go the distance. But I kind of like you maybe in the fight to end in like the 4th or the 5th.
4th or 5th, yeah.
Because I don't think it's like like Jan's.
Because Jan does come on later in the fight.
It's not like he's one bombing. Yeah, he's just those hard shots. He's just decimating you, just like internally and like in your head. It's just like he could clip him, but.
Yeah, you're right, Dan.
He could clip him Moraes style, like Doug was saying earlier, but like, it could be an accumulation of shots.
It's
kind
a
of thing.
fucking awesome card. People.
I can't
it's the
wait, man.
Super Bowl of goddamn for the UFC.
Not gonna go to sleep on Friday or nap pre-fit.
It's like you listen to my Canon
I'm
thing.
doing nothing but watching.
Where I said there's going to be a lot of sleepless nights coming up.
Anything else you guys want me to scroll back up to?
No, not really. I think we're pretty much good for this fight.
No,
Obviously,
I think we're good for this one where we can geek over it.
Even like Aljo decision.
And what time does the card actually
start? But I think just straight up, just because there's so many variables.
Yeah, do we have a good start time for this one? Maybe we should wait.
It's a later one. It's a later
to
one.
try and confirm this.
A start time? No, fuck it. We're starting now. Early prelims start at 6. Prelims start at 8. Main card starts at 10.
Well, that's still with the 15 fights we have scheduled.
Early prelims on Fight Pass. Holy shit balls! I guess Fight Pass is actually worth it this week. 1, 2, 3.
If we actually get all 15, knock on wood. I hope we get all 15.
6 fights on Fight Pass.
6, yeah.
Oh wow, beauty.
Worth it this week for sure. And then less on the prelims.
They've been skipping us the last couple weeks.
Fucking right, they have. I mean, even though they only used to give us like 2, they should be giving all the goddamn prelims. You should be offering the prelims up. Anything that's free,
I agree with that.
You should be offering up on the goddamn paid UFC website. It's not like you're only selling the rights to TSN. You know what I mean, though. But it's not like you're exactly. It's not like you're only like, oh, TSN 5 is the only place you can get coverage of the prelims. The fuck are you talking about? We're paying for this shit. We're fucking paying for this.
They're playing Weidman versus Reyes replay.
Are you gonna do the full breakdown for this next
last week?
Dan, I'm flying through these motherfuckers.
We're getting to it.
Don't worry about it. It's quicker. You know it's quicker on this one. Featherweight championship at 145 pounds. We got Amanda Nunes 5'8" with a 69-inch reach, 13-1 in the UFC with a 20-4 MMA record. They're 13 knockouts, 3 submissions, taking on Megan Anderson, 6-0 in the UFC with 6 foot with a 72-inch reach, 3-2 in the UFC with 11-4 MMA records, 6 knockouts, 3 subs. Amanda Nunes coming off a UD win over Felicia Spencer, which she was pretty much able to land clean right hands, time her well coming in, dictate that fight through the takedowns, through pretty much every avenue in that fight, able to get a lot of trip takedowns, look to take the back, look to land elbows and shots from there. Felicia Spencer not quitting throughout the fight. She was just able to impose her size and strength throughout that entire bout. The Jermaine Durandamine fight, the number 2 bout, the second time they had fought Amanda Nunes and Jermaine. I mean, she was able to start the fight pretty much landing that heavy overhand right. Nunes was able to start dictating those takedowns, looking for guillotines in transition. You know, you could see a lot of offense-oriented grappling for Amanda Nunes throughout that fight, dictating that fight in against Jermaine Durandamine, but she was not able to finish her at any point in that fight, but still able to dictate it, posture up, and land shots throughout that fight. Just pretty much going back to the bank, getting the takedowns, looking well through the clinch work, and landing on the inside. Jermaine just needing that space to kind of win a fight against Amanda, not being able to get it. Megan Anderson on the other side, she's coming off a KO win over Norma Dumont, in which, you know, she was kind of being locked down and clinched, but she was pretty much able to consistently prevent that position throughout the opening minutes of the fight. She was able to end up, you know, creating a separation in which Norma Dumont looked to end up pressing again against Megan Anderson, which she was able to catch her with the right hand and drop her, finish the fight. Against Zarafan dos Santos, she was able to get the submission win. She was getting pressed with straight punches right off the bat, closing the distance. Anderson was getting the clinch, looking to get the body lock takedown, looking to pass, looking to get full mount. Heavy pressure, smart and controlled from Megan Anderson throughout that fight. She was landing some good strikes and posturing up, cutting Farron on the ground. She was able to catch Farron during a transition, isolate an arm, and then throwing up a triangle choke, automatically getting that, well, not automatically, but getting that triangle choke submission. I think a lot of improvement in Megan Anderson will need to be shown against Amanda Nunes, particularly her shot selection when she closes a distance against Nunes, or Nunes closes in on her. I think Nunes is probably going to look to mix in strikes with kicks and possibly even some takedowns, look to wear out the taller, longer opponent. Anderson's going to want to use that distance and size, try and win exchanges from the outside and move. I think that the strength of Nunes will be a little bit too much for Anderson, and she will get finished on the ground with Nunes in mount. But I do see the fact that this is one of the biggest opponents that Amanda Nunes has ever fought. The strength that's been touted behind Megan Anderson is, you know, people are talking about it, but we've seen Megan Anderson be vulnerable already in the UFC. And I just think that unless she's shown significant improvement in the ability to really build herself in her UFC career, I don't see her getting a win over Amanda Nunes, the double champ. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think you said it. I obviously, but I'd pick Felicia Spencer, the Canadian, to beat Megan Anderson in their matchup at the time. I just don't think she has the capabilities and skills to bring it to the champion. I think, I don't know. I don't think it's insulting to say that the only reason she's getting this shot is because she's the only person really there to fight her. Like, obviously, Nunes wants to fight at 145. She doesn't have to cut as much, whatnot. Like, maybe even some easier fight. It's obviously, yeah, like, not having to cut weight is probably the primary motivation, but like, I just think that, like you said, Serge, unless she shows some crazy improvement and absolutely shocks the world, and might be the biggest upset in UFC history. I guess obviously it would be.
Yeah, I mean, it's another night at the office.
I just don't see how it could possibly happen. Like, physical advantages aside, like.
Yeah, it's very,
especially Mom Nunes. Fuck.
Yeah, Anderson's a good fighter. At the end of the day, this is the greatest of all time. She's going into. It's an unstoppable force. This is Amanda Nunes. There's no question about this. You can toss her in every one of your parlays. I don't really care about saying that.
That's not even worth throwing in parlays. What is it, like 1.08? Like,
yeah, honestly, what's the point? I would say it's probably she finishes the fight. I might even look at the submission odds just because I think her best path to victory is going to the ground because Megan Anderson has struggled there. There might be some value there. Other than that, you're probably avoiding this fight because there's not much value on the heavy favorite, the greatest of all time, Amanda Nunes.
You pulling up the bets or what, Dr. Evil?
I'll
You
pull up that
fucking
comment
dance.
first and I'm dancing. Let me do my fucking thing, man. Let me rock out. Let me rock the fuck out a little bit, man. Because
listening
I was
to?
going to say, I'm not listening to anything. I was going to say, my co-host, if you guys haven't checked out Combat Can, another little intro. People, my co-host Boone, DT Through the Boom Man, he will be joining us live this weekend, and it's going to be exciting. He normally does not get the ability to take this time off and get these cards. He's going to be live breaking down the bets with us and joining some time with us. So people look forward to that too. It's going to be on his channel. He in fact picked Megan Anderson to upset the double champ yesterday.
You didn't see that?
You didn't. Doug didn't even see it. Yeah, Doug
I'm
didn't
gonna
even see
be
it.
honest. I took a reactant and I fell asleep halfway
I
through
don't
and
care,
woke
man.
up after
I don't.
the
Yeah, I don't take any offense to it. It's more so. It's short and sweet, so people can go back and listen to it. Like I tailored to. I used to work in trades and shit. I used to listen to podcasts all day. If there was a podcast that was summing up the week for me as far as news and stuff like that, and MMA shit, and it was readily available, and I knew about it back then in the day, and when I go back to working in the trades and shit and listening to shit on a radio all day or a Bluetooth, I'd be putting it on. You know what I mean? Just to at least hear what's going on, who's the main event, even though, you know what I mean? I just listen to it all. But even still, if you didn't tune in for the full thing, we had Boone he ended up agreeing with me, picked Aljo. But he picked Aljo by sub, and he's picking all these directly every single round. Sub, I think 4th round or 3rd. He picked them all directly. You have to go back and look at it.
I thought it was maybe 3rd. I don't know.
It may be 3rd.
Sterling by sub was interesting. I'll check that out though. We can for this fight though. I don't know how would see Megan Anderson getting it done unless it was like an immediate.
It's ridiculous.
It would have to be a first round knockout, I guess, because I don't really see getting anywhere else. She'd just have to catch her right away.
You're probably right.
Because I don't think she wants to just.
I mean,
fuck
it's a
around
fight;
and have to
anything could
deal with the
happen,
length
so it
of-
could happen. But I don't see it happening any other way than that. And that's you're fighting someone as good as Amanda Nunes. It's hard to catch someone like that.
Could be a super.
There's the
boring
one
fight.
path, and it's a 1 in a million shot.
Yeah, agreed. It's a very slim shot for a girl like Megan Anderson.
Megan Anderson got Twitch partner today, though, so congratulations to Megan Anderson on getting Twitch partner.
Congrats, Megan. Guess what? We're going to see your ass there with Twitch partners soon enough. Little evil laugh. We're getting that motherfucking thing.
Why was that so maniacal? There was no need for that.
I get it.
you're
I
fucking
grow the
weirdo.
Twitch. I grow the Twitch, and I start basically a massive. We're gonna start a massive kind of thing going on here, and it'll be huge. You won't even be able to be stopped. It'll just roll over people. Anyone in the wake will just get swallowed up. Kind of be like that thing if you've ever seen Fantastic Four. You remember that thing that came in to eat the world? Don't remember it. My comics are off right now in my head with the name.
That's our Twitch channel.
And
But
maybe
basically,
throwing some
that's
money
the
on
Twitch channel.
Nunez' decision.
Yeah. Nunez by decision? I can be down for that.
Didn't we look at it though? And Anderson hasn't really gone to decision even in 3-round fights.
We
in
saw,
any of her
we
fights.
were talking about road to Twitch partner. Let's go.
So I think it probably has to be a finish.
We'll talk about it in the banner. I was going to ask you what Megan Anderson
it's
plays
just a
or what
lot of
she does,
value.
but we'll talk about it in the banner section. I mean, that's more of a banner kind of portion. We'll get through to this final fight and wrap it up. We're almost done this. It's been pretty good timing too. I mean, this is kind of the normal pace we'd expect. We have to take our time with the beautiful things, people. You don't think that Rome wasn't built in a day. They didn't paint the top of the chapel in a day and all that kind of shit.
What
Whatever.
chapel?
You know what I'm talking about.
Sistine Chapel.
Yeah, Dan knows what I'm talking about. I was right though when I said chapel. It doesn't even matter. I don't have to say the name. They didn't paint that motherfucker in a day. That's all I know. But people,
Welcome to the most historically
I don't
accurate
even know. I don't
MMA
even know if that was
podcast.
even I don't even know if that's the phrase. I think you kind of.
I'm not trying to do a phrase. I'm doing my own thing. I do my own shit. I don't give a fuck what you're talking about. I don't know if that was the phrase. Rome wasn't built in a day was one of the phrases. Let's move on to this final fight.
Yeah.
Let's move on to this final fight. Let's just get cooking, then we'll get into the banter because I can
Main
already feel the
event.
banter. The banter's creeping up. The banter is creeping up, people. We got a light heavyweight championship bout here. We got Israel Adesanya moving up from. Oh man, from 185 pounds to take on the 205-pound champion in Jan Blachowicz. Jan Blachowicz being 6'2" with a 78-inch reach. Israel Adesanya 6'4" with an 80-inch reach. Jan Blachowicz 10-4 in the UFC with a 27-8 MMA record. Israel Adesanya 9-0 in the UFC with a 20-0 MMA record. Jan Blachowicz 8 knockouts, 9 submissions. Adesanya 15 knockouts, no submissions. Blachowicz is coming off a knockout win over Dom Reyes, in which he was, starting a little bit slow, looking to land that lead leg kick, landing the big right hand, then following up with some body kicks. You could instantly see, and me and Dan talked about it pre-show, we've talked about it throughout the week. We both remember, just from sitting there with each other, watching Jan Blachowicz fight Dom Reyes, we both remember those fucking body kicks. We remember them. You don't even have to rewatch it. You remember the swelling. You remember the redness. You remember the purple discoloration that was beginning to, build up on Dom Reyes' abdominals within fucking a couple of kicks. It looked like he'd been hit with a bat. Reyes was pretty much ended up coming out a little bit more aggressive in that second round, able to start landing some hard combos. Jan was able to start landing some hard combos. Some of those, add to that significant strike count. He was consistently finishing with that left hook or that left hand. Reyes pretty much came to the pocket to exchange, and he ended up clipping him with that left hook as both men were in the pocket. And, he ended up getting on top of Dom Reyes, finishing him. As far as the Corey Anderson fight, that was also another avenged win for Jan Blachowicz, an avenged win for Jan Blachowicz, in which he was able to, Corey Anderson actually looked to dictate that fight with a lot of his movement, a lot of his striking off the bat, throwing a good jab, throwing some good kicks, moving very well, and was going to look to, incorporate that striking game that he was already, implementing on Jan into his wrestling game. Jan was able to trade the jab well, and he basically was able to land that hard right hand as Anderson came in and slept him perfectly as well. Israel Adesanya, on the other hand, he's coming off a knockout win over Paulo Costa. I'm sure a lot of us were watching it. I'm sure a lot of us heard the recent news. Paulo Costa. What does sober Paulo Costa look like? I'm fucking with you guys, but
sober Costa is undefeated.
Sober Costa is undefeated. He was pretty much moving well, leading with the strong leg kicks throughout that fight. Israel Adesanya hacking at that lead leg of Paulo Costa, moving well, stance switching well. He had the bigger octagon to work with. He's eating some of those leg kicks as well from Costa. He got pressed a couple of times. Costa landed a good body kick, a couple of good strikes, but nothing very significant. He was looking great, moving very well, avoiding that pressure, swapping the stances, finding the openings, just landing with a lot of kicks, some punches, but more so kicks. He started to press after landing some big shots, and was able to start, he was able to slide out of a wave of shot from Costa, land the big right, as you guys saw in the breakdown for the Combat Canada, as I showed midway through, dropping and then hopping on top and then finishing Costa. As far as the Yoel Romero fight, a little bit, less exciting. Romero was pretty much just standing with the high guard. Adesanya kind of moving around, looking for openings, looking to hack that lead leg away, not looking to kind of get flurried on by the explosive Yoel Romero, in which we saw Yoel Romero explode a couple of times, clip him with some stuff, but nothing that was able to wobble him, nothing that was able to really catch him. Izzy was trying to, like I said, slow pace, kicks throughout that fight. I think the leg of Yoel started to show damage regardless of whether he wanted to show it or not. He was able to avoid a lot of those rushes, pick some shots, and even defend a light takedown well from Yoel. I think when chopping this fight up, I think it's one of the people all over the world will not only tune in to see, but we've been talking about this for months. This is one of those fights that we want to see. A fight in which we got the middleweight champion, someone who's yet to be outclassed, yet to be outstruck through his pro career in MMA, not having even been defeated yet, only in his kickboxing career being knocked out. Obviously by Alex Pereira. Jan, on the other hand, is a testament to the Heartbreak that's ability to bounce back and having, avenge losses to Anderson. This is a guy who's, within one shot of getting that title shot against John Jones when he was the reigning light heavyweight champion, in which, he ended up losing, getting knocked out in the third round by a hungry Thiago Santos, and in which then, since 4 fights in a row, he's been, looking pretty stellar. He's looking for a shot at what the best the UFC has to offer. He obviously didn't get John Jones. John Jones now moving up, so he gets now Israel Adesanya. Obviously, being a double champ now these days holds all the praise. It'd put a stamp on the career of Adesanya for sure early in his journey. And Blachowicz has his eye on stopping the man who, can step into his domain, who says, I can do this. I can come up to 205 and dominate you. So I think, Blachowicz has worked so hard for that. Blachowicz has these keys to success throughout the bout. And I think that some of them being, landing that heavy low kick when it's available to him. We could also see him impose some wrestling, try and put some of that weight on him, try and put some of that size and strength on him. I think it would be a little bit surprising to see that. I think that, but, him using the natural size, that makes him a light heavyweight and, probably a heavyweight if he didn't cut weight, and imposing some of that clinch work, that wrestling. Obviously we know Adesanya is a hard guy to pin down and, moving in the pocket. And look, he's going to look to pick Jan apart from distance, chew that leg up, and land the opening when it presents itself. But Adesanya definitely has the size to take on a guy like Jan, but does he have the ability to keep executing beautiful movement even when faced with a dangerous striker as Jan Blachowicz up a weight division? I'm not so sure. Like I kind of capped it off last night in the Combat Cannon, I do think that Israel Adesanya will win. Do I want Jan Blachowicz to win? Abso-fucking-lutely. I'm all over Jan Blachowicz. I would love for him to win. I would love for him to turn this tide and really change this kind of shift and really kind of set back into scale. But do I think he will? No. I think Israel Adesanya is too imposing physically, moves too well, has seen it, has gone up to heavyweight in his kickboxing career. You know what I mean? Is one of these guys that's moved around in weights before. And I think that, a guy that offers this kind of thing, it might just be him, moving around, picking shots consistently throughout the fight and winning the fight. I don't know what you guys think.
Well, especially as he's saying, he hasn't even changed his physique-wise at all for this fight. Like, he'll be weighing in, like, he just isn't really cutting weight. He said, oh, well, I'll still maybe even go in the sauna a little bit with some of my teammates, but, like, he says I'll be, like, 195. Not at the fight.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, if you take him as his word for that, but
we'll see what happens. I don't think we're going to place any bets until we see him on the scale, so we'll see if that's a factor then. I think Adesanya does win. I think it probably goes the distance. Jan's a really tough guy. He's a black belt. He probably has the ground advantage, but I don't see that being much of a factor just because Adesanya is such a hard puzzle to crack when it comes to getting him to the ground, getting in that range in the first place. I think we see Adesanya pick him apart. I think it's a decision because of how tough Jan is, and I do think Jan has explosive ability, but I mean, it's Israel Adesanya. He's seen a bunch of guys with explosive ability, and there's only been the one incidence that's been mentioned over and over. Don't need to bring it up anymore. Yeah, I think he's able to avoid the power and win this one over 5 rounds, or at some point maybe finish Jan, maybe if he hits smart enough, if Jan starts being aggressive and gives him the openings too.
the thing is, like, if it goes 25 minutes, like, that's a long time to be like. That's a long time to be fighting a guy like Jan Blachowicz and like not take some serious kind of damage in some way or another, or find some way.
Jacare Souza went 5 rounds with Jan Blachowicz. I know it was a different kind of fight.
Yeah.
I mean, it's Adesanya. There's ways he'll avoid damage. I mean, he went 5 with Romero. Maybe it's one of those kind of fights. This could be. Who knows?
Yeah.
He'll do. We know he'll do what he has to do to avoid taking damage.
I think there'll be a bit more urgency from Adesanya. We see him go to the decision when we have these guys he's standing across from who are willing to stand there and be a bit more complacent, just like get point, fight it, and lose. He's like, he'd be like, oh yeah, if you want to lose this way, it'll be fine.
Yeah.
But like guys that get aggressive get clipped, like. And like Jan's gonna be willing to die on his sword for win this championship. He's got a lot of pride. He's got a lot of heart. Like it's not like we haven't seen him. Saw him finish in the 3rd round in that Thiago fight. Obviously, it's like power versus accuracy, but there's nobody's got the kind of accuracy in like this Adesanya, like at this weight range and at this point and like at this skill level. Like it's
I'd love to see how he brings.
It's so hard to bet against him, and I think it could be a potentially like 3rd or 4th round finish for Adesanya. Just clipping him with something special.
Breaking
like
him down.
He wants. He knows the eyes that are on this fight. The eyes that are on him now. Double champ. This could be something absolutely spectacular that we see him go to a whole different level of different strategy.
I mean, the 2nd round seems to be the round in these kind of fights that everyone talks about. He was talking about it in the Helwani interview. If he gets it done early, if he puts the pressure on there, then that's a big thing. That's a big accomplishment. If he can do that to a guy like Blachowicz.
What, put pressure on Blachowicz?
finish him earlier. I'm saying, and if he finishes him in if he finishes him within the first 3,
huge.
Wow.
Like I said, stamp on his career at winning the belt. If he finishes Blachowicz within the first 3, it's more than that.
Yeah.
But
that's that's performance again. That's another legacy-defining performance.
Oh, yeah. Not only is him coming up to fight at light heavyweight, I would love to know for the banter portion, how many guys have we ever had move up from middleweight to light heavyweight? How many?
Thiago Santos.
No, but challenge for a belt, though. Because obviously we've had guys like...
Thiago Santos.
Really?
He did challenge for the belt.
What do you mean?
No, I know he did. But I mean,
you mean to challenge for both? You mean
for both is what I was kind of saying.
Oh yeah, okay.
I was thinking, who's a guy? Cannonier? Did Cannonier go for both? Close.
It's the other way around.
What do you mean?
Down.
He didn't fight for.
He went
same shit, but he never fought for light heavyweight.
No.
Ah, fuck.
No.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, different, but yeah.
Close to fighting for middleweight though.
Yeah,
I mean, Adesanya though is a guy who's done things differently. It's the greatest of all time. Never did things like people who've done it before them. That's the difference. So if Adesanya wants to be the greatest of all time, he's got to keep doing things like this, and it seems like he's more than comfortable doing it based on his kickboxing career.
If he does,
and what he's done so far in the UFC,
it puts him in that realm.
Yeah, for sure.
Definitely in his weight range. It's at the pace in which he's doing it and the age and it's I don't mind, maybe even fourth round.
Nuts.
Jan sub 8-1.
I like that even the decision sitting at 10-1 calls my name.
What if he just out wrestles him or something? 5 rounds.
I mean, Izzy's a tough motherfucker, man. We haven't seen that guy. I mean, we've only seen him get clipped, right? Is the Polish power a real thing? I think so. I think everyone. Everyone has their own.
He says, as in Poland, they say, when you're a father, you hit twice as hard.
Did you not watch the canon, or you just repeated me?
Well, I can just fucking. Did you say it?
Of course, I said it in the canon. Because
people aren't fucking watching the canon. Dougie didn't watch the canon, so I'm saying.
Okay, this is a bad look. This is why I was bullish. We got to stop saying I was trying to lie, and say I watched it. I'm watching them from now on. We're watching the canon all the time. Watch the fucking canon. It's awesome.
Just have it back on. Just have it in the background.
And also,
especially on my channel, people. The views on my channel are not high enough. People, we need to. I know, but you know what though? You motherfuckers that are all watching right now, you 7 people, you beautiful people, man, you're always there for me, and that I will say, because you know what's pretty funny? That I always have consistently more views, obviously in comparison to a guy who's got, a channel that's 100 times bigger than mine, maybe even more. I always have the consistent people in my channel watching my shit. So I appreciate you guys. I appreciate all you guys coming out, keeping it open, whatever you do. I offer you this. I know you're always commenting, man. I appreciate you to the moon and back. But man, keep on that shit. I love it. I love it. Even if we don't get as high as the view count, I'm okay with getting these guys in here that are willing to talk and discuss MMA and, sit through some kind of shit like this, especially like right now. We've just done 2 hours and 52 minutes, almost 3 hours of the biggest goddamn card of the year. Respect to you guys. Respect to you guys for sitting through this. Respect.
Yeah, it was a huge, great card. I think we're all super excited about it. I'm super excited to be on the stream. Super excited to do the breakdown. Super excited for everyone in the chat to
double chance.
Get to make some money with us, to have some laughs.
Oh yeah.
Have a good time.
We're gonna
watch some great fights.
Because you know what? At the end of the night, you know what cancels out even winning or losing bets? It's having a good fucking time, having some laughs with your buddies. That's always what cancels it out, and that's always what ends up happening.
Some money, yeah.
but that always cancels it. I mean, we always end up having a good time, regardless.
Yeah.
More of a good time if we win some money, though. That's for sure.
All right, so we're all backing Adesanya in this one too. I think, for all the top 3, we all had the same picks, and I think that's going to be the boost. Actually, I believe the boost is going to have Jan instead of Sterling.
It's gonna be back
yeah.
in.
The boost is probably getting maxed out on my end, and then I'm gonna fade that completely with Sterling because that's my
It's gonna
pick.
have to be some crazy super boost or something this weekend.
Yeah.
Some nuts.
They will super boost. What are you talking about? Of course they'll super boost it.
Well, sometimes it's a boost. Sometimes
We're
it's a boost,
talking about
sometimes it's a
Betway for
super
anyone who
boost.
doesn't know. We all use Betway.
People,
Yeah,
Betway
I
should
wish I
be
didn't-
one of
I
the
wish I didn't
sponsors
fuck these
hammering
guys.
us with free money every week. People,
They should be
Okay,
sponsored.
Dan, don't say fuck them when he's trying to get them to sponsor us, you shit fuck.
Dan, shut the. This guy's not associated with the channel. He's actually just kind of a guy we bring on for audio.
I love
technical kind of
Betway.
shit.
It's an upgrade from what I was on before, which I'm not going to name.
Great submissions, but he's a 7 out of 10 on speed inquisitions. Yeah, exactly. Jay sticking in here. I love it, Jay.
Yeah, that's a great analysis right there. I mean, you've got to be perfect to beat Adesanya. And I mean, like I said, you said you would want Jan to win too. I was talking about how much I think Jan just seems really cool. He just seems like a guy who enjoys life. He goes about it. He doesn't take anything too personally. He just kind of goes about his way. I can appreciate that. I like that. And I'd love to see him defend against Adesanya. He's one of those guys that deserves it. That worked for it so much.
Yeah, worked.
He also has a fucking.
So it would be great
bracelet
to see.
He also
The dead man's rope. I love that. That's such a cool culture thing.
Hat? Oh yeah, you did see that.
Made a bracelet.
In the Hawani.
That's
yeah.
amazing.
He's like somebody
Actually,
in
you know what?
Poland.
I'm
They
gonna
made it up.
send
He's got some
something to our text
crazy
chat
like
right now.
some crazy like fucking like dragon or something on the cufflink thing on the inside. It's beautiful. It's like it's fucking nuts. So I guess the guy looks like he hung himself with some sort of like bungee cord. That's what
Really?
it looks like. That's
And
not
now,
true.
It's a paracord. It's a paracord.
No, it's part of the rope is woven into his bracelet. It's not made out of the rope, I believe. Anyways, I think this is what he's
dicey
saying
with
on the
some of the
embedded.
magic. Then I don't know about that. That's kind of fucked.
Well, what it was it's
Because he said, "Oh, it's only."
I don't know
once,
too
Thiago
much about what
Santos.
the actual like tradition is. I know he used to go to the tree and the rope though, and he
Touch
was
it,
like,
yeah, and
and he
touch it.
started winning fights when he was doing that.
Can I play the banter thing? Can I play the end of it so I can cut this and then we'll do the banter? I'll probably keep the
Yeah.
banter for this week because it's probably
for it.
gonna be next level. But even just in case, I'm gonna play the outro, people. Like you always know, I'll open the lineup. Anyone wants to jump in, come talk to us. Hit me a chat. Ask me to shoot the link. I'll shoot the link out. We're gonna keep bantering. We're gonna kind of talk about the ins and outs, some of these fights. Talk about some bullshit that's been going on in the UFC. Banter a little bit like we always like to do. I think that's probably one of the better parts. But here we go, people. Thank you for coming in here. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for subscribing. Thanks for supporting all three of us. It's a group. We normally have LJ in here too. We will have him here hopefully on Saturday. We're going to have DT through the Boon Man here on Saturday to go live, cover these fights from top to bottom. It's going to be exciting, people. Do not miss out. I appreciate everybody. Like I said, we're not tuning out. I'm just playing the outro.
Medic! I'd like to thank you guys for joining us on this Glorious Day.
And a friend.
You aren't duping the doctor. I mean, the doctors look into your eyes.
Jeez, and the fight is over! Michael Chandler! Michael Chandler! What did I tell you fools?
What's up, boys and girls? This is UFC lightweight Michael Chandler. And I'm just telling you right now, if you don't go to YouTube and hop on the MMA Bet Surgeon channel, like and subscribe and ingest and digest some of the best UFC mixed martial arts and boxing predictions on the planet, on the internet, then you're doing it wrong. Appreciate you guys. See you at the top.
We are back, people. Goddamn back. And we are just talking banter. We're just fucking around. I'm probably going to smoke one. Chill out here. We're going to enjoy ourselves for probably 30 minutes or so and just kind of, shoot the shit, enjoy, talk about whatever you guys want. Like I said, anyone wants to hop in, you just shoot me a comment and you get... What did he tell you, fools?
Man,
yeah,
I
man,
wish I
anyone
was
wants to
there for
hop
that
in.
stream.
Anyone wants to hop in. You were there for that stream, were you not? What are you talking about?
No, I did the breakdown that week, but I missed the stream. And then I started doing them all after that.
You missed the McGregor thing? Oh, you fucking did.
That was the week.
Did you come in late?
That was
after
the week
this?
I started.
But you came in at one point, right? And you said, I gotta go. I got some buddies over. You did. You came in at the beginning.
No, because I went over to Andrews that night. I was gone the whole night. I didn't have my setup at all.
True. Okay. Because I was gonna say, I remembered you early one stream. You were like, "Yeah, I got a couple buddies coming over." Before you kind of joined in, and you were like, "Oh, I got a couple buddies coming over to watch the fight this weekend or whatever. We're gonna have a couple drinks. I'm gonna smoke some bowls. Blah 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 blah." You're like, "I might not be here for the entire time." And then I think you tuned in a little bit later, post a couple of fights, and we talked.
I think I've been here for all of them the whole time since that. I think I only missed that.
And there you go. No, yeah, people. Yeah. I mean, it's an exciting ass week. I mean, Dan, anywhere you want to kick it off, any avenue you want to kick it off at. You want to talk about some of these cuts real quick? We're gonna get into it more than once.
I don't know. You're the cut man.
Yeah, to cut you. I want to actually let Doug talk about it. I'm gonna actually try and rip it down real quick.
Okay, I'll go for it. Well, we had a couple of big announcements at heavyweight today with two legends in Alistair Overeem, former title challenger and former champion, in Junior Dos Santos, both removed from the rankings and subsequently released from the UFC. JDS released a statement, and it was reported that Alistair had also been released. With rumors of several other releases that I'll get into later, I've only heard of one big rumor of a release. But these two legends, I mean, Alistair Overeem's coming off his knockout loss to Alexander Volkov. Other than that, he was on a win streak and had discussed one final title run. Unfortunately, it was halted by Volkov, and Dana didn't want any more. So Overeem's time is up, and after the cruelest run of matchmaking I've ever seen in UFC heavyweight history, Junior Dos Santos is cut after being absolutely fed to a murderer's row of heavy-handed heavyweights. He is mercifully let go from the company to pursue other opportunities, and those were the two big notable cuts to bring in the new era of heavyweights, the guys like Cyril Gane and Jairzinho Rozenstruik, who we saw next week. I think they're trying to promote the next era to come in with this John Jones, and I mean the other staples. And another big rumored cut, Pat, you're muted still. But another big rumored cut that I did want to mention that is unconfirmed is I've seen things swirling about Robbie Lawler. No one has commented on that yet. Very concerning.
Oh my
but another
God,
legend could be saying goodbye. Do not keep your eyes on Robbie Lawler news. Nothing is confirmed.
I kind of like that one. Let Robbie go fight fucking Rory McDonald and fucking PFL. Let's fucking throw him in that fucking tournament. Like, that's what at the end of the day, like, some of these guys, at the end of the day, like, these guys, when like there's some of these viable companies, they could make some money. Like, they could make some runs. They could, like, they may not be able to bang against the cream of the crop in the UFC, but they can go win a milli. PFL, come on.
I mean, I picked I picked JDS in the fight against Jairzinho back in the summer, and I thought he was winning the fight up until the knockout. He looked very good on the feet, and there's organizations that not a lot of guys have power like Jairzinho Rozenstruik, like Francis Ngannou. JDS can win fights in other organizations like Bellator. He can make runs. He's still
go to like one
still a talented guy. He's still a talented guy, still a former champion, and if he does want to continue fighting, I mean, he's been knocked out a lot. If he says goodbye to the sport, he's got a legacy as a former champion.
I have a bad feeling he won't.
Yeah, no, it seemed like he posted, and it seemed like he was more interested in his next move professionally rather than
on to the next one.
Yeah, there's no indication of retirement really.
Well, that's fucking bad news bears for a guy like JDS. Come on, man, what are you doing?
A lot of knockouts there.
Jesus Christ,
concerning. But also a guy like Overeem. There's a lot of people who are complaining about the Overeem cut, which I'm kind of confused by.
Overeem could go fuck some people up in PFL. Fuck some people.
I understand the cut though, because he was going on. He was saying one last run, and then
it's a shame,
he gets knocked out. What are you gonna do? come on, you moved him up against top guy one time after giving him a couple contenders back there. I don't think he's interested in the gatekeeping role. I think this is best for everyone that he moves on. And I mean, he was still messing up those prospects. If he goes to other organizations that are more based around these prospects or other guys who've just not quite made it, he can still be a top guy if he feels that. I think he also could just say goodbye. I mean, both of them have cemented their legacies in MMA history for sure.
Both guys having cemented their MMA
sure.
histories. Both guys, I mean,
like especially Overeem. Like Overeem's. If Overeem got that UFC heavyweight though, then you make the case for greatest heavyweight in MMA history. Like,
I really just wish there was a camera angle that showed Stipe tapping.
Shut up.
I thought that felt
we
the
haven't
tap.
seen it yet. It's going to come out in like 10 years. And Overeem's going to tell all of us.
They're hiding that with like the UFO sighting.
Dana has that thing footage in the deepest vault on UFC.
Yeah, it's Dan's right. It's with the alien fucking footage.
They'll pull that out right
Area
after
51.
That's what's in Area 51 is the footage of Stipe tapping.
Drop the link. It's always there for you, baby. It's always there, man. Unless it's some imposter coming in as a J Blues radio, and in which case, I salute you. I say, you know what, sir? You have won this one, and I will take you into the second round. You know what I mean? But people, super exciting card. I mean, we're like, you start cutting people like that, and you're like,
no, okay, those kind of make sense. Those make sense.
Okay, so now I'm going to start going through the division because I don't think it really makes sense to some of these other guys, but that's just my opinion.
It's at the end of it, it's economics. You have these guys who at a certain points they accumulate these contracts to a size where you have to pay them a minimum per fight thing, or you pay these guys who are 2 or 3 fights into their contracts who are going to put on more exciting performances and make you more money at the end of the day.
Overeem had one of the biggest contracts in the UFC, if I'm not mistaken, and for the level that he was fighting at now, I'm not sure if it was main events, anywhere near worth to keep it around. I have no idea if Hamzat's really retired. I just hope he's healthy. I hope he gets over this COVID before he even thinks about his next fight. They don't need to be thinking about a June return. They need to be thinking about him getting healthy and then focus on anything after that. Get through his treatment first.
No, but I think the Chechnyan president might like fucking hold his family hostage if you ever actually like post something like that again.
What? Say that again? Oh yeah, you might.
Okay, no, don't say that again. Don't say that again.
Yeah,
let's just leave that alone.
Yeah, we leave that alone.
Oh, don't fuck with the Chechnyan. Wah, wah, wah.
Okay, well, you just said something that's fucking you moron.
Dan might be.
What did I say?
His mom's not really retired, bro.
No, he's like
could
royalty.
be keeping his name hot.
Royalty.
I offer you this. You listened to me last night, and
did you? I don't know if it was fake, but there was something I saw about him posting a tweet that said, "Sorry, I drank too much wine last night."
Bro,
right after the Costa thing came out.
Did you guys see the initial report? Because I'll read it out. Post broadcast, post me and Boone doing the combat cannon yesterday. I think an article came out. And an article came out, you know, it was kind of on the line of what me and Boone were saying throughout the entire time. We kind of said, you know, obviously he probably ended up pushing it back too quickly, you know, and he wasn't seeing this kind of, you know, step up or level that he had seen before, and he didn't like it. So here's the actual kind of description for it. And J Blues, I'm adding your ass in. What's going on, brother?
J Blues.
Jay, what's going on, brother? Let me explain this real quick. So, when Chimaev got to UFC headquarters in Las Vegas, obviously after being pulled a couple of times and having this kind of whole COVID situation overwhelming him, you know, the doctors took care of him. They put him on prednisone. Prednisone being obviously a very high, you know, steroid. He's on prednisone. He's supposed to be, you know, this is quoting from the article. He's supposed to be taking this thing and chilling relaxing, letting himself recover. He went in and fucking trained today. Felt like shit, got super emotional, and posted about
That's
his
a Dana
retirement.
White quote, isn't it?
I don't believe so.
Who else talks like that? That's got to be Dana.
He's not supposed to be training. But he's a guy that's a savage. He wants to fight every fucking week. It sounds like Dana. He wants to fight like every fucking weekend, and now he can't even train. So he just got emotional and posted that, but he ain't quitting. Chimaev obviously, blah, 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 blah. Obviously, Chimaev, now saying he's going to end up returning on his normal kind of schedule that they were talking about before. What do you guys feel about that? I mean, is it to keep his name hot? I don't know. Probably.
He's just freaking out. Could be a little bit of both, yeah. Freaking out, though. He'll be back, bro.
I mean, what Dana said makes sense. If he just trained too early, it sounded like he trained during COVID. He's just a super hardworking guy who's too hardworking for his own good now. Needs to breathe for a second.
It's like what happened with Garbrandt. I don't know if anybody else listened to him on Joe Rogan yet, but he just tried to.
Yeah, COVID is not to be messed with. He didn't really
know he had COVID and tried to train through it and really fucked him up.
Nah, he'll be back, man. He's too fucking hot, bro. He's too fresh. He's too ready. Like he was right there, about to be put in the fucking top 10 and shit. You know what I mean? He's about to be
top
put in a real opposition.
Bro, he got a top 3 guy. He got a roll.
He may move up the rankings because of this.
That's why. That's why he's so depressed over this, because the meteoric rise came
next.
Say what, Doug?
He's gonna pull a Khabib. He'll be ranked number 1 by the time he fights next.
I mean,
number one. No.
This shit's definitely not going to be the thing to stop him, bro.
USA number 1.
Wasn't it? It was Khabib who went from ranked number 5 to number 1 without fighting, just by being injured for a few years. Thought he did something like that. Could be wrong.
I don't know. I don't really. It could be right. It could be wrong.
It's a pretty big goddamn roster. I'm looking all the way down through 47 guys in the heavyweight roster. No way.
Jeez, that's a lot of heavyweights.
It's like 600 fighters in total, right? Something nuts like that.
Yeah, like on paper, it's like, why you got somebody like fucking.
Okay, there's no way Cain Velasquez is still. What is this fucking site? Fuck this site. Cain Velasquez still in there. Get the fuck out of here. No way. He's been wrestling in WWE.
I was gonna say, I think the number's probably closer to like UFC heavyweights. I'd say like 35. Wait, what did you just say?
47.
Yeah, I was gonna say like 35. 40 is pretty high, like 40 max.
Do they have it? I bet you every fighter past and present.
Who knows? It's one of those things that just doesn't even exist. Like UFC fighter pay. It's just all fucking.
Of course,
we're a private company. Go fuck yourself.
Are they gonna let me? Is the UFC website gonna let me filter heavyweight and present?
Ryan Wilson, thanks for fucking running with us, dog. Good parlay. Let's cook up a parlay. That's a good.
Yeah, cook. Dan, that's your job, man.
It's my job. That's your fucking job.
You want to get You want to get on the discount for the whatever it's called, the Dollar Shave Club. That.
Okay, well, I'll say
that IBT's creating out of nowhere.
Dan, you do always cook up some pretty good parlays.
Yeah, but
it's his job. It's his ones I cook
job.
Up on here he doesn't have anything else to do. That's his job other than the bringing up the fights thing.
Okay.
Oh shit! Look who we got.
So the parlay that I've already.
Wait, 1 second. 1 second.
Wait.
1 second.
Is this actually LJ?
It's not. It's just talking MMA. It's under some random name.
There it is.
Yo, what's happening?
It's not even under his name.
Spell your own name.
What photo is that?
It's some random name. It's not even his full name.
Is this Adesanya, fam?
Yeah, you put it under like a female picture or some shit. What the fuck's
some
going on
random name too. What the fuck?
Is that's fucking?
Are you on your phone or something?
Nah, it's Adesanya, fam. Is this real Adesanya?
So is mine.
Fused with Clarissa Shields. What the fuck's wrong with that picture, bro? Looking
zoom in on it, Pat.
Yeah, throw that shit out back. Full screen it.
Wait, let me get
I got a full screen.
I've only just got home, mate, fam.
How the fuck do I even do this?
Oh, yeah, no, of course. Beautiful.
Oh my god.
Wait, I got it. What the fuck is that?
It's not even Israel Adesanya. It's some like 145 UFC. Yeah.
Wait, what? Okay.
Let me get her up. Yeah. She's called Duda Santana. Duda Santana.
She's on the
fights at 145 in featherweight, and she looks like
Arsenio Hall.
Has she fought?
Adesanya.
Has she fought before?
That's Israel. That is Israel Adesanya. Don't tell me that's not Israel Adesanya.
Oh my god.
That's
insane. I was looking at it from like afar, and it looked like the picture that John Jones posted, where he photoshopped.
Got me beat, that's for sure.
He's not even Photoshop.
Wait, yeah. Let me put Dan's up here real quick, just so we're all on even. How the fuck do I even do this shit? Oh, here we go. This is the dumbest way. This site, they need to update some shit. They should hire me for this site. I'm not even lying, to update some shit for them. Look at Dan's.
What the?
That's Lieutenant Dan's face reveal right there.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I said. The broken native with the fucking champ belt made out of a plate? Are you kidding me?
He's spray painted the paper plate as well. Oh my god!
It's like the strap is like some plastic crowns that he.
Yeah, it's like a crown that he's cut in half.
Oh, I think it's two that he maybe cut in half and then glued together. Yeah.
A for effort.
It's not bad. It's a little bit.
What are the gloves? Are they just hand
right on the verge of racist with the broken native on the collar?
Dan, that's not actually Dan. I wish that was Dan. Dan wishes he was that big. Not even close.
It's a dicey costume. I respect it though.
It's super dicey. Dan will do his face.
Couldn't pull it off. Definitely couldn't pull that off. You need
a
nice. I think he should have got bigger with the Africa on the gut, but I don't have a gut like that to pull it off. Unfortunately.
I mean, it'd still be funny even if a guy like you did it, though. It'd be pretty funny. If
you won't see me do that. You won't see. I can guarantee that.
Going shirtless for Halloween, putting broken native across the top. Yeah, if someone takes a picture of you, your job might be in jeopardy. But at the same time, people, what are we fucking LJ?
Oh yeah, LJ.
What do you think about the
We need some of your pecs.
We need a bunch of your shit.
Yeah, I couldn't believe Alistair Overeem's gone. Wouldn't surprise JDS is gone. But come on.
Both shot.
No, yeah, JDS isn't surprising.
See this thing with Overeem. They pay him so much money, so like I can see why they got rid of him. He gets like $700,000 a fight.
Wait a second here. This might be old heavyweights.
If Andrei Arlovsky loses another one, I can see him on the chopping block. He gets like $500,000 a fight. They're looking to sign these guys who come off a contender series or are coming off like regional scene. They pay him like $20,000 show money. You know, it's a fraction of the price, and they'll fight like twice as much as these old dudes.
It's true.
Not old dudes. Not saying it is in a disrespectful way. I'm just saying like they're older, so they can't fight as much.
So we've got 54 on the UFC roster right now, active heavyweights, 54 registered.
Nah, it's cap. No,
you know who pops up right off the top?
He's going to be next if he loses his next one.
Remember the prototype?
Did he get rid of him?
Prototype,
Did he get rid of him?
No, he's still goddamn on the list.
Oh, I was going to say he beat Gian Valances. You know when I was saying
I picked
Tom
him to win the
Aspinall
fight.
lit him up
to win the fight, yeah.
Oh no, I picked Jake Collier in that. He's Gian Valances absolutely useless at heavyweight. Fat as a pig.
Jake Collier's fat as a pig.
I know, but he's proved himself at least useful beating Gian Valances.
I get it. You're right. He did prove himself a little bit in that fight. You're not wrong.
He looked decent.
No, you did look decent. You looked better than he fucking. That's what pissed me off about that whole fight. I'm just looking through this whole thing.
Like Gian Valances just standing there like.
I'm just
going completely off topic.
Just a big lump. He's just a big lump, is he?
Oh, Maurice Green is still in the UFC. Forgot about that one.
Oh god. That's how
Crochet boss.
Crochet boss. Stick to your knitting, mate. MMA's not the one, is it? For you. Crochet, boss.
I don't think so.
I'll tell you who's going next if you lose another one is Alexei Olenek.
Whoa. The Boa. How dare you?
Because he lost to Chris Dawkins, who's unranked. You know what I mean? So, look at it like that. If he loses one or two more, he's going.
Might be right.
How many wins away is he from 50?
He's already got 50 wins.
He's got 59.
59? Okay.
59, 15, and 1.
He's 43 years old.
So then let him get 60.
And he's not like a Yoel Romero. He's not like a Yoel Romero.
60 then go. 60
you know Yoel Romero
60
turns 44 this year. He's not like a Yoel Romero 43, is he? Let's face it. He's like a...
But it's different. His style, he can play that style until he's like...
43.
Can you buy...
And he fights like it as well. He's not like exactly...
I'm good with him going this route until he's like...
If he isn't already.
As long as
Green
he's got the
fight coming up. Oh, he does. Yeah, he does have a fight coming up. If he loses that, he might be Audi 5000. Fucking... No offense to him. I'd love to have the guy on the show. Come on the show. Maurice Green. I'd love to chop it up with you. I love to talk about... I
want him to teach me how to do crochet.
No, I want to talk about some hard...
I will sit there for as long as it takes.
Hard-hitting shit.
Teach me crochet.
Teach me how to knit and how to get chin back, Greg Hardy.
Let's ask him some hard.
I don't think. Hey, LJ. No offense.
And there goes any of my chance to be taught crochet by
no chance.
LJ just chinned it.
You fucking guys. I'm just looking.
Who is Maurice Green fighting?
LJ, I need some of your picks. I need some of these.
Relax. Here it is, Dan. And I got it earlier this week. Minus 110, Peter Yan. Absolutely hammer it. It's a favourite now. So I saw it this week. I said Peter Yan. He's an absolute devil. He's a little devil, that little Peter.
I wish I had you for the live breakdowns.
It's so close fight. He's going to win a close decision, 3 rounds to 2, in my opinion. Peter Yan.
Yep. Wait, so you're hammering it, but you think it's a close decision?
Yeah, I think.
No, I just wanted to double check on that.
Roll it, bitch. That's what he says.
I love it.
I'm all for it.
I
love it.
that
I love
shit.
the confidence.
And it's just he's competitive, you know what I mean? It's just thinking. The thing. I think Aljamain can take him down, do whatever, but I don't think he's going to be able to. I think Peter Yan can take Aljamain down. And the thing is with Aljamain, I think he's had how many fights in the UFC has he had? Like 14 fights in the UFC. Something like that. Anyway, he's not had one knockdown in the UFC. He's not got any pop at all to keep it on the ground. Yeah. For the time it's not on the ground, Peter Yan with that high guard and he's just going to stay in his face with body kicks. You know, he sets traps as well, Peter Yan. It's just like he's a really smart fighter. I just don't think Aljamain's going to be able to keep him off him. So I just think maybe 3 rounds to 2, maybe 4 rounds, 4-1. But I don't expect him to completely blow Aljo out of the water. But yeah, I got Yan.
You hear Ryan? Ryan's got 8 units on Yan at minus 105.
Jeez,
And
big
for
play.
Ryan,
See, when I mean go in, I don't mean 8 units. I don't mean 8 units. I mean it is high level bantamweight championship fight. You don't hammer 8 units like it's just nothing. But you know, I've gone all right on it. But
I think we're going to start this show probably 15, 20 minutes early at least, like we always kind of do. Probably aim for 20.
So if somebody wants, so for as far as a super safe parlay goes, would you guys say that Ulberg?
Why don't you post it? Just type it and post it.
Shut up. Ulberg,
you're
Nunes,
ridiculous.
And Makhachev, even though we kind of said not to include Makhachev.
I'm not sure. Ulberg is super safe.
Makhachev.
And I'm not sure Makhachev is super safe.
No, neither.
There's no safe picks. There's no safe picks.
You're not saying
this
Ulberg
is true.
Super... Oh,
this
yeah, well, this is a guy you're asking.
But then why not throw in like something else?
You're also asking a guy that picked against Ulberg right off the bat.
Yeah, I'm not fully sold on Islam Makhachev. I think
you picked against
No,
Ulberg?
I'm not either.
Drew
What's up?
Dober is good enough.
Who
to
picked
be, I
against
do
Ulberg?
think Islam
Fucking
wins.
Doug.
No, I didn't.
Oh.
Yeah, you're
Well, never
correct.
mind.
Yeah,
They're good.
Oh, yeah, Ulberg. They've screwed him over. You know, he's a massive favourite. You know, like Kennedy dude. He's not that good, but the thing is, they've put on his UFC, like his official UFC stats, that he's got 5 fights. They've included like 3 kickboxing fights. He's only got 3 pro MMA bouts.
No, he's only got 3. I only said 3.
Yeah,
Don't
he's
worry
3-0.
about it.
Yeah, no.
You're right.
But they
LJ's
put
right,
on
though.
the UFC official UFC stats
that
he's
LJ's
5-0.
right.
They just
LJ's
had two wins out of nowhere,
Yeah,
even
they're
though they're not
just boosting
sanctioned
the
MMA
They
fights.
do it all the
kickboxing
time. They do
What
it with
the
height too,
fuck?
bro.
Yeah,
They do
but
it
what
with height.
if that's the case? Then Adesanya would be like 100 and something in 27 or something, 20 something like that. Like he'd have like a weird record if you can include in kickboxing
You're right.
fights.
No, you're right.
You know,
He's like 75 and
so he's
5
like 2-0.
in
He's like
kickboxing,
2-0, and he's only beat Bruno
5-1
Oliveira.
boxing.
Bruno Oliveira, who's a bloody lanky bloody middleweight who just plods forward. And he fought him and just chinned him in a minute. It's like, oh, yeah, so you're a minus 300 favourite against Kennedy Nzechukwu. When he's supposed to just run through him. It's like, it's
Wow.
a stupid one.
LJ, this is why I needed you here, brother. No one corrected me on the pronunciation of the guy's name. Dan was laughing at me as I...
Kennedy Nzechukwu.
Nzechukwu.
That's
the easiest way to pronounce it, and I never knew that. I should have
I don't
looked
think
at
that's
the...
right. I don't think that's right.
I don't think that's right.
Well, that's not how they were pronouncing it during the fight. It's some weird way.
It's like Nzechukwu or something like
there's
that.
like
That's what I
there's
said,
like
Nzechukwu, and then I
there's
started
like 4
morphing
syllables.
it.
There's like 4 syllables.
Yeah,
or
it's
something.
too many C's and Y's, and
Just
it's like
let's just call him
you
Ken.
know,
Does he have
Joanna,
a
your
nickname?
J-check. You know, Joanna. It's like even
Young
I bet
J-check,
he
though.
gets
I
pissed
like
off
that.
trying to spell her name.
No, but that comes
she
I
off.
can't
gets-
spell it. I can say it.
She's like too many Z's, too many fucking Y, Z, F. Like too much, man. Too many.
But even
too
off
many Ys and Zs.
your tongue, it rolls pretty well. I think it rolls pretty well off a lot. Young J-check isn't the hardest thing to say.
In J-check?
Yeah, in Nzechukwu, but Nzechukwu is another fighter in the UFC. There's another guy with the last name Nzechukwu. I know that.
Yeah.
I know that.
That's who maybe.
So if you're saying in Nzechukwu, you're like, oh well, now are we confused?
We're
That's the whole
confusing
thing.
him with
I was
somebody
like,
else.
I'm like, am I just
Yeah, I
confusing him?
I offer you this in the chat. He's right. He says Islam slightly sus. They need to stop hyping him. He only beat Davi Ramos, and if you watch that fight with him getting tagged up by Davi Ramos, God,
Nzechukwu. I don't know. It's close. It's
Yeah, I remember I was
out
planning to
wrestled
bet
by-
RDA to beat Makhachev when that fight was booked.
It's okay.
then
I don't know.
RDA
I
ended up
can't say
fighting
any
Felder,
safe
right?
parlays. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Whoever was asking. Ryan Wilson. I'll say some of the parlays I've already have made myself though. I have Uros Medic, Ulberg, Aljo, and Adesanya. I have around 4 units on that. I also have one with some props. The under 3.5 rounds in Peter Yan Aljo, and the over 2.5 in Nunez Anderson. And
Yeah, that's a good one. Dan
They're
had an
good
eye on
ones,
that
them.
over 2.5 on Nunes
Hey,
Anderson.
you know
I
what
like
I'm going to
that
say
one.
about Euros Medic, aren't you?
What
I
are you
think
going to
he
say?
You know, he's fighting the prelims, isn't he? But
Aalon Cruz.
he's fighting Aalon Cruz. He'll
say
get
it.
by him, right? But
Say it.
if you look-
Yeah.
You know what we say about you know, like how we fade like Cage Warriors fighters, and we also fade Alaska FC fighters.
Yes.
Alaska FC
Oh yeah,
fighter.
first time he fights
So-
a really good grappler. I'll
Yeah,
fade him.
nah. He's gonna trust me, Dan. He's gonna get past Aalon Cruz, but the next fight we're gonna fade him a heavy, and he's gonna fight someone half decent.
No, yeah, Aalon Cruz is a good matchup for him.
Because he fought.
He'll be banging.
I'm telling you now, I did some fight. I did some little bit of fight tape on this Medic. He fought some dude at welterweight. I mean, the guy was like, he's like a flyweight fighting at welterweight. The guy he was fighting, and like the competition level is ridiculous. Over
Yeah,
there
the
at
Alaska. Yeah,
Alaska
that's
FC.
That's what I always say, but Dan's like, I'm like, yeah, I mean, we
What?
just saw a guy get cut. We talked about it the other day.
What are you saying? I'm saying.
We talked about Alaska FC, and I talked about fading Alaska FC.
You've got,
we
you've got
did talk
Jordan,
about
you've got
that.
Jordan
Well,
Ryan.
just because you come from a
got
bad place
Ilbadu.
doesn't mean you're bad.
No, that's true, Dan. You're right.
They all fight for Alaska FC, and they all get beat.
Like Adesanya came from New Zealand. Yeah. That's not a good scene, but he went to other places. Like.
It's true. That's true. That is true.
Maybe he's just a hard motherfucker and like living in the cold. Like fucking Jan with his ice baths in the river. And his noose bracelets.
And his smoking hot blonde wife, yeah.
What?
What?
Jan's wife's not that.
Oh, she's pretty cute. Good for her.
Yeah, but I would smoking hot.
I mean, you got to look through Jan's Instagram. He ended up getting some.
Okay, yeah, you're the one digging back to like. You're probably.
There was
like
no, it's not even recent. They're
like
together.
20.
They're together. They're together at this point. You want to hear how gangster this shit is? He posts a photo of a book. He's holding the book in one hand. He's holding the magazine article in the other hand. It's definitely a porn magazine or like a hustler. The girl's topless. She signed it to him with a message, and he posts like a winky face and shit. He's got the book and the topless photo that he's posted, tits out, fully exposed on his Insta. It's awesome. I couldn't understand the language barrier, but I mean, huh?
Why send the link? Send the link in the private chat, please.
I can't go back that far and find you that photo.
Asking for the link, chill, dog.
Why not? It's kind of rude not to share it to begin with.
Yeah.
It's a crazy photo, though. It was like, whoa. I was like, thought he was with his wife, and then you look down a couple photos, and you're like, oh, there he is with his wife. I'm like, well, never mind. Like, they're obviously together.
So it wasn't his wife?
No.
Here's the question.
Oh, shit.
Here's the question. What is your guys' dog of the card? Dog pick of the card.
It's a good question. I picked a couple early off the bat.
Cruz is up there for me.
I was gonna say Cruz,
even though it doesn't really like it's a
Cruz is I think the biggest dog that I picked.
It's a slight dog though, but it counts.
There's not many big
Phillips.
dogs though that I think win.
He's plus
Kyle
140.
Phillips, I've got him too.
Phillips.
That's another one
man.
that's another one that
does. LJ, what do you think of my
line
pick of Jake Matthews to beat Sean Brady? What do you think of that?
Nice. Jake Matthews is that. So I think Brady's going to outstrength him. But
yeah, that's what I said.
While it's on the ground, Jake Matthews is live for submission, isn't he?
Yeah. That's what I said, though. I said the strength.
Sean Brady's actually a black belt.
You know Brady's like dead heavy on the feet as well. Like he could chin.
He's really.
Oh, that's what I said too. That's literally what I said. Yeah, no, LJ, that's exactly what I said. He could definitely have. Like we looked at the odds, and I was like, not bad odds.
Absolutely and I'm not hammering, but I'm putting a good few units on Askarov, and I'm putting a unit on him.
Oh yeah,
KO.
You think so, eh?
Yeah, he's gonna wait.
Oh yeah, that's what you're saying. You're saying night. We didn't know what you were saying. You said night.
I watched the fight with Tim Elliott. He had Tim Elliott on fucking skates, mate. I'm telling you, he almost flashed. He flashed KO.
Okay, yeah, but Tim Elliott is not.
He did. No, he did. Dan, he did.
Tim Elliott is tough as teeth.
You gotta watch it. You gotta watch it.
11 losses. Don't have it. He's tough as shit, Tim Elliott. I like Tim Elliott.
He had Tim Elliott like this.
He's not going to get a title shot any soon, but he is good.
Dan, he had.
He
you don't think so? You don't think they made the deaf man with the strap?
He hit Tim Elliott with a mystery punch, and he was on skates.
He was like this. No, he stiffened. He fully he went like this. He went full stiff, walking backwards.
If Joe Benavidez
started to look like he was falling over and didn't go over.
If Joe Benavidez does that stupid shit where he comes forward banging like he always does, you know, he's done it in every fight. He comes forward, crashing forward these hooks.
Yeah.
He's gonna get chinned. I'm telling you, and he gets out wrestled.
Yeah.
So I just if unless it's like a banana skin win, and then
yeah, I don't think that's bad. I think it's a good pick.
He's sick, that Askarov, and I mean he's been perfect besides a draw to Moreno.
Mm-hmm.
I mean the champion went to a draw to Moreno, so you know.
No, you're right. You're right.
I just think like I said in the comments before, I nearly rang the police after that second
Davison Figueiredo versus Joe Benavidez. That was a murder. They shouldn't
No,
have
that
put
one-
that
that one
fight
was
on
bad.
ever.
That one was bad.
That was
No,
so
you're right.
bad. I was watching. I was like, he's out. Yeah, I was screaming at the TV. I was like, oh my god, he's dead. He's dead. It was so bad. And then it was like, it was just, oh my god, he knocked him down like 4 times and then
He did, yeah.
choked him out like 3 times.
Crazy.
You know, if that's possible.
It was super fucking.
And he's coming off a knockout loss, and that was basically a knockout and a sub loss. You know, if you get knocked out you got knocked down like 3 times.
No, you're right. No, you're right.
And then
you're
you're coming back against a guy who's undefeated. It's a nightmare. It's such a nightmare.
What are you talking about, man?
We're talking about Benavidez versus Askarov.
I hadn't seen Benividez since
Figueiredo.
And I was saying I
Yeah,
nearly
yeah,
rang.
Figueiredo, yeah.
I was saying I nearly called the police after Figueiredo got done with him the second time.
Dude, how about the running the fucking Moreno fight back, man? Like, that shit is gonna be fucking amazing if it goes anything like the first fight. But first
I
fight's
think
like
Moreno can win. You know, not being he hurt. Like Moreno does not hurt people with the feet. Right?
Yeah.
He's got like 2 TKO wins, and the TKO wins, and he literally had Figgy like hurt in the 4th round. Like, he was coming
yeah,
back
he
with
gets some
shots.
groggy. He definitely gets some feeling the cobwebs, man. He doesn't like starch anybody or hurt him, but he'll piece you the fuck up, and that accumulation will take effect around the 4th,
Yeah, it's
end of
like,
the
it's like
3rd.
accumulation.
You know?
Like,
Yeah,
how much
man.
weight do you guys
I'm high
put?
on Brandon Moreno, man. He's sick.
Rematches of Ultimate Wars never go like that ever again. So expect a completely fucking different fight.
Yeah, I expect Figueiredo.
What if he does a Frankie
to
Edgar and
finish
just
him.
beats him? What if he beats him the second time
Be
round after a
crazy.
draw? If he does a Frankie Edgar.
Be fucking crazy. It'd blow my mind. Blow my mind into bits.
So like how much? Like that. So that being said, like how much do you guys give to the fact that like Figueiredo claims to like have had all that food poisoning like the night before and shit?
No, I still think that Figueiredo beats him. I think these cases of food poisoning that run through the UFC are horseshit.
Yeah,
you
know what it is?
No, one thing. Wait, what? So you think it was horseshit that he had food poisoning? What?
No, a little bit. I think that other guy that had food poisoning.
Oh, he
too,
was
that
in the
missed weight.
hospital though, wasn't he? Yeah, he was in the hospital. They did say. But you know what? I think
Like,
it's
why
that,
lie about that?
Yeah, true. But you know Waleed Ismail?
Yeah.
Don't you think Waleed, like big Waleed, he's probably got like all these excuses on a notepad. I mean, he's coming out with Paulo Costa.
On like a Rolodex,
I was
he just
drunk the
skims
night
through 'em.
before. I drank a full bottle of wine. Like, you're an idiot. You're fighting the best middleweight of all time, and you drank a full bottle of wine, and
Yeah,
you know
it
you're
ruins
half
your career. It ruins
like
your career.
even if you did actually do that and you're not lying,
You're
like,
stupid.
you idiot.
It's worse to say it.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I said last night on the cannon.
And
You're stupid.
that just shows you that even if he did that and he's not lying, he's just scared. Like he's
Shows
just scared.
mental weakness.
You've got to like take something to sleep or whatever. So it just shows weakness.
It does. The whole thing shows weakness. It's all I think a media prop to get his name in.
And it's all you know who's loving this probably more than anybody?
Whittaker.
Robert Whittaker.
And
Yeah.
you know what? You know who's loving this? Me, because I'm gonna bet the fuck out Whittaker.
Yeah, so am I.
He's gonna chin big stiff Costa. You
You're
know, you
probably
can only
right.
make middleweight for so long when you weigh that much.
You're probably right.
He'll have one of these days when he doesn't make the weight cut as perfectly, and he'll be all drained.
Well, it's probably what happened in the last fight. It's probably the wine thing's probably bullshit, right?
No. It's just Izzy's too good.
See,
he could have.
but you
He
heard-
could have come in.
also-
He
yeah,
could have.
he
Tell you now, he
drains a
could have
fuck
come in
ton of
300 pounds, and Izzy would have still.
You heard what Izzy said he came in at for the fight like 235.
Izzy doesn't fucking know that though.
Yeah, you're right. But like
I
you said
bet you
last
Izzy. I bet you Izzy comes in at like 195 this week.
That's what he was. Yeah, that's what he was
That's
saying.
what he was
Yeah.
saying.
He'll come on. He'll come at like
I
199.
think it's a
at
bit
the
of cap. A bit of cap. Probably.
most.
I don't know.
He-
Maybe
he
not.
199 at most. I bet you. He doesn't. He just physically doesn't weigh that much.
I don't know. Like it's. Yeah. He's like, yeah. He said he's gonna be maybe like cutting a little bit, just as far as like doing like his. He just wants to feel like the camp out and stuff like that. It's gonna be interesting. Like
I'm super juiced. I'm super juiced for this whole weekend.
if he is
man.
just 195, it's just like he may do it too because then it'll be like
190 he's only-
everybody
he's
else
only-
on everybody else on Twitter is gonna be
he's
like,
only-
oh, is he? He's 25 pounds
Look, he's
lighter.
like
Look
a
at this!
6'4"
Holy
frame.
shit!
Yeah, that's the thing. If he wins, He'll go, oh, and they're going to bring up Blachowicz's weight in the cage. It'll be about 240 or something.
I think actually, Blachowicz was saying in an interview Blachowicz was saying in an interview it's like 220, like 220 around. Okay.
Well, that was either if he comes in at like 220, 230 ish, that's still like a 25 pound plus 25 pound to 30 pound weight disadvantage to
huge.
So he's just they'll bring that up on the ESPN and like the UFC stats. They'll be like,
it's gonna be annoying by the end of the stream.
Look what he did. He's
it's gonna be fucking annoying.
I think he's just gonna dance circles around you.
So do I. I probably say the same. Do I want Blachowicz to win? Of course.
Oh yes.
I want him to win, of course. Yes.
Well, the thing is with Blachowicz, I've bet him. So I told you how many times. Told you so many times on this stream. Yeah. The time where I bet him against Luke Rockhold. I mean, that was one of the best bets I've ever had in my life. Yeah. It's like a plus 300 against Luke
absolutely
Rockhold.
Fucking
and I had the knockout. It's like plus 600. Hammered it. You know what I mean? I hammered it. I made it.
Yeah.
Luke Rockhold, who's never fought at 205, and he's had like 2 years off.
Oh yeah.
And then he fought Corey Anderson.
Fashion model.
Well, there he had that little hiccup with Jacare Souza, and I know you were talking about it before. That's what's making me lean towards Izzy, because like if you're standing in front of Jacare Souza for 5 rounds and not doing anything, no urgency there, is there? No. But then he comes back and knocks Corey Anderson out, and he had him in that fight. Then they had him in with Reyes, and they even had the parlay with Royval.
Yeah,
in that fight. And but this comes to an end, betting Jan Blachowicz comes to an end this weekend, unfortunately.
Yeah, all good things come to an end.
I just see Jan reaching way too much, man. Like he doesn't have enough speed to even the fight, so he's gonna have to make distance. He's gonna have to close that distance, man. He's gonna have to close that gap, and I see him getting hit with pull counters with the right hand all fucking night long, man.
Yeah,
I mean, his best bet is to catch one of them kicks and try to do some damage on the ground. He's got some good submissions. Like, he's got that weird fucking side arm triangle and shit.
You have to break some fucking limbs in half with some just brute Polish.
He ain't gonna catch Izzy on the feet, man. Like, it ain't gonna happen, bro.
Like, no, yeah, I know. I mean, on the
ground. Forrest Griffin
break some knees.
Oh yeah, imagine Jay Blues. That would be sensational. He just does a Forrest Griffin, just bang, 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 just drops with his hands down. Can you imagine?
I believe in Izzy, man.
Do you remember when do you remember when Silva battered James Irwin? And James Irwin used to weigh like 250 pounds in the cage, like he was a weight bully, James Irwin. And then after he beat up James Irwin, he sent James Irwin down to middleweight, and James Irwin.
Good luck, dog.
Remember James Irwin weighed in at middleweight. He went to middleweight after he fought Silva, because Silva just went up like went up a division and just bullied him like he was nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So he sent Irwin down a division.
Oh, you're not wrong.
Yeah, he could do a job on Jan. I mean, there's a philosophy in like it's in boxing, it's in kickboxing. It's like when you weigh over like 185 pounds, when you weigh over like 190, 185.
Mm-hmm.
Like given the technique, the speed, the opportunity, the time and the power, you can KO anyone on the planet with hands.
Yeah.
Or with a kick, or
especially if you have that power behind you, especially like a guy like Jan, right? Like we've seen.
I remember what was it? It was the K1 fights back in the day, and do you remember Mighty Mo?
Yep.
He's this big heavyweight kickboxer, and this Thai dude came in.
That fight!
It was the open weight fight. He weighed 195 and absolutely laid Mighty Mo like easily 265, 270. He was like Mark Hunt, and he came in and nailed Mighty Mo with a head kick, and he weighed 175 pounds.
That's what happens, man. It's the name of the game. That's what makes it so exciting.
It wasn't just a head kick. It was some
it was like a backflip.
Jumping, arcing, like flying Akuma from Street Fighter type head kick. Throw that fucking.
Is that it? Is that it?
Yeah,
that's a brilliant fight.
He was coming in with an overhand right bull rush, and little Sing Pao, fucking real deal Muay Thai fighter with the armbands and everything, bro.
His footwork, I forget his name, that dude, but he fought professionally, but he fought for titles in boxing as well.
Dude, he was a beast, son. In this fight, he was
I
amazing.
forgot his name, mate.
Let me look it up. That was disrespectful as fuck.
But look at that! Look at that! Oh my god!
And he just
do you
fell.
remember?
He fell like
do you
he got
remember?
sniped. Like,
do you remember
followed
Mike
through with the right-
Zambidis?
Zambidis.
Mike Zambidis.
K1?
K1 fancy. Yeah, he was like Greek. I think.
No.
Dan,
he was sick. He was absolutely sick, man. Mike
Dan,
Zambidis.
you ever heard of the black Canadian heavyweight boxer, champ of Canada and Britain, also referred to as the Toronto Terror, Larry Gaines?
I don't know. I don't think so.
It's a good nickname, though, eh?
Larry Gaines?
Debuted in London, but from Canada. Debuted as the Toronto
Larry Gaines,
Terror.
that's like back in the day, that though, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's like,
yeah. Debuted as the Toronto Terror.
Interesting.
It's kind of
sounds
cool.
like a team name.
Sounds like
It's
some sort of
dope,
fucking
man.
early serial killer.
It's dope, man.
Early 20th century serial killer.
I'm not sure if this is the same Thai fighter, but they had Hongman Choi fight a 5 foot. The same dude. He's like 5'6", 5'7".
He was called the Giant Slayer. That's what they nicknamed him.
Hongman was evil in this fight, man. He would just push him down and like put his knee on his ribs when he knocked him down and shit. Like big brother, little brother shit. It was just horrendous. And the ref is even smaller than the Thai dude, so he's just like, please back up.
I don't think Aljo gets yawned down. Whoa.
Right, I'm going to send you this.
Ian
fight
does have good defensive wrestling and offensive wrestling.
Mike Zambidis, and I need to find it because I forgot his opponent, but it's Mike Zambidis, and it's one of these K1 fights in Japan, and it's like they're staring each other down from the opening bell, and the referee's like, "Hey, stop! We got to," and they just keep staring at each other. Eventually, they go into the corner and they settle down, and then from the opening bell, they literally just bang bang 1-2 leg kick, 1-2 leg kick. They just go absolutely all in for like one round, and it goes into overtime. It's sick. It's like the best fight ever.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. You hear Ryan in the chat though, eh? Talking about 88% takedown defense for Petr Yan. Aljo not being able to takedown.
That's what I was saying. That's what was good. Yeah, his takedown defense. I think he's even going to take Aljo down as well. I think it will. I don't know.
I think Aljo's going to use those kicks to set it up well, though, and he's so awkward. It's not the same preparing for him as any other wrestler.
You're right. This guy coming
So
from
it's
a
a whole
wrestling background.
it's a whole
with some
new
sort of-
challenge.
No, it is. You're right. Fuck, I would love for Aljo to win this fight. I hope he does. He does. I hope he fucking does, man. I'm so excited for this fight, man. We're probably only going to go for another 14 minutes till about the 4-hour mark, and then we'll cut this bitch off. Or another 10 or another 11 minutes till the 1 o'clock mark, and we'll cut this bitch off. But even still, people, this is, you're from our Long Island. Shout out Long Island, brother. That's still my boy. You like that, Dan? That's a Long Island right there. Have been at Serra-Longo, so then it's even better that I said that's still my boy. I love Serra-Longo. I'm all into the Serra-Longo camp. I'm fucking, but he's saying he's against Aljo even being at the Serra-Longo camp.
Holy fuck!
Even at being a guy from Rhode Island, he's laughing.
Wow.
Mutiny? What? Or like fucking? What? Oh my
Sabotage?
God.
Or whatever.
Holy fuck!
Hey, I put
Going against the home team. Damn.
Yeah, I put the name of the top fighter in the private chat. I'm not gonna, or not the private chat, but the chat. I'm not gonna try to butcher that name, bro.
Yeah.
Yes, that is his name. He's the man.
He's an animal, true warrior, man. Who the fuck's gonna take that fight, bro? A 2-foot height disadvantage. Yeah, sign me up. Kick that fucker in his head.
Ryan, all I gotta say is I hope Sarah Longo. It's gonna be a big week for Sarah Longo. If there's anyone better to give underdog preparation to go upset a guy of championship status, it is Matt Serra. So, fuck it. All in.
That is true.
He was even giving tips to Megan Anderson. You saw that, eh? There was like media shit where he was like, "Oh, Megan, this is what I think you should do," and I was like, "Good shit."
I think Megan Anderson can give a few problems on the feet because of how long she is. I just think Nunes was just going to take her down like within like the first minute and just smush her and just submit her. Easy.
I think it's ground. I think it's going to finish via ground and pound strikes.
Yeah.
That's my prediction.
I mean, you know that Felicia Spencer that they tried to get in there with Nunes.
Yep.
I was screaming at the TV like throw in the towel. I was like Rocky.
Right.
I was like Rocky with Apollo Creed like throw in the towel. I was like, she's getting the piss beaten out of that poor girl, and she's not going to stop Nunes. Like Nunes isn't just going to jab hold to a decision. Like, she's going to take your fucking head off, and she doesn't stop. I mean, she's like people going on about a cardio, like, oh, this is not a cardio. She doesn't gas out anymore, especially at 45 when she's not quitting weight. I mean, she wasn't stopping. I mean, it was just, I was like, what's the point in just prolonging the beating?
Yeah.
But even her, the Felicia Spencer, she fought Megan Anderson, took her down within like a minute and choked her the fuck out. Easy.
No, she did. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right.
She couldn't even take down Nunes.
Yep.
So I just think, Nunes can't, she's never fought like a 6-foot striker. But I don't even think, I'd say Nunes bangs harder than Megan Anderson. Just think the length might give her a few problems. But
no, you're right. And the height, right? Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I think it's going to get stopped via strikes on the ground. That's my prediction for that fight. I think Nunes ends up banging her out.
Yeah, that's why I'm just saying inside the distance, I could see her sinking in a choke or just hammering away.
Yeah, I don't see Megan Anderson first couple times when she gets taken down and mounted and getting pounded on. I'm sure she'll be able to flip out of those controversial positions, kind of get to give her back and then get up from there or whatever, right? But I think later on as that fight goes, she will get.
Megan Anderson has huge grappling flaws. Like,
yeah.
She's not, really suspect grappling.
Yeah, so I think she'll get fucking downed. I think she'll get later in the fight and she will get pounded out.
Nunes might as well come in with a wrestling singlet on. Like she'll just like faultless striking. I'm just gonna take you down and smush
No,
you.
really, yeah. Why would you? Why would you? It's kind of a crazy thing to look at.
And then who's she gonna fight next? Like she's gonna fight some other random person at 145.
We got cards out the yin. We got cards out the yin yang. Though the UFC is delivering. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Like we could always be like, oh, who are they gonna fight next? And then on the other side here, there could be an alternate reality where we're all doing we're all on a boxing channel, and we're all fucking like, oh, no one's fighting. Oh, we got Canelo fighting fucking BJS and now BJS is saying he was fucking fucking pressured into taking the fight. What the fuck is going on here?
I'm telling you that fight's not going to happen. Billy Joe's just going to, hurt me toe, I'm not fighting. That's what's going to happen.
You're probably right. You're probably right, man. Like, I mean, there's a lot of...
It's the biggest paycheck of his life, and he'll end up somehow finding a way to mess it up.
But I'm just saying, man, there's a lot of fucking bullshit going on in a lot of different sports, and the UFC offers a lot of clarity with their fights, with the way they structure things, even if the ranking's not as fluid as it should be, and we get guys ranked and females ranked that are higher than one another, and we get crazy fights out of nowhere. Even still, you know what I mean? You've got
to thank Dana White. And
I'm getting really scared that they're actually going to give Masvidal another title shot.
They are going to give fucking Masvidal another title shot.
For September, fam.
It's fucking, it's ridiculous.
September? Get the fucking.
Tell you what, too, is they're maximizing the shit out of Masvidal, because after this, you can still give him Covington.
Hey, get this
up. Still make him another pay-per-view headline.
We're gonna make bank. We're gonna make bank because we're gonna bet Usman by knockout because he's got hands now. And Masvidal's always struggled with 170 strikers. He got dropped by Darren Till. He got dropped by Wonderboy. He got
He
dropped
got
by
dropped
the
by
wrestler.
Michael Chiesa.
He got dropped by Michael. He got dropped by Michael
What?
Chiesa. He got dropped by. He almost got KO by that. What's he called? That Kabilov, the wrestler at 55. He got wheel kicked by that dude and almost got knocked out. He's been dropped like 20 times. You know, he's not. His recovery's there, but he's not. He's getting chinned and dropped.
Same thing as Nate Diaz. Nate Diaz gets dropped by everybody. Everybody talks about the magic chin. It's just not going unconscious and having an unstoppable will.
Nate doesn't fucking train anymore, man. He's not even a valid fighter anymore. He's starting to slowly turn into his brother. I'm tired of this shit, man. Like
he's slowing down as well, Nate. I think.
Oh, god damn it! Like transform, man. Like put work in and become a fighter again, bro. Because he hadn't been that dude for a long time, man. Like he's just been stalling and riding off momentum, man.
If I'm questioning whether you're high as fuck or you're punch drunk, I don't want to see you fight. You know what I mean?
No, you're right.
Like, he doesn't fight enough to see. When you see him in interviews,
Well, he's always talked like that, bro.
I know, but it's just like, he's slowing down as well. And all he does is take shots. All he does is take damage. Like, we can admit, like
every fucking fight.
Every fight he takes damage.
You can't have that.
The only fight he really didn't take damage in was the Pettis fight, where he took him down and wrestled him.
Man, he looked good.
The Masvidal fight.
That was hard to watch. That was really rough to watch, bro. I was pulling hard for Nate, but it's like, god damn it, man. He finally came back. He finally got the shine. He finally boosted up a show without Connor and like fuck
Connor.
He
can always come back and make a payday. Nate Diaz can call almost.
Yeah, but he's being a bitch, man.
Yeah, he is.
Like he's just being a fucking entitled cunt.
I never want, Nick. I never want Nick to come back. He will get knocked out if he comes back. I don't want him to come back ever.
What's the point, bro?
Do not come back, Nick Diaz. If he fights anyone with a pulse at welterweight, he'll get beat.
You see who called him out.
He's been inactive for too long, and he's too old.
I think you might change your mind when you hear who called him out.
Who?
Oh, who called him out?
Dan Hardy.
Oh, come on. That's a joke. Dan Hardy. Come on. I mean, I gotta support him, because he's like my countryman, but I'm like, come on, just stick to the breakdowns and the commentary, man.
I mean, that ain't no competition for Nick, man.
Like he's
yeah, no, I don't see why they would do that fight.
And shit now, where Dan Hardy's got like a dad bod. Like, just leave it with the fighting, man. I mean, he's not fought since 2012. It's not a possibility. Just forget it. It's outside of the realm of possibility at this point.
And even then, he had already been off and on and off and on. Like
exactly. He only just beat a 3-fight losing skid.
I just don't want Nate to become his brother, man. Nate still has a chance to come back and become a solid, I don't know, Cowboy Cerrone type of thing.
I think he should just
he's not going to do much
away.
Like, I don't know. He's fucking training, man. Every fighter's filled with excuses.
He's a slight step higher than Cerrone because he has shown up in those big fights, but he's not consistent enough.
At all, man.
It's a shame.
What I miss, who we putting money on. A lot of people. You might have to go watch that on the old replay. Gentleman's Game. I'm gonna have it timestamped though, so you can kind of fast forward through it. Look for that. Look for that pretty early tomorrow morning, probably around 11:30.
Was it only
11:30? That'll be done and up.
Over him.
What's up?
I said, who else got cut from the UFC? Was it only just JDS over him?
So Doug actually wanted to save this because apparently there's more speculation for who else got cut. Gentlemen's Game.
There's a couple more rumors, including Robbie Lawler was a name that was mentioned a lot with nothing else confirmed, but I'd assume there's going to be a bit more clarity in the next few days as to who's still there and who's not.
Mm-hmm. I bet you Robbie Lawler goes to Bellator.
Yeah.
If he's cut. I'm not sure. I didn't see anything confirming that, but a lot of people were asking. I don't know where it came from. So there's no source for it.
So they finally just booked the Giga Chikadze Cub Swanson. I mean, we already reported on it, but I mean, whatever.
I thought he was fighting Jeremy Stevens. What happened to that fight?
Man, that would have been a banger.
I talked
Both
about
of them are
I
bangers.
talked about it on the canon. The Chikadze Cub Swanson fight's a fucking banger.
What's he gonna do with his career, Giga Chikadze? What's he expect? What's he actually like? Wanting to do?
He'll develop. He'll develop
He's
a
gonna fight
ground.
these tins and fight like Cub Swanson now and again.
He'll
and just-
develop. He'll work his way up like a lot of these guys kind of like to, through a couple of guys that have been there for a while, and then
He's been in the UFC for a while. And he's fought no one.
Who, Chikadze? Probably 2 years.
Chikadze, yeah.
What, 2 years?
He's always
you'd agree?
fighting like late replacements and stuff.
He is. No, you're right. I mean, you can't always control that, but you are right. You're not wrong. He has fought a couple late replacements. You're right.
Yeah.
That's that. I mean, so you guys want to hear something crazy? New article that just got produced. If victorious at 259, Askarov wants winner of Figueiredo Moreno.
Yeah, why not?
What's he
Of course he
ranked?
does. He's number 3. He wants to
Number
fight the guy
3,
coming
yeah.
off a title loss.
Give it to him. Yeah, give it to him. Done.
Easy.
Good to go. Good for
I've
him.
got him out wrestling Figueiredo. Right? He's sick. That Askarov.
Yeah, he's fucking sweet. I like him. I like him too. I like him.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't want to sound crazy, but he reminds me of a better Matt Hamill at a lower weight.
Oh yeah, he's like a stoic Russian flyweight Matt Hamill.
It's not even right to say. It's not even right to say, because if I didn't have my hearing, I'm sure I wouldn't appreciate that joke. But even still, what Dan? Where the fuck are you?
It's all right as long as Figueiredo doesn't lose via 12 to 6 elbows when he fights him.
Or crotch shots, right? Like we saw before. Crotch shots.
Yeah,
we're
yeah,
taking
he
a
needs to-
point.
He needs to stop with that shit. I don't care if you were in the hospital with food poisoning and that before. You don't kick him in the nuts. You know.
Oh, when he was coughing, I felt that. Oh, that felt.
Oh yeah. I thought he was gonna cough. I thought he was gonna cough a lung or something when he kicked.
That's
him
when
in
you
the
puke. That's when you puke, man.
Oh.
That's a very key moment too. Like he was getting pieced up right off the end of one of those combinations. He was just like, bloop.
Jay, you were live with that with me and Dan, right? When I was like,
That's what I'm saying.
bullshit,
Man.
and I was like, bullshit. You were there, right, Jay?
It wasn't an inside leg kick to the inside thigh. It was straight to the pills. Just. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, it was literally like
I'm sorry.
Hey,
The
Pat, did I ever
Brazilian
send you
timeout.
that video that went on Barstool and me taking the shot?
No.
I
Send
might
that in
have
the
to
private
find
chat.
that. I might have to dig that video
Hey,
up.
you know
told
Moreno
me
was
about it, you
getting
never
to him
sent
on
it.
the feet though. I'm telling you now. He was hurting him on the feet, Moreno.
Oh hell yeah, piece him up, man. Like I think Figueiredo's going to study that shit though. That's going to be in the back of his mind though.
Yeah,
like he's going to come in with a brand new game plan, bro.
You're right.
He surprised me with his cardio as well, Figueiredo. He did.
Yeah, he's surprised a lot. I think he would.
I thought he was going to be absolutely toast after the first.
Nah,
third
I
round.
said he would. I said he would go 5 pretty easily. I thought he won the fight. Like Jay was there live. Dan was. I think it was the three of us
with
live,
an active
right?
volume as well. Like he's got a high volume. How does he do that when he's like he's that diced and he cuts that much weight? He must be insanely fit.
I think he's just insanely powerful. You know, you have some of these guys that are blessed at lower weights with power, you know what I mean? And they come to crack, and he's kind of one of those guys, man. He's like one of those guys that at a lower weight, you're like, there's no way he can hit like that. Well, he fucking does, and he does. And he'll crack your ass, and you'll go, what the fuck just hit me? I mean, it's kind of like a Petr Yan. Petr Yan also possesses like a crazy type of power. Yeah.
I like how he speaks broken English.
I love it, man.
I tell you what, that Cody Garbrandt fight. I wish that fight happened.
I'd pay for that. I'd pay for that.
Do you know, he was like, he was jumping around Figueiredo. He's like, "God, motherfucker, I'm gonna knock you out," and shit.
Yeah,
and like, yeah. Oh, that fight would have been sick.
But the whole
it would have been, it could have been like Cody's life for a knockout if he was like hydrated and he made the weight properly. Well,
Yeah.
If he was drained, like he's gonna get knocked the fuck out by Figueiredo.
Oh yeah, he's got to come back.
It was gonna be a knockout either way.
Yeah.
You know, I don't
no,
think
you're
that
right.
fight's ever gonna happen.
No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Definitely a crazy ass fight.
Yeah, we got Moreno, Figueiredo too to look forward.
I mean, I'm just gonna ask every one of you now before we almost wrap this bitch up. How hyped are you for the weekend? How hyped is everyone for the weekend? It's
10 out of 10.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
exciting.
10 out of 10, man.
I'm excited. I'm super fucking excited, people. You always know, you know what I mean. Like, Dan,
One
what are
question,
you saying?
real quick. when the fuck did UFC start doing 15 bout cards, man? When did it start to get these mega cards on?
So actually, the nice thing is, I'm almost been a part of that era.
COVID-19.
Yeah, we were a part of the era where we saw the shift. So we were the first ones, and we witnessed it live. When we called it live, and we did the breakdown for it, and it's on my channel, in which there was supposed to be 12 fights or 11 fights scheduled. They lost 3 fights. They went down to 9 fights. I made the statement that I stand by. I said, I don't know when the last time in the modern era I've seen a UFC card with 9 fights. You know what I mean? At which point, throughout every single next card, we saw each card at about 14, 15, and then it was constantly at 15. And then we see a week like last week where they went, oh, we're safe. We'll stack it with 12. And then they lose 4 or 3 and they go down to 9 again. And they go, fuck, we're back at 9. We didn't think we'd see this again with overstacking the cards. Now we're back to 15, and they'll probably continue to try and look to fill each card at 15, if not have replacements. You know what I mean?
Dude, it's so fucking intense, man. Like, I don't know about if anybody on the panel grew up watching wrestling, right?
Mm-hmm.
But once a year, their Super Bowl is WrestleMania,
Mm-hmm.
the biggest, baddest fucking show that they possibly can do. And they build up, or at least they used to, long-term booking, 1 year, 2 year booking to the biggest show, WrestleMania. That shit would have like 14 or 15 matches, man.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be a extravaganza. It'd be a mega event, bro. You'd be sitting there for 2 or 3 fucking hours.
That's what, bro. We're about to sit here we're gonna do what we normally do and sit here for about 7 hours plus, because as even Boone already said to me, he said we're gonna want to talk about this card after, and I said, yeah, it'll probably be one of the longer bit because we'll all be a little fucked. We'll all be going. Dude, it's gonna be. Yeah, you know what I mean? The whole time, right after the whole card, we'll be going off, right? So
there's so much potential for this shit there.
He sold his whiskey company, hasn't he?
Heard about that.
What?
He got bought out.
He sold it to some big.
So he never owned it. He never really owned it. He owned like partial shares of it. It got bought out by Jose Cuervo, the tequila company.
No, did not get bought out. It's just not. He's not a majority. He's not a majority owner. Still has a very large stake in the company. He's just not the majority.
He probably has a large stake, but
he won't be the decision maker anymore.
I can't believe Jose Cuervo bought that shit out. It tastes like piss. Fuck.
Oh, it does. Imagine how it's going to taste now, or it's all.
Well, they'll combine it with some Cuervo. They'll throw some Cuervo in there.
They watered down.
Stir it up.
You know, Cuervo tastes like fucking gasolina. If anyone's ever drank
I was joking
that
when
shit.
you were drinking it. I was joking when you were drinking it. I was saying, "Oh, they've probably got fentanyl and shit in that."
And it killed me.
Probably are going to
kill me. You saw me. It put me out. It put me out.
It put me out. Exactly. It's liquid heroin. That shit. They don't know what they're putting in that shit. So,
it's
he's drinking it at the Khabib press conference, and he's talking like absolute crap.
It's fucking
man. He
terrible.
was blown out of his fucking mind. Like he couldn't feel his face. Like I guarantee, like he was like that wasn't kind of.
He got that rocket fuel, that Colombian rocket fuel, half an hour before, and he turned.
That is tasty. Like what the fuck is wrong with him, bro?
Coat rings around his nose and everything. He looked like a right mess.
Oh shit!
Two belts that weird laugh and
He
shit.
wasn't even a champion, and he came in with 2 belts. I was like, oh god.
Dude, just his posture, like watch him posture right before the face off, and he's like you can see him, he's all like demoned out and shit, and his coat, dude, he was complete, he was gone, man. I've been doing an analysis of Conor, man.
He was absolutely off his barnet.
This cocksucker would have went down as like one of the most beloved true legends if he never fought Floyd, man. Like that shit ruined his life.
We've got Israel Adesanya, J Blues. I mean, we do have to watch him on mute sometimes, and he does. And let me say this.
Whoa.
No. Let me say this.
Life. No, sorry. Jay Blues saying it ruined his life, making him
fucked his whole.
Floyd did kind of ruin.
$1 million ruin your life. I don't know about that, but
he started to assault old people in fucking bars. He started to get all kind of fucking attention that he didn't need.
I think fame ruined his life. I don't know if it was fighting Floyd.
Exactly.
Well, I don't know if it ruined his life even, but it forced him into a weird spot. It's a very difficult mental spot.
Like just going and doing that put him in this God mode state. Like he was already going for that anyways, but
far too much money. He didn't see that as much.
Anyone on that meteoric rise, you don't get to adjust to anything. You go from nothing to something to everything, like he said, and then when you're what? How does one even comprehend how you would handle that mentally?
Mm-hmm.
Good point. Not just the money. Floyd might have took a piece of Connor's soul in a way that no one else had.
Being beaten in a fight in a public stage like that is a very difficult thing, especially for people who are very confident in themselves, who have that unbreakable mentality. When you're broken like that on such a huge stage, you get beaten and finished. It has to take a toll, a very serious toll.
No, you're right. That's a good point. It has to.
We've got Israel Adesanya now, and he's going to be the next double champion, isn't he? Jay believes in that.
Yeah.
Maybe. I really see it happening, but who the fuck knows, man? Jan is in his heart unstoppable, in his
That's
mind.
What I was going to say.
Unstoppable.
I was going to say he's got that superpower that Donald Cerrone got 2 years ago when he had his kid.
Oh, he can punch twice as hard because he's following. Come on with that.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Sometimes determination overcomes skill, man. It just depends on the fight.
I love Israel Adesanya, but I've got to admit, I do have to watch him on mute. Like, he's a good fighter, but the shit he says sometimes, I've got to watch him on mute.
It ruins everything, right?
LJ, have you seen the dog video?
Yeah, go look at the dog diddler.
Listen, I will admit, he has in his last fight, he did grow a breast in his early 30s.
Yeah, it was so weird,
Yeah. So, we don't know what he's doing. He lives on a remote island in New Zealand in the middle of a pandemic.
You want to come test
USADA's
me?
not coming over.
Try it, bitch.
USADA's not coming over to test him in a remote island in the middle of a pandemic.
We've seen millions of Brazilians avoid testing.
We don't know what he's doing.
Millions of Brazilians.
I watch him for his skills and his skills in the octagon, and he's a beast in the octagon. So
it's true.
See, the thing that's burning in the back of my mind is the Romero fight, and is he straying away from true danger, but not true danger to which he thinks he can overcome, like the Gastelum fight. Because he had no problem stepping in Gastelum and overcoming and adjusting and testing himself.
Mm-hmm.
But the Romero was just a bit too much, man. He had to stay on the outside and just avoid exchanges at all costs, pretty much, man. Like, he didn't step in on anything but a leg kick.
No, you're
right back out.
You're right.
So, I mean, that shit might replay, but
it might.
I don't know, man.
It might. You guys got any thoughts on the Paulo Costa losing his fight to Izzy? You guys got any? We already kind of covered it a little bit. You guys got any thoughts on it?
I said what you said before, didn't he?
Guys should have just ripped a bowl.
Probably.
Yeah, exactly. What are you doing drinking wine? Are you a fancy little, what?
Honestly, it's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Getting absolutely piss drunk, like hours before a world title fight.
Are you a chick?
If it's true,
drinking wine.
He's got to
say drink before the fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't hear about this?
No.
His leg was swollen up. He couldn't sleep the night before the fight, so he ended up having a glass of wine, which turned into 2, which turned into 3, which turned into him not being able to fall asleep any earlier, which turned into him saying he woke up either hungover or drunk.
And he puts all this stupid shit on his YouTube channel. He has these little thumbnails.
He came out with that, bro. He came out with that.
He posted it like he saw that, edited it, and decided it was a good idea to tell the world he was drunk.
Well, he put that.
Yes.
Yeah. He's slowly turning into the Deontay Wilder of
That's
the UFC.
what we said last night on Canada.
Right here with his weird God complex and his trainer. Oh, look at the muscles. Look at the power. You can't stop this. Look at him. Look at him. That weird ass face mask with the fucking bedazzled like shit made by a 10-year-old type. What was it? the thing he was wearing to the ring? Like just strange shit. And now with all these fucking excuses, man.
Yeah, it's crazy.
He's weird as fuck.
Weird as fuck. Weird as fuck, people. And like you're gonna hear, yeah, he's jealous. Games laughing at. Yeah, man. Of course. Weird as fuck, man. People, we appreciate you guys all coming out, man. I appreciate all you guys coming out to the podcast tonight or to the breakdown tonight, man. It's gonna be a huge card. I expect all you guys to show up, everyone to show their support. It's gonna be a huge one for us, Super Bowl for us, definitely. And man, I appreciate all you guys coming out tonight. I'm going to play the outro, end it on this because you know what? I'm going to keep this little banter in. It was a good little session of banter tonight. We had some good talks. We talked about the UFC. We kind of flowed through the whole thing. Anyone want some last remarks? Anyone got anything else to say?
No. I'm just going to say thanks for having me on, Pat. Thanks, Doug. Thanks, Dan. Thanks, Jay Blues, for coming on the show. I'm going to dip out. I'm going to get some sleep.
Yes, sir. You take it easy,
I'll
man.
I'll see you on Saturday.
Yes.
See you Saturday, man.
Absolutely.
Some good bets.
Absolutely.
Make some money.
Make some money. That's what I'm talking about. We're going to end it off on that. Make some money, people.
Medic! Scalpel. I'd like to thank you guys for joining us on this Glorious Day.
And a friend.
You aren't duping the doctor. I mean, the doctors look into your eyes.
Jeez, and the fight is over! Michael What did I tell you fools?
What's up, boys and girls? This is UFC lightweight Michael Chandler. And I'm just telling you right now, if you don't go to YouTube and hop on the MMA Bet Surgeon channel, like and subscribe and ingest and digest some of the best UFC mixed martial arts and boxing predictions on the planet, on the internet, then you're doing it wrong. Appreciate you guys. See you at the top.